So welcome everybody to our first ever YogiTribe virtual retreat. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's brilliant to have you all here. As I say, this is the first ever YogiTribe retreat. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here. Some of you will be here with us all day, which is fantastic. Some of you will be dipping in and out. At any point during the day, if you want to interact and get involved, you can click into the chat. I have another teacher on here who will be checking the chat button and answering any questions that you have. So if you're having any connection problems, then please click into the chat, or any questions whatsoever, click into the chat and write your questions down. So this is the first virtual retreat we have done, so bear with us. It's all been a total learning curve, but we're really excited to bring this to you, to your homes, and you're welcome to dip in and out of classes as you want to, or hopefully you can spend the whole day with us. So again, welcome. My name is Jess. I am your host today, and I set up my company YogiTribe 5 years ago, and I always had a vision of creating a family, a community of wellness, a tribe that are there to support each other at times of need. So I'm going to turn my volume up a little. I just want to make sure everybody can hear properly. I'm going to be fiddling around with controls as we go. So as I was saying, I set up my company YogiTribe 5 years ago and always had a vision of creating, I've got another message here saying loud and clear. So perhaps just make sure, everybody that's here, make sure you are in, you've got a good connection, you're in a good point in the house, and make sure you have your volume turned up to the right level. So we might have different experiences online depending on where we are. Great, I'm getting some lovely messages saying all good sound here, so that's fantastic. So I think that might just be a one-off for somebody, that message I got there. Thank you so much for your comments, guys. That really helps. Obviously this is a new experience for me to be running this as well. Wonderful, thank you. So lovely comments there. So let me go back to just introducing myself. So I've decided to host this retreat, this first virtual retreat. Usually I host retreats worldwide, and I also do mini retreats. So I do retreat for the day. So a lot of people can't always get away. They've got children or they've got responsibilities at home, and you can't always get away for the weekend or a week to a global retreat. So mini retreats are set up for people to come and retreat for the day. And that's what this is really, but it's brought to you in your own home, as these are the times that we're in at the moment. So first of all, I want to give you a warm welcome, and I want to say thank you so much for all of your kind donations. I've been receiving emails of people joining the retreat up until, half an hour ago. I was still sending links. So thank you so much. We have managed between us to raise over £1,100, which is amazing. I had a target of 1,000, and that was a hope, really, a real target to push towards. So I'm so pleased. And at this point, I'd really like you to know where your donations are going. So we're going to just spend a moment just talking about the donations and where they are going to. So I'm going to introduce you to Liz Ferretti, who's representing the charity NHS Hero Support. Let's bring Liz into one moment. There we go. Hello, Liz. Good morning.
Hi, Jess. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, really well, thank you. Really well.
Great. Thank you so much, Liz or Elizabeth, for coming on this morning. We've obviously met and spoken quite a bit over the last couple of weeks, and I'm really grateful for you to come on today and to just introduce the charity to everybody, so everyone knows where their donations that they've given for the day are going to. So would you mind just explaining to everybody what the charity is about and where the donations are going?
Yeah, thank you, Jess. So first of all, a massive thank you from everybody at Hero Support for what you and all your colleagues are doing, because every pound that we receive goes straight towards PPE for frontline staff. And we cover hospitals, we cover care homes, hospices, GP surgeries, basically everywhere where we can fill in some gaps in PPE. So the situation with PPE is really complicated. Some places have good PPE supply and other places don't. So we work to try and fill in some of those gaps. We're not a massive organisation, but we've managed to do a heck of a lot in a short time. We set up, like you, Jess, we had sort of fairly low kind of horizons at the beginning. We thought, oh, well, maybe we can raise £2,000 and get a bit of PPE out there. Well, we're heading up towards £90,000 now, and we have about 20 people in the core team, and we have a squad of 250 volunteer drivers. So it's grown massively, and we've had so much help from everybody. And we know that although it's not, we can't solve all the PPE gaps, but every time we provide a new face mask or a gown or a visor, we are helping to protect health workers.
That's fantastic. And as you've all been seeing, we've got some lovely images here from the NHS Hero Support's Instagram page, our photos of all of the deliveries that they've been making throughout throughout the country, to the care homes, to hospitals, to doctors' surgery, and it's really protecting, you know, those people that are on the front line, really helping everybody who's poorly and to stay alive, and they're putting their lives at risk. And when you know, when I wanted to find a charity to support, this is obviously like the main sort of issue that we've got at the moment, which is looking after you know, those on the front line, as I could see it. So yeah, lovely. So you've had some nice visuals there to see what's happening. So Liz, how, you know, where do you see things go? You know, what is there? Are you going to continue to supply PPE, or is the charity, you know, are there other needs that you might need to sort of follow, or what's the situation at the moment?
Well, for the moment, we're focusing on PPE, and you know, we only exist while the need exists. Once that's completed, we won't need to be there anymore, of course. But what I think it's quite important to explain, obviously there are huge efforts going on nationally to supply PPE. But what we have in our team is 3 Chinese speakers. We deal directly with small-scale suppliers in China, but we also have fantastic links in the UK. So we're getting donated items. And one of the strengths of our organisation is that we have got supply from various places, but we've also got this amazing distribution network. So when we set up, we have been contacted by most amazing people. So we had a couple of people who normally work on music festivals in the UK, like top ones, and they said, we think we can help you with warehousing and distribution, and they have been amazing. So not only do we get requests through directly from doctors, and we work with the Doctors Association for that, so you know, we know that the right PPE is going to the right places. That's really important, because obviously you have to be very, very careful that you're getting the right high grade stuff, because obviously that could create more problems than not. So we're very, very careful with what we're procuring and where it's going. And I think, like, for me on a personal level, you know, it's pretty much full time that we're on this as volunteers, but actually, you know, I'm not a doctor or a nurse, and I feel really strongly that I'm grateful actually to be able to do something to help. And I think what's really been hitting home to me is how it must be really quite scary to have to go to work and not have the safety equipment that you need. So while we use the word hero in our name, I think it's really important to remember that these are human beings like you and me, and to have to work in conditions where you're concerned about your own health or about passing on the virus to your family, or, you know, heaven forbid, to your patients or people in your care. You know, we all need to pull together to support them as fellow human beings.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, Liz, thank you so much for coming on this morning, and I'm really happy to know that you're going to be here throughout the day joining the retreat. And I think, you know, it's really, really lovely for me to know that we're going to be giving to you as well. And this is what this whole day is about. Okay, so it's, you know, you've been, Liz, giving up your time for free, as have the volunteers, really giving. And sometimes it's a time that you need to receive and look after yourself. And as they would say in an aeroplane, help yourself first and then help others, although probably in your case it's the other way around, right? So
oh yeah, but I agree, and I think it's really important. That's why I love this retreat day so much, because these are difficult times for all of us in various ways, and they're challenging. And I think you really do need that nurture and that time for yourself too. So well done, Jess.
oh, thank you. All right. Well, it's very nerve-wracking because this, you know, when it's online, it's like, ooh, well, you know, it's so different to being in person. And I'm going to imagine today that all of you, you know, we've got now 90 participants today. I've had an influx of last minute bookings this morning, and I'm so happy to, you know that we've raised so much money and we've got so many people here today. Many people are dipping in and out of classes, but a lot of you are here for the whole day, which is fantastic. So I'm going to imagine everybody's here today. And Liz, I'm going to say thank you for coming on. Enjoy your day. Okay. And I'm going to turn you into an attendee now. So bye. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Okay. So welcome everybody. So this is YogiTribe, a virtual retreat with lots of different wellness teachers coming together to bring a retreat into your home. So thank you so much for being here. So the word retreat comes from the Latin verb to pull back. The idea of taking part in a retreat is for you to allow yourself that time and space to pull back, to get inspired, to become spacious, to detox your mind, to be kind to yourself, and to offer some self-care to you. Sometimes it's time to be kind to yourself. We're quite often giving to others. So today is totally for you. So please, you know, try to set your space, if possible, not to be disturbed, and just to create this ritual of self-care. So I want you to de-stress and to feel good, to really breathe. So breathing is something we all do every day, but quite often we don't actually take our focus to breathing. We don't realise that actually we're not taking a proper full breath in. So today, like throughout the day, take moments of just being quiet. There's going to be plenty of those offered to you to really breathe in, tune in, to relax, rest and recharge. So we're going to begin in a moment, and I just want you to set your space, light a candle, do whatever you need to make it feel like a proper retreat in your own home. I've designed this retreat today to have a certain flow to it. So we're going to begin with a real sense of calm, like a still water, and we're going to be starting with meditation, and then gradually as the day goes on we're going to start to move and flow, waking our senses up, and whilst at the same time generating a sense of calm within, so taking you on a full journey throughout the day. We're going to be also opening channels of creative thought throughout the day, particularly after lunch. And then towards the end of the day, we're going to begin to slow down again. So this is a real day of rest for you. And the idea is that at the end of the day, you're going to come back to a sense of calm and relaxation and a real sense of feeling like you're glowing from within. as if you're floating on a cloud in a bubble of healing light. So please create your space. As I say, if you have a candle, I've lit a couple in the background there. If you have a candle, light a candle. If you have some favourite essential oils you want to diffuse, please go ahead. You know, make sure you've got lots of layers, some water nearby. And the good thing about being at home is you can dip in and out as you like. So let's begin our retreat and get you into that bubble of healing light. So by the end of it, you're going to feel light as a cloud, like you're floating and walking around in a bubble for days. That is my intention to bring care to you, to the lovely ladies of the charity, and to everybody here that's donated to the charity. Thank you. I'd like to introduce you to our first teacher today, Anne-Marie. Hello, Anne-Marie. Thank you so much for joining us. Anne-Marie is from Soul Counselling. You have all of the details of all the teachers after the retreat in the package of care I'm going to email out. Anne-Marie, as you will learn, has got the most beautiful, relaxing voice. She's a meditation teacher. She's our meditation expert for today. So Anne-Marie, I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you for being here.
Oh, such a pleasure, Jess. Thank you for having me. Well, following on really from what you've just said, my intention this morning is to clear all of our energy fields of everything that is really not in our greatest good. Anything at a conscious or an unconscious level that is sticking to us, that is holding us down. I began my healing journey at the age of 6, and I've been teaching and doing energy healing.
The retreat.
And I do one-to-one healings, and as you know, I do retreats and corporate work. So this is really something that is so important at this time. And the power of doing a meditation together is just immense, because as most of us know, meditation is so profound at a personal level, even just 5 minutes of it. But when we meditate as a group, the vibration and the recalibration of the unconscious is just expanded and strengthened so much more. So for this morning, as Jess said, I would love to invite you to get very, very comfortable. Make sure you have blankets and pillows and that you're nice and warm, and do have some water with you. And if you can light a candle or burn some incense or some essential oils, do whatever it is right now just to set your space. And for the duration of the meditation, I'm actually going to replace my screen with an image of some of my very powerful healing crystals and flowers and candles, because I know sometimes it's difficult for people to meditate and they're opening their eyes. So these crystals are very, very high calibration, so they will send you a healing energy. If you're struggling at all, just have a little look. Okay. All right. Jess, I'm now going to put up the image and start the music. invite you now to focus on your breath. Focus on your lungs. And follow the natural rhythm of your breath. As you breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Close your eyes. Let your shoulders relax. And allow your body to sink. If you are sitting, allow it to sink into the chair. Or if you are lying down, allow it to sink into the sofa or bed or floor, wherever you are right now. I invite you to join me in taking 3 deep breaths. And we will do these breaths together as a group and as a soul group. In through the nose and out through your mouth. Let's do the first breath. In and out. And in and out. And again, in and out. And in your mind's eye and in your heart center, I want you to see and feel all of your spirit guides, all that you are already aware of and those that you have yet to meet, and all of the angelic realm, the archangels and angels, and all of our ancestral guides. They are surrounding you now, and from their heart center to yours is the most exquisite ray of white light. In this meditation, we are going to release everything and anything that is holding us back. Anything that is restricting us from the radiance of our true selves. And this is especially important in these times of isolation and lockdown. We now set the intent that in this meditation we will release any energies blocking the flow of our divine abundance. Feel that beautiful white light in your heart center and be prepared to release over the coming minutes. And also welcome in the anchoring of a new level of consciousness within your energy field this morning. Just above your head, about 6 inches, I want you to see or imagine a beautiful ball of crystalline white light. It is the most purest, whitest light you have ever seen. This light is cleansing and healing. It is the light and ray of the vibration of unconditional love, strongest vibration that exists. And we now set the intention that as it comes towards us, it washes away all fear, all worry, and all concerns that we currently have and that are stored either at a conscious or unconscious level within our energy field. Allow the white light to slowly come down to the top of your head, through your skull, gently into your brain, around the back of your eyes, your nose, the back of your mouth, down gently but powerfully towards your throat and neck. It pays particular attention to the limbic brain, the part of our brain that stores and processes our emotional body, our emotions and feelings. And it is this connection with the vibration of unconditional love that brings in the knowing that we are cleansing all fear-based thoughts and feelings. Such as anxiety, worry, stress, fear of the unknown, fear of how we are living our lives at the moment, trying to adapt still to this new way of being. Allow this beautiful light to glide down from your neck and into your shoulders. Allow it to wash through your shoulder blades and around each of your ribs. As it gently moves down your body, cleansing and purifying. It is working on your physical body, your emotional body, your mental body. Allow the light to cleanse your organs, your lungs, your heart, your liver, it cleanses your tummy, your kidneys, your gut, as we know. We hold many fear-based emotions in our gut. So allow the light to cleanse and strengthen you. Allow it to travel through the intestines, cleansing and clearing any blockages or any emotions that are stuck there from this or any other lifetime. Your soul stores all memories, all thoughts and all feelings. And we set the intent now. All blocked emotions and trauma, either conscious or unconscious, that are triggering us in any way, are released and let go. We allow the light to continue to heal us as it moves further down our bodies and into our legs. Slowly down our thighs and gently but firmly swirling behind and around our kneecaps. Our kneecaps hold many karmic patterns. We ask and request now that any that are no longer necessary are released. Allow the light to cleanse you of all karmic patterns, not in your greatest good and highest order. We do not need to analyze what is being released. We simply let it go. And the light finally moves further down into your shins and your calves, into your feet, swirling around your toes. Allow the light to literally move and flow from the top of your body down, out through the soles of your feet. And we send the white light down, deep into the earth, deep into the core and heart of Mother Earth. In this way, we are fully connected to Mother Earth, and the spiritual realm. I would now like you to bring your attention to your heart center, and allow the light to shine strongly in your heart, and then allow it to radiate out. Firstly, you radiate it to your spirit guides, and angels, and all of your genetic ancestors that are holding space and surrounding you throughout this meditation and healing. And they bow their heads in gratitude for the love that you are also returning to them. They have been with you from the start of time and will continue to be with you forever. And then we send this beautiful light to all members of our beautiful YogiTribe retreat, those that we know and those that we are yet to meet, because we're sharing a very sacred space together today. So we send the vibration of unconditional love to everyone listening. And then further allow it to go to all members of your family, all of your friends, every single person that you know. Cleansing and clearing as it goes. Finally, I would like you to imagine yourself surrounded by a ruby red light and a vivid violet. The ruby red light helps to ground you back into your body and ensures that you will stay safe, strong, connected to positive, secure thoughts and emotions. And the vivid violet encapsulates your energy field and physical body, surrounding you in a beautiful coat of protection. Breathe in and breathe out. And slowly now, I invite you to begin to wiggle your toes and fingers. Bring yourself back into the here and now, back into your sacred space. And know that you are safe, you are blessed, you are healed, you are protected. Thank you for joining me this morning. I send everyone so much love. Namaste.
Namaste, Anne-Marie. Thank you so much. That was absolutely beautiful. I think we're all in a really lovely state now of feeling peaceful. That was so beautiful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Perfect way to, we've got some lovely comments coming up. That was amazing. Thank you so much. Saying thank you for your comments, guys. I think you'll probably agree with me that was a perfect way to start the day, and you should be in the zone now of feeling really good, really peaceful. So yeah, from Hazel as well, that was beautiful. Thank you. It really was, Anne-Marie, so thank you. Anne-Marie, I'm going to just change the view. All right, so Oh, another one from Helen. Beautiful. Thank you. So hopefully, guys, you should just be able to see me now. If you would mind just letting me know in the comments, you can just see me. And we're gonna, yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Hazel. Amazing. All right, super. So stay in this beautiful, calm state that you're in. I'm going to now lead you into a yoga practice. Now, there are 50, gosh, there's 53 of us here all together at the moment. We've all been meditating together. We're all going to breathe together now, and I'm going to lead you through. There we go, another one. I feel amazingly calm. Thank you. Lovely. Beautiful comments, guys, and thank you, Anne-Marie. So we're going to join now together for a yoga class. I'm going to give lots of different options for this class. We're going to call it a multi-level class. Now, really, I want you to focus on your body and what it's telling you. If anything that I'm doing here, doesn't particularly feel right at any point, then please do stop, modify or rest at any time. We're going to do an hour's practice. At the end of the practice, I'm going to get you into a pose called Shavasana, relaxation pose, and I encourage you to have a blanket next to you to cover over for the Shavasana practice, which is going to lead into our breath work session. So yeah, if you have a mat, if you have a yoga mat, then great. If you don't have a yoga mat, then as long as you've got some space, that's fine. You can be practicing in your pajamas, you can be practicing in whatever you like, because obviously you can see me, but I can't see you. So welcome to the yoga part of the day. This is going to be a flowing yoga class. Later we're going to have a kind of slower practice, a yin practice. So let's begin. I'm not going to have music playing because I really want you to hear my instructions to you. So feel free, if you would like music for yourself, to have some in the background. But when you're ready, just find your space. Maybe you're there already after the meditation, but really, if you can cross your ankles, great. If that's uncomfortable for you, any seated position is fine. This is a class for anyone to join in, but please modify as and when you need to. So we're going to begin coming back to the state that you were just in your meditation state. So find a comfortable place to sit. Close your eyes, and we're going to take 3 big deep breaths together. So I want to start with the breath. So when you breathe in, can you breathe in through your nose if possible, if your airways are clear? Big deep inhale, inflating your lungs, perhaps even feel your belly expand, and then exhale a much longer, softer breath. And again, let's all breathe in together. Fill those lungs up as you breathe in, filling up your lungs, your diaphragm, your belly, and exhale. When you take this longer exhale, you allow your body's parasympathetic system to be in place, the opposite to fight or flight. So you should feel relaxed, your heart nice and slow. One more big deep breath. And exhale, sigh it out. Let go of anything you need to release. When you're ready, just scan through your body. Notice how you feel this morning. Just scan all through your body, from your head down through your shoulders, your arms, your torso, your legs. How do you feel physically, and how do you feel emotionally? And then we're going to allow our eyes to just gently flutter open. And we're going to begin our practice this morning by bringing arms up to the sky. So take a nice big stretch up, reach all the way up. Bring your palms together and bring your thumbs past your forehead to represent kind thoughts to yourself. Past your lips to represent kind words to yourself and others, and down to your heart. Dip your chin down to your chest. Allow your brain to draw down to your heart, so to speak, so you come into the heart space rather than being in the head. And set any intentions for your practice this morning. So, big deep breath. Bring your arms up to the sky again. Reach all the way up. As you inhale, we're going to reach the hands up. As you exhale, can you bring your right hand down to the mat and bring your left arm over the ear, taking a big stretch over to the side. Keep rooting down through both sit bones. Take a big deep breath. Feel the left side body stretch out. And when you're ready, we're going to reach it all the way up. Take it to the other side. Placing the hand, elbow down to the earth, right arm over the ear. Reach, reach, reach. Root through both sit bones. Bring your arm all the way up and down. Now we're going to move into a little twist. So bring your arms back up. Inhale, reaching up. As you exhale, can you bring your right hand behind you, fingertips onto the ground, and your left hand onto your knee. And now sit up as tall as you can as you breathe in. As you exhale, we're going to begin to twist through the upper spine, gradually taking the head over the right shoulder. And remember to keep your focus on your breath and your body. Take a big deep inhale, lengthening through the spine. As you exhale, perhaps twist a little further. Twists are really beneficial for detoxing our body. One more breath here. And then let's take it over to the other side. So take a big inhale, take your arms up to the sky, take your hands over to the left-hand side. Inhale, sit up as tall as you can, and then exhale, begin to look around over the shoulder, twisting the upper spine, squeezing the body from the inside. One more breath, inhale, exhale, perhaps going a little deeper into your twist. And then gently, slowly unravel, coming back to the front. Now, focusing on the wrists a little, can you interlace your fingers and begin to push your palms away from you, in front of you. Begin to bring your hands, your arms up to the sky. Inhale, reach up, and then exhale, bring your arms down. Taking your right hand out in front, with the palm facing up and then in front, can you take hold of the fingers and just begin to draw them in towards the wrist, so you start to feel a nice stretch through the wrist. And then repeat that on the other side. Beautiful. All right, so we're going to now come on to the hands and the knees. So if at any point your knees feel, particularly if you're on a hard floor, like they need some more support, please place a blanket underneath the knees. You want to have your knees about hip width apart. You want to have your hands directly underneath your shoulders. And we're going to begin to move with the breath. So we're going to synchronize our movement to our breath. So when you're next breathing, can you drop your belly and take your tailbone out and begin to look upwards? As you exhale, can you begin to think about taking your navel up to the spine, with your shoulders over the wrists, tailbone draws in. And again, inhaling, dropping your belly, taking your tailbone out, looking up. And then exhale, bringing chin in towards the chest, belly up to the spine, tailbone under. And one more time, inhaling, tailbone draws out, looking upwards. And a long, slow exhale. So remembering to extend that exhale. Good. Okay, let's sink the sit bones down to the heels. So we're going to take the big toes together, open our knees, extend our arms in front of us, arms along, belly sinking down in between the thighs, forehead down to the earth. This is a relaxing, nourishing child's pose. Take a big, deep sip of air. And a long exhale. Now, if you can, lift your palms, not your fingers, your palms off the mat. Take your head slightly off the mat. And we're going to walk the fingertips over to the right-hand side. Take a big, deep stretch, reaching to the right side. Fingertips onto the ground. You should feel a stretch down the left side of your body. And then when you're ready, in the near future, walk your hands over to the left-hand side. Belly and chest over the left leg if possible. Big deep stretch, big deep breath, and then bring your fingertips, your hands towards the front. Now, Bring your wrists and elbows down to the earth. We're going to open the feet a little so the heels are directly under the sit bones. The hands are shoulder width apart. We're going to look forward in between those hands and then follow our gaze with our heart. So our heart is drawing low, our chest low, our hips are high. Now, if possible, lift your elbows as you glide through to a low cobra pose. So your belly and pubic bone should be onto the ground at the moment. And then press through your hands, finding your triceps and biceps. Through this pose, called cat pose, we were doing a moment ago, belly drawing up to the spine, and then exhale, rolling back down to child's pose. And now let's synchronize this with breath. So elbows and wrists down onto the ground, look forward, inhale, rolling forward, chest low, hips high, up we rise. So little compression of the lower spine, elbows squeezed in, exhale, press the ground away. Belly draws up to the spine, sit bones draw down to the heels. And again, inhale, rolling through, chest low, hips high, elbows lifting, rising up. And now as you exhale, simply bring your chest down to the mat or down to the earth. Walk your fingertips just a little bit further forward. Come onto the fingertips. And then if you can, we're going to begin to lift up. So the hands have walked forward about 3 or 4 centimetres. We're going to lift the heart, chest off the mat, perhaps even straightening the arms if possible, neck drawing away from the shoulders. Breathe. Now, if this feels funny on your back, keep your elbows a little bent. Big deep breath. And then exhale, softly, slowly down we come once more. Then bring your hands under your shoulders, keep your elbows squeezed in. We're going to press the ground away. And come back to a 4-point base. So you may need to bring your hands slightly back so they're directly under the shoulders. So in the 4-point base, make sure you feel balanced and then extend your right leg behind you. Now kick out through that heel. So you're pushing that heel away, right toes just flexing in towards the shin. If possible, bring your left arm out in front and extend. Take a big deep breath, lengthen. And then exhale, draw your elbow and knee in towards the torso, crunching. Inhale, we're going to extend the arm and leg out again. Exhale, drawing in. If you can with your breath as we're moving, inhale, lengthen arm up. Try to constrict the back of the throat a little to engage what we call Ujjayi breath. Exhale, knee towards the nose. Inhale, lengthen out. We're going to hold there for a moment. We're going to bring the left hand down to the earth. Okay, watch these toes. These left toes are going to slide over to the left side. And the right hip is going to stack onto the left. The left hand is directly under the shoulder and we're going to reach the right arm up to the sky. We're going to take our gaze past the right fingers and then bring your right arm over your ear. Begin to lift your right leg off the earth. And you can either stay here or you could bring the elbow and the knee in towards each other, crunching. Inhale, inhale, lengthen. Exhale, crunch. Good, 2 more. Inhale, lengthen. Exhale, crunch. Last one. Inhale, lengthen out. Exhale, crunch it in. Bring the hand out and the leg out once more, and then carefully, slowly bring your right hand down to the earth. Bring your right knee back down to the earth, and we're back to our neutral position of 4-point base. Bring your left leg out behind now, and bring your right arm in front. So simply going onto the other side. Inhale, reach out. Exhale, knee and elbow into the torso, knee towards the forehead or nose. Inhale, reach it out. Stay with your breath. Exhale, crunch. Inhale, lengthen. Exhale, crunch. Good, really engage the belly as you crunch. Inhale, lengthen out. Exhale, navel draws up to the spine. Inhale, lengthen. This time we're going to hold it here for a moment. Extend through the arm and the leg. And kick back through the left heel. Bring your right hand down to the earth. Slide your right toes behind. Stack your left hip on top of the right. Reach your left arm up to the sky. Inhale, reaching all the way up. Bring your left arm over your ear. Begin to lift your left leg off the ground if you can. Beautiful. Stretch through the left side. And then exhale. We're going to crunch elbow towards the knee. Inhale, lengthening out. Exhale, crunch. So we're just getting into some movement here to really wake the body up. Wake up the digestive system. Stretch out through the body. A nice dynamic practice. One more time. And exhale. Inhale, stretch out. Hold for another moment. And then bring your left hand down to the earth. We're going to bring both knees down to the ground now. And sink all the way back down into child's pose. Lengthen your arms. Take your forehead down to the earth. Extend through your hands and fingers. Take a big deep breath. And a longer exhale. Okay, we're going to begin to start moving with our back. So we're going to take what's called a rolling wave. So if you want to watch first, then please do. Otherwise, join me as I talk you through it. So arms extended, fingers extended too. Bring your chin to your chest. You're going to lift the sit bones away from the heels, belly drawing up to the spine, looking down towards the navel. Then bring your pubic bone towards your navel, creating the wave-like roll through the back. Inhale, looking forward, making sure the back feels okay. If it's a little tender, if you have lower back problems, then simply bend the elbows. Take a little look over one shoulder if that feels okay on your neck. And then take a little look over the other shoulder. And then we're going to take our gaze back to the front. Press the ground away, and we're going to repeat that now. So if you were watching, you can now join us. So from child's pose, sinking sit bones down to the heels. Inhaling through your nose, bring your chin to your chest, lift your sit bones away from your heels, belly drawing up to the spine, the hips begin to drive forward. I'm going to inhale, open the heart, draw the shoulders back. And again, perhaps look over one shoulder, very gently, be soft through the lower neck. And then over the other shoulder. And then take your gaze back to the front. Now, you've got two options. If you're quite new to yoga, tuck your toes under. If you have a practice and you're quite strong, keep on the top of the feet and lift the quads off the ground. So lift your thighs, knees off the ground and press the ground away. And we're going to flip over the feet, or if we're on the balls of the feet, we'll be onto the soles of the feet now, into a downward facing dog position. Okay, so once you're here, if you need to have the knees bent, that's absolutely fine. You might start to feel a little sensation as you allow blood to flow down towards your brain, in towards your head. You might feel a little lightheaded. It's okay. It's actually really good for you to send blood and fresh nutrients and oxygen down to your brain. Obviously, keep listening to your body though, and don't do anything that doesn't feel right for you. We're going to walk it through. So we're going to bend one knee, take the opposite heel down towards the earth. This is giving us a nice hamstring stretch. And then on the other side, fingers spread wide, one heel drawing down, and then the other, as far as it will go to the ground is fine. Big deep breaths. And then bring both heels off the ground. Inhale, lift both heels off the ground. Exhale, lower both heels down. Inhale, bring both heels off the ground. Exhale, press the ground away, sit bones drawing up to the sky. One more. Inhale, lifting up. Exhale, lowering down. Now your gaze really ideally should be down at the navel or in between the thighs, allowing this passage to draw, for blood to go down to the brain. One more breath before you bring your left foot towards your right. And then take your right leg up to the sky. So we're going to take it up and then take your right heel towards your hip. Elevate your left heel. Bring your right knee in towards the chest. We're simply going to step the right foot through in between the hands. If it doesn't quite land there, you can use your right hand to guide it through. Bring your left knee down to the earth and place the left top of the foot down to the ground. Inhale, bring both arms up to the sky, reaching all the way up. Feel your heart drawing upwards. Open up by bending your elbows, opening the heart, feeling the shoulders stretch too. Inhale, reach your arms back up. I'm going to take the hands to namaste, the hands down to the hearts. And can you bring your fingertips to either side of the front foot or your palms? Come onto the ball of the back foot. Lift the left leg off the ground, and we're going to step that foot through to meet the right foot. And just allow your upper body to be like a rag doll, just loosely hanging down. And then when you're ready, roll up vertebrae by vertebrae, rising up and all the way up to mountain pose. Now here your feet should be grounded. You should feel your toes spreading wide, your spine extended, and we're going to bring the arms up to the sky. So reach all the way up to the sky. And then exhale, glide your arms either side like a bird, forward folding. Inhale, can you bring your hands to the shins and flatten your back, take your tailbone out. And then exhale, fold it down, bring your hands onto the elbows, allow your head to be loose. Take your head a little from side to side, nod it backwards and forwards, take a big deep sip of air. And exhale, just allowing the upper body to be loose, belly it to just hang down, and the spine to just create space in between those vertebrae. Now bring your hands either side at the front foot, and then step back with your right foot, big step back. Good. Now bring both palms down to the ground and step back with your left foot. So we should be here in a plank position. Make sure you're drawing your belly upwards, doming through the upper back, arms rolling in towards the bone. And then bring your knees down to the earth, knees and tops of the feet down to the earth. Can you now bring your chin and chest down to the earth, elbows staying squeezed in. And then inhale, rise it up to this low cobra pose. Breathe in. Exhale, press the ground away. And bring your sit bones down to your heels. And we're back to child's pose. Well done, everybody. Let's begin our rolling wave again. Inhale, bring your chin to your chest. Rise your sit bones away from your heels. Bring your pubic bone towards your navel, creating a wave-like roll through the back. Inhale to upward facing dog. Lift the quads off the ground. Tuck your toes under if you want to. Otherwise, flip over the feet. When you push back, sit bones drawing up into the sky, back to downward facing dog. Now inhale, lift your heels off the ground, so we did before. We're going to bring the heels over to the right hand side and lift the toes if we can. Bring your heels off the ground once more. Take them over to the left side and lift the toes if you can. Good, lift your heels off the ground once more. Inhaling, exhaling, drawing heels down towards the earth. Take your right foot towards your left, bring your left leg up to the sky, inhaling, lifting up. And then taking left heel to the hip, we're going to step the foot through in between the hands, heel, sole of the foot and toes if you can. Bring your right knee down to the earth. Inhale, bring both arms up to the sky. Big inhale, reaching up. Good. Reach up, heart drawing upwards. Exhale, open the arms to cactus, bending the elbows, heart drawing upwards. And then inhale, bring those palms back up to the sky, palms together. Exhale, hands draw down to the heart. Take your fingertips now, either side of the front foot, or your palms, tuck under your right toes and lift the knee. Step back with your left foot into a plank pose. Again, dome the upper back, push back into the heels. Take your knees, tops of the feet, chin and chest down to the earth. Inhale, gliding through to cobra. Exhale, back to child's pose. So back we come, we're back into child's pose. Sinking chest down in between the thighs. Take a moment to breathe and notice just how you feel. Has anything changed? From child's pose, in a moment, we're going to begin a Tibetan sun salutation. Now this is nice and gentle. When you're ready, breathing in, Begin to guide your hands up towards your knees. Inhale, lift your sit bones away from your heels. Bring your arms either side of you, reaching up, open your heart, bring your palms together. Exhale, bring your hands down to your heart. And then guide your hands forward or slide your hands forward, whatever works for your floor. And we're going to begin to take the chest down towards the earth, if possible the chin, but many of us might not be able to do that, so we're going to take the forehead down to the mat instead, or down to the ground. Now as you're here, you should be pushing your tailbone away and bearing down with your chest, and take 3 breaths together. This creates a beautiful stretch for the upper back and shoulders. Let's take 1 more breath together before we transition to cat pose. Hands under your shoulders, take your belly up towards your spine. Breathe. Put your shoulders over your wrists and then tuck your toes under, lift your knees off the ground, and we meet once more in a downward facing dog. Let's step the feet forward ever so slightly. Okay, so we're going to go into another twist. As I mentioned before, twists are extremely beneficial for your body, helping your body to detox its system by squeezing, helping to squeeze the organs, squeeze the body from the inside. So I'm going to give you a few different options. What we're aiming for is to take the right hand to the left ankle. If that's not available to you, take the hand up higher to the leg. If that's not available, just simply bring the fingertips down to the ground. And then we're going to try and take our gaze underneath our left shoulder so we can look up towards the sky. Now as you do this, engage your belly, squeeze your belly, and try to breathe 3 big deep breaths. And by this point you should be starting to feel nice and warm, creating a fire in your belly. After the 3 breaths, we're going to swap sides, bringing right hand down to the earth, taking left hand to the right ankle or higher up the leg or onto the ground, and then look under the right shoulder. 3 breaths, squeezing the belly, twisting through the upper spine. And then bringing the left hand down to the earth, fingers spread wide. Okay, so stepping your left foot towards your right, we're going to go into some dynamic poses now. So we're going to do a little bit of Budokan and some warrior poses. So when you're ready, bring your right leg up to the sky, flexing right toes to the shin. Inhale. Take your right heel to your hip, elevate your left heel, engage your belly as you bring your right knee towards your nose. Hold it there, squeeze the right knee in towards the chest, and then inhale, swoop the leg back up. Exhale, we're going to bring the right knee to see if we can touch the upper arm. If you can't get anywhere near, don't worry. Inhale, reach the leg back up. Exhale, bring the knee to the left upper arm if you can. And then inhale, swoop the leg back up. Well done. Okay, once more, bring your right heel to your hip, elevate the left heel, and let's take that right foot through in between the hands. Are you with me? Well done. Spin and ground your left foot. So the left toes are slightly forward. The back foot should be at a 45-degree angle. Now, if you've got room, bring the arms up either side of you to take them above the shoulders. So we're in a warrior 1 pose, left hip drawing forward slightly, right hip drawing back. Inhale, take the gaze upward if you can. Good, create space in the chest for the lungs, for the heart. Exhale, extend your right arm forward and your left arm behind. Feet grounded, so press through the edge of the left foot, look over your right hand. Breathe, feel grounded but strong. Turn your right palm upwards. We're going to gently sink back to peaceful warrior, grazing the back leg, perhaps with the left hand, sinking back a little. And then exhale when you're ready, joining together once more in warrior 2. Good. Now can you extend, so straighten your right leg and extend your right arm a little further forward, reaching forward. Bring your right hand down. Now it may be high up, that's fine. Or you may be able to start coming lower down, but what's important is you draw this left hip back, create space in the left ribs, and the left arm's going to draw up to the sky. You may even be able to get your 2 peace fingers on your right hand into your big toe. Trikonasana pose. Big deep breath, look up to the sky, past the left fingers. I'm always going to be giving you gazing points, or drishti points as we call them. They're to help focus your mind. As you exhale, we're going to bend through the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back. Now, either bring your right hand down to the earth, or you can feed the right hand underneath the knee and perhaps bind the 2 hands together. Look over your left shoulder. Take a nice big deep breath. And exhale. We're going to release the bind. Bring both hands either side of the front foot and come onto the ball of the back foot. Now we're going to take a little hamstring stretch by straightening the right leg as much as it wants to go. If it's still a little soft or bent, that's fine. Lift the right toes off the ground, perhaps bring the belly and chest forward. Exhale, bringing belly and chest and chin down towards that shin. Big deep breath. And exhale out of that beautiful stretch. So we're in a runner's lunge, and we're going to take our right hand into a fist. Can you bring that right fist up towards your shoulder? Can you take your left hand into a fist and begin to stack your heart over your hips, your shoulders, over the 2, and looking forward. So it's as if we're pulling a bow and arrow, right arm bending in, left arm extended. Make sure you're breathing deeply. Bring your left fingers forward. Extend your left arm up to the sky. Spin and ground your left foot. Bring your right arm forward with the palm facing up, bending into the right knee. Begin to circle your arms. The right arm's going to draw upwards. The left arm's going to draw down. Right leg is extending and we're bending into the left knee. We're going to cross the hands in front of the face and then push away with the right hand and behind with the left. Well done. Take your right hand towards the hip. Take your right toes off the ground and bend into the right knee. So it might feel a little bit like Tai Chi. It's actually called Budokon yoga. We're going to bring the right wrist onto the knee and bring the left arm over the ear. And then circle your left hand down towards the earth, back up to the sky and back over the ear. And some of you may be able to take the right fingertips down to the ground, to the outer edge of that foot. Really stretch the left side of the body, extended side angle pose. It's a great stretch for the back to ground through the left foot. Take your gaze, your drishti point past the left fingers, just to the fingertips. Big deep breath together, and then bring that left hand down to the earth. If your right wrist was on your knee, take your right hand down to the ground too. Come onto the ball of your back foot. We're going to bring the left knee down to the ground and then start to sink back. So as we sink back, we're going to straighten the right leg. You might need to walk your hands back, and that's fine. You might not be able to come all the way down to your heel, and that's fine too. What you should be feeling is a stretch into the right hamstring and calf. If you can take the toes back towards the shin, then do that. If you can reach for the ankle or the foot, please do. Inhale, look forward, exhale, fold. One more big deep breath into this stretch. Oh, it's so good to stretch. Exhale. Okay, let's take the hands now, either side of the front foot. Guide yourself forward, so we're back to this runner's lunge. Tuck your left toes under, lift the left knee off the ground. Rechamber your right knee into the chest. Swoop your right leg up to the sky. Inhale, swooping up. Now we're going to stack the right hip over the left. So what you want to do here is bend your right knee and try to stack the right hip as high over the left as you can. Right knee drawing up to the sky. Now, anyone with a lower back problem, please don't do this bit. Just hang out here where we are. Anyone that feels really good through the back and is okay, we're going to transition into a wild thing pose. So we're going to come up onto the ball of the left foot and take the right foot down behind, right hand lifting off the ground, left hip drawing down. We're going to scan over the knee and the ankle and then lift up the hips, taking a little back bend. Big deep breath. And then exhale, lower your left hip down to the earth. The right hand's now going to find the ground once more, and the right foot's going to extend all the way over to the outer edge of the right hand. So we should be on both palms, the right foot to the outer edge of the right hand, and we're going to try to bend the elbows, lowering the chest down, and then begin to bring the heart forward. Inhale, reach up. And exhale, if you can, extend the right leg, getting a hamstring stretch, flexing the toes in towards the shin. So I call these lizard rolls. So bend your elbows, coming back onto the sole of the foot, bring the heart low, forward, up, and all the way back, extending through the right leg, hamstring stretch. One more time, bend through the elbows, heart as low as you can. Inhale, rise up. Drawing back and lifting the right toes off the ground. And then coming back down onto the sole of your right foot. We're going to start, if we can, some of you will be able to get down to the wrists, finding a full lizard pose. There is an option to place the left knee down to the ground if you want. Squeeze your right knee in towards the right shoulder for a moment. We're looking down at the big toe, and then maybe we're going to open the right knee to open the hip a little. Take a nice big deep breath. And exhale. Bring that right knee back in towards your right shoulder. Come onto the palms of your hands. And then heel toe your right foot to the middle of your mat. We're going to step the right foot back. So we're back into a plank. Okay, so we're in a high plank. Okay, and we're going to think about building a little strength into the arms. Come down onto your knees. Cross your ankles over. Make sure your shoulders are over your wrists. Okay, so this is the dynamic part of the day, all right? We are, I promise you, going to be starting to go back to being relaxed as well, but everybody finds, has a need for different kinds of practices. So from here, we're going to take 5 tricep dips. So to take a dip, making sure your elbows are not drawing out to the side, they're squeezing in behind you, lower your chest down towards the earth, and then press up through those strong arms. Exhale, lower down. Now, if you find it really difficult, just go halfway. Don't go all the way down. 2. Exhale, lower down. Inhale, rise up. And again, exhale, lower down. Inhale, rise up. Let's do one more. Down we come. And rise up. Well done. Come back to your plank pose. Now, if your wrists and arms are really tight, if you're not used to this, please place the knees down to the ground. Otherwise, we're going to take a chaturanga, full chaturanga. So knees can be down to the ground or knees off the ground. Bring your shoulders forward. Make sure the hands are under your shoulders directly. And then lower your body down. Inhale, rise up to your upward facing dog. Lengthen the neck away from the shoulders. Big deep breath. And then exhale, let's take it back to a child's pose. Well done. Sink those sit bones down to the heels, forehead down to the ground. Take a big sip of air. And a long exhale. Okay, we're going to bring the hands now down to the heels. And we're going to transition to a camel pose. So anybody that knows this, that has this in your practice, then join me for this option. Otherwise, we're going to go to another option in a moment. So with your hands to your heels, if you're used to this, bring your chin to your chest. Rolling up slowly, lift your sit bones away from the heels. Bring your hips forward, open the heart, drop your head back. Now, if that's not possible for you or you're new to the practice, start from here instead, from kneeling. Bring your hands to the back so the fingers are facing downwards, elbows squeezing in. And then begin to bring your quads forward, heart drawing up to the sky. Begin to open up here and maybe drop the head if that feels okay. And if it feels safe to do so, bring your hands down to your heels. Feel the heart open, big deep breath. Feel free through this pose. You should feel your quads stretching, your heart opening, the shoulders dropping back, the neck dropping back. But if it feels funny on the neck, please do take the gaze forward rather than back. One more breath. And then let's transition down to child's pose. Sit bones down to the heels. Glide your hands back forward. And we're back here. Take a nice big sip of air. Notice how you feel. And then join me, guys, once more for a rolling wave. So when you're ready, the hands should be directly opposite the shoulders. The arms are going to stay long. We're going to bring the chin to the chest. Lift your sit bones away from your heels. Navel drawing up to the spine. Pubic bone draws towards the navel, gliding through. Inhale to an upward facing dog. Lift the quads off the ground. Tuck the toes under if you need. Press the ground away. Back to downward facing dog. Take 3 breaths together, and if you like, you can inhale and lift the heels as you breathe in, and exhale, lower the heels down. Again, maybe lifting the heels off the ground as you inhale, exhale, lowering them down. This time we're going to take a full rolling wave, lifting heels off the ground. Draw your chin to your chest so you're looking down at your belly. Take your shoulders over your wrists. As your hips begin to descend down to the earth, take your head to look forward, your shoulders to draw back. You should be floating, as in the thighs are floating, quads are floating. Press the ground away, and let's meet once more in downward facing dog. By the way, there's not just people from England on here today. We've got visitors from all around the world. I know we've got some ladies from Monaco as well. So just welcoming you all here. It's so nice to be practicing together. So we should be relaxed in downward facing dog. Now take your right foot towards your left, just a touch. Take your left leg up to the sky. Inhale, lift that leg high. Exhale, bring your left knee in towards the nose. Inhale, swoop your left leg back up to the sky. Exhale, take your left knee to the upper arm to touch if you can. Inhale, swoop the leg up. Exhale, take your knee to touch your right upper arm if you can. Inhale, swoop the leg back up. Good. Take your left heel to your hip. Elevate the right heel. Take your left knee in towards the chest. And then we're going to step that foot through in between the hands. Spin and ground your back foot. And then bring your arms up to warrior one. So remember, the back foot is at a 45-degree angle. I'm going to change sides. So reaching up to the sky. Inhale. Exhale, open the arms up to warrior two. Good, ground through both feet. Look over your left hand, shoulders dropped, but belly nice and strong. So we're strong but calm. Turn your front palm upwards and then begin to gently sink back, raising the back leg. Peaceful warrior. And then exhale, take it back to your warrior two pose. Beginning to straighten your left leg. Can you reach forward with your left hand and bring that hand down to the inner leg or down to the big toe with the two-piece fingers. Take your right arm up to the sky, Trikonasana pose. Remember to draw your right hip back a little. Take a big deep sip of air and exhale. Beautiful. Can you bring your right hand behind your back, feeding the hands perhaps into the left thigh crease. Bend your left knee. Either take your left hand down to the earth or feed it underneath the knee, taking the hands together. If you can, pull that right shoulder back. Take a nice big deep breath. And exhale. So twisting again. Big deep breath. And exhale, release, bring both fingertips down to the earth. Come onto the ball of your back foot and we're going to begin to straighten the left leg. Pushing back into the right heel, but don't feel you need to take it down to the floor. Lift the left toes off the ground. Take your belly and chest forward, inhale. Exhale, bring your belly, chest, chin down towards the legs, stretching deeper and deeper as we go further into our practice. Nice, big, deep breath. Remember, constricting the back of the throat, so you may sound a little bit like an ocean or like Darth Vader if you're correctly breathing Ujjayi breath. So coming on to the sole of that left foot once more. Okay, we're going to bring the hands down to the earth. We're going to take the left hand into a fist and bring the left fist up towards the shoulder. Take your right hand into a fist and rise up to archer's pose. Take your right fingers forward, make a circle with your right arm, spin and ground your back foot, glide your left arm forward. Try to keep moving softly as we swing the arms overhead, bending into the right knee, cross the hands in front of the face, push away with the right hand, forward with the left. Bring your left hand in towards the left hip, gliding forward into a lunge. Either taking the left wrist on top of the knee or left hand down to the earth. Take your right arm over the ear. Circle your right hand down towards the ground, following the hand with your gaze. Bring your right arm back over the shoulder. Good. Take 3 big breaths. You should be flat onto the right foot, extending through the right arm, creating a big stretch down the side body, into the obliques, perhaps into the right hip a little. One more big deep breath. Exhale, bring your right fingertips down to the ground. Come on to the ball of the right foot. Come on. And then slowly, softly coming down and tucking left toes in towards the shin. Remember, you can take modifications for this pose. Folding down, take 3 big deep breaths. Really take that last exhale for as long as you can. And then bring your hands down either side of the front foot. We're going to come slowly onto the sole of the foot. Bring the hands down to the earth. Tuck the right toes under and lift the right knee off the ground. Now swoop your left leg up to the sky and stack your left hip over the right. So really lifting that left knee high. Good, 3 breaths. And either staying here or bringing your foot down behind you and transitioning to wild things, scanning over the knee, the ankle, lifting the hip up, taking a little back bend. For some of you that have a practice, you may even be able to come into a full wheel from here, bringing both hands down to the ground. However, we have a range of abilities, so I don't want to scare anybody. Lower your hip down towards the earth. The practice here is to make you feel good, not to make you feel scared. Bring the left hand down to the earth. Bring your left leg up to the sky. We're going to step that left foot to the outer edge of the left hand. And take 3 lizard rolls. So get comfortable. Right knee is off the ground. We're on the ball of the foot. Bending the elbows. See how low you can go. Inhale, glide it forward. Exhale, draw it back, extending the left leg, perhaps lifting left toes off the ground. And again, gliding forward. Inhale. Exhale, roll it back. Left toes lifting. Hamstring stretch. One more time, rolling through. Inhale. And then exhale, take it back. Good, hold for 3, 2, and 1. Then bend through the left knee, place the left sole onto the ground. If it's available to you, come onto the wrists. If you want to, you can drop that right knee if you prefer. Good, squeeze your left knee in towards the left shoulder for a moment. And then open the left knee outwards, opening the left hip if that feels okay for you. And then squeeze that left knee back in towards the shoulder. Come up onto your hands once more. Take that left foot back. Make sure your hands are underneath the shoulders. Good, so we're going to hold plank. Remember, you can bring the knees down to the earth if you prefer. Shoulders are over the wrists. Upper back is doming, engaging the belly. Bring your shoulders forward. Chaturanga Dandasana, lowering the belly, the whole body down towards the earth. Inhale, rise it up. And then exhale, I'm going to bring the belly, the whole body down to the earth. And bring your hands, interlacing the fingers, just underneath your chin. Take a nice big deep breath. And exhale. And then when you're ready, we're going to send the arms down behind you, either side of the hips. We're going to begin to lift the heart, the chest off the ground, and perhaps lift the feet off the ground too. So we're going to feel the lumbar spine muscles kicking in here to support us. As we're flying through the air, we could even bring the hands, the arms into cactus maybe, holding, lifting up. And when you're ready, we're going to transition to bow pose, taking the feet into your hands, the upper feet into the hands. Catch a hold of the backs of the ankles and then lift yourself up as high as you want to go. Good, rising up. And then softly, slowly, down we come. Bring your hands underneath your shoulders. Press the ground away. Tuck your toes under. Lift your knees off the ground. And meet me in a downward facing dog. Nice big deep breath. And exhale. Now bring your left foot towards your right. Take your right leg up to the sky. We're going to take our right knee to the right wrist and glide our left leg behind us. Pigeon pose. Some of you may want to have a support underneath your right hip. We want to keep the hips squaring to the front, the fingertips either side, the shoulders drawing back. Breathe in and breathe out. Bring your belly and chest down towards the earth. Inhale, breathing in again. Chin draws to the chest, shoulders draw back. Exhale, softly, slowly, down we come. One more time. Inhale, breathing in, rising up. And then exhale, come all the way down. We're not going to hang out here for long. We're going into yin yoga later this afternoon. But just take a moment to stretch the arms out. Perhaps rock a little into the right hip. Perhaps walk your hands over to the right hand side, stretch out. And then walking your hands maybe over to the left hand side too. And stretch out. Walk your hands back to the center of the mat. We're going to creep those hands slowly back up. And we're going to take the left foot towards the left hip. Now starting to get a little stretch. See if it's possible. Be very careful. Take a hold of your left foot with the left hand if you can. And then we're going to begin to stretch the left quad, bringing that foot in towards the hip. For some that are flexible, you may be able to get it into the elbow. And if you're well practiced, you might be able to balance and perhaps bind the hands together. Wherever you are at, you are perfect. You are here with us today. That's the most important thing. We're going to slowly, softly come down and glide our left leg over. So send it all the way around to the front and take your left foot over your right thigh. Now, if that feels impossible for you, what you could do is extend your right leg and take your left foot over the thigh instead. So here we're moving into another detoxing twist. What I'd like you to do is place the sole of the foot firmly down to the ground as it wants to go. Hug the knee into the chest and bring your left hand around behind you. If possible, bring your right arm up to the sky. Take the elbow over the top of the knee. Take a big inhale, lengthen up through your spine. As you exhale, we're going to twist through the upper spine. And we're going to take 3 breaths together, sitting up nice and tall. Exhale, twisting, grounding through both sit bones. Couple more. After the 3rd exhale, if you can bring yourself back to the center, take your feet in front of you and take your hands behind your knees. Inhale, sitting up tall. Exhale, begin to lean back and bring your feet off the ground. So find a little balancing point. We're going to take the arms either side of the legs. Engage your belly and hold. This is baby boat for 3, 2, and 1. Well done. Cross your ankles. Bring your hands down to the ground. We're going to float the feet or step the feet back to plank. Take an optional chaturanga or meet us in downward facing dog. In downward facing dog, we're going to take one last rolling wave. Drawing heels down towards the earth, looking down in between the thighs. Sit bones drawing up to the sky. Inhale, lift your heels off the ground. Take your shoulders over the wrists, still looking down at the navel. Bring your hips down towards the earth, take your gaze up. Inhale, float. Exhale, press the ground away. And back we go to downward facing dog. Take your left leg up to the sky. And then taking your left knee over to your left wrist, folding the leg down, the shin at the top of your mat. Glide your right leg behind, walk your fingertips back. Inhale, looking forward. Exhale, we're going to take 3 spinal undulations. Inhale as you rise up. Exhale softly as you come down. Inhale, rising up. And exhale softly down. One more time. Inhale, rising up. And exhale down. We come walking the hands, the fingertips in front, extending the arms. And this is a deep hip opener. So you might feel something into the left hip a little here. It might feel different from the other side. If it feels a little tight, rock into the left hip. And then maybe walk your hands over to the left hand side. Take a big stretch and a big breath. And then maybe walk your hands over to the right hand side. A big stretch and a big breath. And then walking your hands back to the center, creep them back up. So we're going to try and stack the shoulders over the hips, if that's okay, on the lower back. Remember, you can prop the left hip. Look back to the right foot, take a hold of it into the hand, maybe take it into the crook of the elbow, wherever you can get is fine. If you feel balanced and you want to, remember, be safe. Take the left arm forward and maybe bind the hands. And then slowly, softly, we're coming down, bringing the left hand down. Now sit down onto the left sit bone and glide the right leg around over the left thigh. Remember, you could lengthen the left leg if you wanted to. Sit up nice and tall, breathe in. Hug that knee into your chest. Take your right fingertips behind you. Take your left arm up to the sky. We're going to take the elbow over the top. Nice deep twist. Inhale, lengthen up through your spine. Exhale, gently, slowly, twisting. Squeezing the body like a wet towel from within. Couple more breaths. Beautiful. And now softly, slowly unravel. Bring your body back towards the front and take your feet in front of you. Okay, so feel free, feel most welcome to come into baby boat where we were before, or join me by taking your arms either side of the legs and hooking your two peace fingers into your big toes. Try to lift the feet off the ground again. Take the feet parallel to the knees, and some of you might be able to lengthen the legs entirely. And then if you've got that far, see if you can open the ankles. Look up to the sky, feel your heart beaming upwards. You might roll backwards. If you do, don't worry, just have a laugh. Have fun with it. Bring the feet back together. Okay, we're going to reach out. We're going to focus on our core, engage the core. If you have lower back problems, bend the knees. Lower down until you're hovering, unless you've got back pain. If you've got back pain, just come down to the mat. And then inhale, we're going to rise back up, knees drawing into the chest. Exhale, lower down, hovering. Inhale, rise back up. One more time, exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale, slowly, slowly, slowly down. You come to the ground. Well done, everyone. So take a big deep breath and exhale. Now, if you want to take any movements here to perhaps reset the spine, you might want to take a little supine twist, maybe taking the knees into the chest, drawing them over to one side, shoulders grounded, drawing them over to the other side, perhaps looking over the right shoulder, drawing the knees back to the center, and bringing your feet down to the earth. Bring your hands down either side of the hips. Press your lumbar spine down onto the ground, so with that strong core that you've been building. So through all the plank work and the Navasana work there, the boat work, we've been building a strong core. Press that belly into the ground to squash the lower back into the ground. Palms either side of you. You're going to begin to lift the belly button up towards the sky. So feet underneath the knees, lifting up to the sky. Make sure your neck is long. Lifting up as you inhale. Exhale, slowly lowering the back down, vertebrae by vertebrae. And we're going to repeat that. So inhale, begin to lift your hips, your belly button up, drawing up to the sky, stacking onto the shoulders. Exhale vertebrae by vertebrae, slowly, softly lower down. And one more time, inhale, lifting up maybe a little higher this time, and perhaps you want to draw the shoulder blades towards each other underneath and interlace the fingers as an option. Make sure your chin is not drawing to your chest. Feel that stretch. Take a big deep breath. Beautiful. Whenever you're ready, softly lowering down into a Shavasana pose. So now is the time to get comfortable with the blanket. In Shavasana pose, we have the legs wide of the mat, the ankles rolling outwards, and the palms facing upwards, the shoulders grounded, the neck long, so that you can really begin to feel open. Allow your heart to feel open. Allow yourself feel ready to receive. This is the idea of a yoga practice. It gets us in a state ready for meditation, for stillness. Many people you'll find in gyms that would just attend a yoga class will dash off at this moment, but actually this is the most important moment of the practice. So you want to have your palms up to the sky, your heart open, perhaps, even if you feel hot now because we've been building heat, please have a blanket ready. Close your eyes, get comfortable, and I'm going to begin to guide you to relax your body. So take a big deep breath, soften the back of your eyes. Soften your neck, soften your shoulders. Gradually allow your whole body to relax. Your arms, wrists and hands. Your upper back, your chest, your lower back. Your hips, thighs, knees, your calves, ankles and feet. Allow your whole self to let go. Let go of control. Allow your body to relax and your mind to drift. So I want you to imagine that your body is becoming lighter and lighter, as if you are floating on water. And then try to imagine that you actually become the water. In flow, trusting the flow. As you allow your body to feel these sensations, allow your mind to fly. Check in and notice how you feel. And just now coming back to your breath, noticing your breath entering and leaving your body. Feeling light, feeling full of light. Relax, let go, and stay comfortable. We're going to transition soon into a breathwork video.
Hi there, my name is Richie Bostock, also known as the Breath Guy, and that's because I teach people how to breathe for a living. You see, the way that we breathe affects every single system and every single function in the body. So if you start to become aware of your breathing and learn how to use it in different ways, it means now that you have some really interesting control and influence over all these systems and functions in your body that can affect how you think, can affect how you feel, can affect your physical, mental performance, and even your emotional well-being. So straight away, we have a pretty cool tool inbuilt inside of us to be able to really affect our state of being and our quality of life. So in this session, I'm going to be taking you through a bit of a breathwork journey. Breathwork is anytime you become aware of your breathing and then start to change it to create some sort of physical, mental, or emotional benefit for yourself. And in this session, we are going to be preferably lying down for about 25 minutes or so, and using the breath in different ways to affect our bodies differently, to affect our mind and take our mind on a journey, so that by the end of it, you'll just be feeling really calm, really relaxed, energized at the same time, interestingly, refreshed, clear. And also, we're going to be using some techniques that have actually been shown scientifically to help to improve the immune system. So things like being able to decrease acidity in the body, decrease inflammation, even increase the amount of white blood cells in the body, and even help to boost other parts of the immune system, like increasing immune proteins such as immunoglobulin A. And so we're going to be using the breath, we're going to be using various visualization exercises to make changes in the body in a very real way. And you'll feel it. So let's go straight into exactly what it is that you might feel and what we're going to be doing. So we're going to be using a style of breath that I call bow breathing. And I call it bow breathing because I want you to imagine an archer. Okay, an archer, they have a bow and arrow, and they pull back the string on the bow using their muscle strength and energy to draw that string back. And when they choose to fire the arrow, they just release the string, the arrow flies away, they don't need to do anything, it just happens for them, right? And this is a metaphor for this breath. So think of the inhale kind of like the pulling the string back part, where we're using our energy, we're using our muscles and our intention to take a deeper breath than we usually would. So think about breathing into that belly, making that belly inflate. Think about breathing into the lower ribs in particular as well. Filling up your lungs by about 80% or so. So you're not filling up your lungs absolutely as much as you can, just a little bit less than that. You can inhale using your nose or your mouth. It's up to you. Personally, I do this breath through the mouth. It's a bit more of a stimulating breath in that way, but if you would like to breathe through your nose, by all means, go for it. And then on the exhale, this is the letting go of the string part, where you don't do anything at all. You just let the exhale happen. What that means is that you relax all the muscles that brought the air in the first place, and you'll find that air will just naturally expel out of your mouth. Okay, so we're exhaling out of the mouth. Inhale through the nose or mouth, but always exhaling out of the mouth. So it'll look something like this, okay? So we're not going or not blowing or forcing the air out. We're not going and slowly exhaling out either. Deep breath in, relax out. Okay? Easy, effortless. It might feel like you could breathe out a lot more. If it only feels like you're breathing out by 50% or so, that's perfect. That's exactly what we're going for. So that's the bow breathing. Now we're also going to do some conscious breath holding in this as well, where we're going to hold our breath for an extended period of time. For any ladies who are doing this right now and are pregnant, please don't hold your breath. Okay, so just when we get to the breath holding part, and it'll be pretty obvious when we do because everyone will be holding their breath, and I'll tell you not to breathe. But if you're pregnant, please just let the breath come and go naturally. Just relax, and then jump straight back into the active breathing part once we go into it. Anybody with any cardiovascular issues of any kind, we're talking heart surgeries, heart attacks, heart disease, or super high or low blood pressure that isn't being medicated in some way, please do this breath in this session seated, or at least at an angle. If you have to do it lying down flat, that is also fine, but I would also suggest that you breathe slower than the paces I set, so maybe slow it down by about 30% or so. And that's really about it. So we're ready to get started, guys. So if you are ready, lie down if you can. So find a comfortable place to lie down. I'll give you a second. You can do this seated as well, but I really want you to be comfortable. That's the most important thing. So find a space where you won't be disturbed for the next 25 minutes or so. Get comfortable. And when you are ready, you can close your eyes and relax. sitting or lying comfortably. Shut down the eyes and relax. Placing one or both hands over your belly button. And as you inhale, can you breathe into those hands? So, making those hands rise as you inhale, expanding outwards, and falling back towards your spine as you exhale. When we do our bow breathing, we really want to focus on breathing all the way down into our belly. So practice now gently, breathing deeply into that belly. And together, we're going to fully arrive with a collective sigh. So I invite you now to exhale out, and through the nose, take a nice deep inhale in, nice big inhale in all the way. Sigh out through the mouth. Through the nose, nice deep inhale in again, fill up those lungs all the way. Sigh out through the mouth, and just relax there now. Now we will begin with our bow breathing. So I invite you to exhale out, and let's go on a journey together. So through the nose or mouth, take a nice deep breath in, relax out through the mouth. Deep breath in, relax out through the mouth. Deep breath in, relaxing out. 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 And keep it going now. Turning that circle of breath nice and easy, effortlessly, filling up those lungs by at least 80% on the inhale. It's a nice deep breath in. And on the exhale, you simply relax and let go. Breathing a little faster than normal. This is a stimulating breath. It's an activating breath. Activating the systems inside of you. And with that activation comes certain sensation. Maybe you feel a little lightheaded, or a little spacey, or a little dizzy. Maybe you are starting to feel some tingling sensations in the hands, in the feet, or in the face. Whatever it is that you start to feel physically, just know that it is safe. That you can do this bow breath for hours on end, and it would be perfectly safe. Just know that thousands of people before you have done the exact same breathing techniques, have felt the exact same sensations, and they've all lived to tell the tale. So can you relax into whatever it is that you feel physically, and just breathe. Full breaths in, relaxing out. Full breath in, relaxing out. Full breath in, relax out, and keep it moving. Keep it spinning, keep it swirling. You are doing so well. Just relaxing with every exhale. Using the exhale to soften the body, to let go a little more. Full breaths in, relaxing out. It is safe to breathe. Finishing the next breath you're on, exhale out. Finish the next breath. Now take a complete inhale in, fill up those lungs all the way up. Relax out, exhale, let it go, and hold your breath. Holding your breath here. After the exhale. And as you hold your breath, can you relax your body? Just relax. Soon we will breathe again in 3, in 2, in 1. Take a nice deep breath in, fill up those lungs all the way. Big breath in all the way up, 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 up. Hold the breath in. Lungs are full. Hold the breath in. And relax out, exhale. Just relax. We will go back into our bow breathing now. So I invite you to exhale out. And here we go. Nice deep breath in through the nose or mouth. Relax out through the mouth. Deep breath in. Relax out. Deep breath in, 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 relax out. And keep it going now. You know what to do. Keep turning that circle of breath. You are doing so well. Just noticing whatever it is that you feel physically, without judgment, without labels. Put the analytical mind to the side and just relax into it. Knowing that if you feel something physical, it is simply evidence that you are making changes in your body and that you are doing it on purpose. So keep it flowing, keep it moving. And now finish the next breath you're on, exhale out. Take a complete breath in, fill up those lungs all the way up. Relax out, exhale, and hold your breath. And as you hold your breath, can you find the peace, the calm, the relaxation in the stillness, in the pause between things? because soon we will breathe again in 3, 2, 1. Take a nice deep breath in. Fill up those lungs all the way up. Big breath in. Up, 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 up. Hold the breath in. Lungs are full. Hold the breath in. Keep on holding. Hold it in. And relax out. Exhale. Just relax. We will move back into our bow breathing now. So I invite you to exhale out. And here we go. Nice deep inhale in, relax out. Full breath 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 in, relax out, and keep it moving now. Keep it spinning, keep it swirling, turning that circle of breath. Breathing with ease, breathing with grace, using the breath as a vehicle to travel down through the layers, past the analytical mind, past the ideas of who you are, into something deeper, a sleeping giant within that is waiting to be awakened. So breathe with that intention of going past the known into the unknown, knowing that it is safe, that it is exciting, that it is beautiful. Breathe in and feel. Feel yourself. Don't think. Feel, sense, tune in to what is happening inside of you. It's happening in your body. And keep turning that breath. Full breaths in. Relax out. It's just a couple more now. And now finish the next breath you're on. Exhale out. Take a complete breath in, fill up the lungs all the way up, 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 up. Relax out, exhale, let it go. And hold your breath. Soon we will breathe in 3, in 2, in 1. Take a deep breath in, fill up those lungs, big inhale in all the way up, 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 up. Hold the breath in, lungs are full. Hold that breath in, keep on holding. Keep on holding. And relax out, exhale. Just relax. Let the breath come and go naturally now. And let your body rest. And as you relax there, I invite you now to bring into your mind's eye a person, a place, a memory, or a thing that you feel deeply grateful for. I'm talking that kind of feeling that when you feel it, nothing else matters in this world except for this moment with this person, with this thing. Create a picture in your head now of this person or this memory or this thing. And once you've done that, and even if you haven't, draw that picture all the way to the front of your face so that it is nose to nose. Take the colors of this picture, make the colors brighter, more bold, more vivid, more crisp, like it's shining so brightly at you. What do you say to yourself when you are around this person or with this person in this moment? What do you say in your head? I love you. Thank you. I am so grateful. How lucky am I? Say it in your head now, but this time double the volume so that it's like you're screaming it from the top of a mountain. Hear it echo through the valleys, through the canyons. Say it again. I love you. Thank you. I'm so lucky. I'm so grateful. How great is this? And most importantly, how do you feel? Is there more love? Is there more joy? Is there more happiness? Is there gratitude? What is that feeling in your body, and locate it now? Is it in your heart? Is it in your chest? Is it in your belly? What is that feeling? And once you've located it, and even if you haven't, double it in size and start to spread it through your body. And then double it again, send it down your legs all the way to the tips of your toes. Double it again, send it down your arms, all the way to your wrists, to the tips of your fingertips. Double it again, send it up through your neck, up into your head, all the way up to the crown of your head. Now double the intensity and see yourself glowing in this feeling, lighting up with this feeling. Double it again and let it sink into every single cell of your being. Feel. Just feel. And now, take this feeling and send that feeling down to your toes. Maybe it has a color. If it has a color, imagine that your feet are now glowing in this color. Take a deep inhale in through the nose, and with every inhale you fuel yourself with more of this feeling, this love, this joy, this gratitude. With the next inhale, start to see that glow, that feeling raise up through your ankles into your shins. With the next inhale, fuel that feeling even more and have it come all the way up over your knees, moving into your thighs. With the next inhale, fuel that feeling of love and joy and gratitude. Feel it move up your thighs, touching onto your hips. With the next inhale, feel that feeling move up through your hips into your stomach. With the next inhale, feel it move up through your stomach, up into your chest. With the next inhale, feel that feeling and send it up through your shoulders and down your arms. With the next inhale, feel it go through your wrists, into your hands, into your fingertips. With the next inhale, feel it moving up through your collarbones into your neck. With the next inhale, feel it move up through your jaw, up into your face. And with one more inhale, fill up your head completely with this feeling of love and joy and gratitude. And now, just relax your breath, relax your body, and let your body rest. Starting to bring your awareness to a whole new body. to a whole new mind, and to a whole new beginning for you. Setting an intention now for your body that in the not too distant future it will have to rise up and re-enter the world that is so excited to have you in it. So start to bring some movement into the hands, into the fingers, into the feet and toes. Just making sure that they're all still there. Start to move your head from side to side ever so gently, just making sure it's still attached to your body. Maybe you feel ready to have a little stretch and to extend yourself, doing anything now that helps you to feel completely grounded back in your body. And when you feel ready, you can open your eyes. So just taking your time, no need to rush. You can still lie there for a little while longer if you like, or sit yourself up and start to really come back. But take your time, give yourself a lot of time now, a lot of space. Take it easy. So, welcome back. I hope you had a nice experience. I hope you had a nice journey. So just a couple of final little bits and pieces. Some of you may have noticed that you still feel a little bit lightheaded or a little bit spacey or a little bit dizzy. You might still feel some tingling sensation or feel a change in temperature throughout your body. We've just taken your body through a big journey and shifted it back and forth in lots of different ways, and that just means it takes a little bit of time for the body to kind of recalibrate itself and to come back to a place of balance and homeostasis. So give yourself time for everything to come back to normal. Okay, if things feel a bit strange for a little while, that's perfectly okay. Just give yourself time, and in a matter of minutes everything comes back to normal. Now, sometimes this work can even be a little bit emotional. And that's because when we sit or lie down and breathe for extended periods of time, there's no other distraction. We are here, we are with ourselves, and the actual physiological changes that are happening, particularly in our brain, mean that we are much more able to access the emotional centers of our brain and experience what is happening for us emotionally there. So if you feel a little bit emotional, whether it's feelings of happiness and feelings of joy and love and gratitude, or sometimes even more challenging feelings that maybe you knew were there that got brought up to the surface, either way, it doesn't matter. It's perfect the way it is. It's exactly what you're supposed to be experiencing right now because it's you. No magic pills here, no magic potions, simply just using our breath, using something that's already inside of us. So if you're feeling emotional in some way, it means that that's inside of you already. And now the great thing, if you're feeling something that's challenging, is that if you're able to relax into it and continue to breathe through it, it means that that feeling, that whatever it is that you have, is releasing. Okay, it's being expressed, it's being let go. So give yourself that time to feel, to experience. Give yourself all the space, all the grace, and all the compassion that you're probably so good at giving other people. Give it to yourself right now. Okay, it's really, really, really important. So please drink plenty of water now, because this deep breathing is a big pump of your lymphatic system, which is like your internal sewage system. So lots of water now, just to continue to flush things around, and don't make any rash decisions in the next 10 minutes or so. You know, if you are having to, drive or operate any machinery or write emails or doing anything, just make sure that you are being extra careful over the next little while, because you have a bit of breathing brain right now and you just need some time to relax and to come back slowly. Okay, so just give yourself time, have something to eat if you can. That helps to ground you as well. So that's about it, guys. If you have any questions or concerns, please get in contact, okay? If you want to share your experience, please get in contact with me. It's my job to make sure that after you have these kinds of deep sessions that you've supported afterwards. So my website is thebreathguy.com, and it has all my contact details on there, so you can email me. You can even reach me on Instagram, the Breath Guy on Instagram. I'm really good at responding to messages on there as well, so you can just shoot me a private message there and I can get back to you. If you just want to share, or if you have any questions or anything at all, please just make sure that you get in contact, okay? It's my job to make sure you're okay. So please do get in contact. But apart from that, really, really well done. It was a really, really nice session, and I'm so happy to have shared it with you. I hope you're feeling great. Any questions, sharings, or concerns, reach out. I'm here for you guys. Thank you so much. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other.
So lovely people.
And, I hope to
thank
see
you
again
so
very
much
soon.
for being here. I really hope you enjoyed that breathwork video. We're back. We're going to a break now. So just take some time before we go and get some. So Richard was just saying having some food is a good idea. And in a moment, we're going to be going over to Naomi's kitchen. But take a 10-minute break and grab a drink. Just get yourself back to it. Might be feeling a little bit different at the moment. That's such an amazing breathwork workshop. You know, it can really send you on a total journey. I can see some lovely comments coming up here. So I really hope you enjoyed that journey there, that breathwork journey. So please come back in 10 minutes and we're going to go over to my good friend and colleagues Naomi's kitchen, and she's going to take you through a nutrition workshop and cooking our retreat lunch together. So please go ahead, grab a drink, have a little break, and we'll see you back in 10.
I begin to
You know.
So, hello, we are back and we are going all the way over. Isn't the internet amazing? We're going all the way over to Naomi's kitchen. So, good morning, Naomi. It's really lovely to see you. I just want to introduce Naomi to everybody. So, Naomi has become a really, really beautiful good friend of mine. We've been working together now for a couple of years, and we've done some events, retreats. We've even organised a gorgeous retreat over in Ibiza that's coming up next year. So it's a real absolute pleasure to introduce you to Naomi Buff from Nourished by Naomi, who's going to give you a little bit of a chat on nutrition, and then we can all cook together and cook our retreat lunch together. So the internet is amazing. It's also like, whoa, a lot to get your head around as well. But yeah, it's so beautiful to see you. Good morning.
Good morning. Well done, Jess. This is amazing.
Thank you. It's scary but amazing all at the same time. Nice to see you. I'm going to make you a little bit larger, Naomi, and so everybody can see you. Hold on a minute, and I'm going to right.
Hi, everyone. I'm just trying to get my camera in view so that you've got the best possible view, as much as possible, of everything that we're doing today. So hopefully you can see that. So first of all, I just want to check that the chat box is working. So if you are watching, please just use the chat box just to say hello, because this is a little bit of an interactive class, so you will be welcome to ask questions. So yes, chat's working. So who else have I got joining today? I can see there's 34 participants. Hi, Gabby. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. So who is cooking along? Who's cooking with me today? Who is preparing their lunch as we go, or a little bit after? Just let me know. Hi, Yasmin. Hi, Emma. You're cooking. Fantastic. Annabelle's cooking as well. Brilliant. I'm just going to give it just a couple of minutes, because I know that we've got 34 people watching at the moment. Anne-Marie's going to do her best. Do you know what? That's all we can do. All we can do is our best, and that's all I want from you. Just going to give it a few more minutes, because we've got 34 people watching at the moment. So I know that there's over 80 people joined today. So I'll give it a few more moments just for people to finish up their cup of tea and get back to us. How is the day going so far? I think you've all been enjoying some great classes, meditation with Anne-Marie, yoga with Jess, and of course, hi Joanne, nice to see you too. And of course you've had some breath work as well. So what a treat, what a beautiful way to spend today, really. And how fantastic that everything is going to, everything's going to be going to the NHS. So through your generosity, from what you've donated today, we are able to give something back to the NHS. So it's such a great cause. And I mean, so much gratitude for Jess for putting all this together in a short period of time, to be honest, and getting such a great crowd of people. And she's exceeded her target for raising £1,000 for NHS. So big well done to you, Jess. Well done. Okay, so so I think what we'll do is we'll start. Jess has said that 90 attendees, but some of them have got children who are going to be watching this tomorrow. So we'll get going, because you're probably all really hungry. So first of all, let me just tell you a little bit about me, for those who don't already know me. So my name's Naomi Buff. I'm a mind-body nutrition coach. I've been working in nutrition for about 8 years now. And I kind of fell into this because my son stopped eating everything when we moved abroad. He went from eating all of his beautifully cooked Annabelle Carmel meals onto just eating white food. So pasta, bread, milk, yogurts. Doctors would say, oh no, that's fine, that's normal, but I knew it wasn't. So I started studying nutrition, and this really spurned a deep passion for me for how important nutrition is, and how we can actually use nutrition to heal ourselves and it's such an important part of our lifestyle. So I do lots of different cookery workshops, and actually the way that I started my business all those years ago was exactly like this. I was doing a cookery workshop in my apartment, and I think some of the ladies who are on this retreat today might have even been at the very first one. So I don't know if you're watching, Tanil. If you are, give us a wave. So doing these workshops, it is a real passion of mine. I just love to show women like yourselves how to just create really simple, nutritious, nourishing meals made from whole food, natural ingredients. That is that's what I love. But I do one-to-one coaching. I do group coaching. I have a food product, a superfood and adaptation product, which I sell in Harrods, and also I do nutritional menus and consultancy for restaurants and hotels. So it's quite busy, but really exciting. So before we kind of go on, I just really want to share with you my 5 principles for how I live my life, how I teach my workshops, because I think it's really important you understand that, because then you'll understand how I put this workshop together for you today. So first of all, it's holistic. So what that means is it's looking at nutrition that expands beyond the plate. It's not just the food that we're eating, it's our relationships, it's how fulfilled we are in the other areas of our life, all really important and part of the well-being. It's also realistic. So for example, if I was doing a recipe today with 25 different ingredients, which you have to go to 5 different supermarkets for, not realistic at the moment, that's for sure, that cost an arm and a leg, again, not realistic. Something that I'm really passionate about is just finding a way to make this accessible and realistic for anybody. So that comes down to cost, time, so many different factors. It has to be realistic. It's also individual, so this is really recognising. I think this is so important because each one of us, we're all completely different. So what works for me might not work for you, and that's okay. What this is about is finding what your individual blueprint of health, nutrition, wellness is for you. One man's food is another man's poison. So we're just looking for the foods that make us thrive. And even healthy foods can make us feel bad if they don't agree with us on a personal level. It's also compassionate, and I think this is so important because so many of us, we beat ourselves up. We eat a piece of chocolate, have a glass of wine, and out comes the like the mean stick, and we're like, you shouldn't have eaten that. And we really can get ourselves sucked into this negative thought pattern where we can really beat ourselves up. So this is just really about embodying a compassionate and kind approach to ourselves, and once we have that, it completely changes our relationship with food. That is a game changer. And it's also mindful. So this is just really about being mindful about what we're eating, and that goes for if we want to have a piece of chocolate cake or a glass of wine, just really slowing down and just giving ourselves that space to say, well, I want this because I've had a bad day, without it being a mindless action where something's been completely devoured and you don't even know why it's happening. Then that sends you spiraling into further and bad behaviour. So how we eat is so important. And just having that mindful approach. So today we are going to be making a quinoa salad, and this is completely plant-based because obviously with the nature of today, with the yoga and with the sound, it is better just to keep yourself feeling lighter. And heavier proteins such as meat, cheese, dairy, they can be harder to digest. So they are going to be sitting that they will be sitting in the digestive system, and your body may feel slightly heavier. So this is why I thought a really nice light quinoa salad, which is really easy to prepare as well. So first I'm just going to run through what I've kind of got here. And I've got lots of different variations as well. So I'm going to guide you through it all. Please use the chat box. I have got it up here so I can see it popping up if anybody has any questions, so please ask questions if you need to. So first of all, we'll just go through the ingredients. So where should I start? cooked quinoa. I've got cherry tomatoes, got yellow pepper, cucumber. For the life of me, I've not been able to get hold of any parsley, so I've had to improvise, and I've got coriander. Lemons, garlic, red onion. What else have I got? Dijon mustard, olive oil, salt and pepper. I think I've kind of gone through everything there. And then in terms of equipment, not too much really. Bowl and a spoon just for our mixing. I use some measuring cups. Don't worry too much if you don't have measuring cups. I'm just using these for the sake of teaching this workshop. If I was doing this myself, I'd literally just be throwing it all in. So if you don't have measuring cups, don't worry. I'm going to talk to you about how to use your intuition with this anyway. And then I've just got this is just a little whizzer, but you might have like a stick blender as well. So this is just going to be just to whiz up the salad dressing. Oh, and a zester. So if you haven't got any of those bits, go grab those now, and then we will get cooking. So does anybody have any questions before we start? Please feel free to pop them in the box there for me. Okie dokes. So first things first. So when it comes to like making a salad, I mean, I love the quinoa salads. I think they're fantastic. Oh, you know, the dress. Thank you, Jess. I thought pineapples are quite appropriate because it's pineapples stand tall and they wear a crown. I thought, given we're all in isolation, let's bring some of that into the workshop today. Okay, back to the cooking. Now we've got fashion next with flair. Anyway, so whenever I'm doing like a salad, I'm always thinking about a base. So today I'm using quinoa, but if you don't have quinoa, you could use something like you could use like leafy greens, lentils, and chickpeas, brown rice. The thing that I'm looking for in a base is something that is going to be fibrous. So a white rice, for example, has had all of the fibre stripped from it. So that's not really, it's going to fill us up, but it's not really going to give us that fibre and the B vitamins that we get from whole grains. With the quinoa, here's a really good tip. I mean, you might have bought like a sachet or a pre-made. That's fine too. You have to start exactly where you are. If like making your own quinoa feels a bit overwhelming, then buying the sachets is absolutely fine. It's all about recognising what your starting point is, starting there, and then once you build confidence, once you understand different ingredients, then you can start to integrate other practices as you go. But with quinoa, so a really, really good tip from about quinoa. Some people say that they can't digest it, and the reason for that is all grains have a coating on them called phytic acid, and what that does is it just protects it in its natural environment from sprouting. So to release the phytic acid, what we do is we soak the quinoa in just water, and for about 24 hours, and you would notice that it'd have like a foamy residue on the top. That gets all rinsed off. You rinse the quinoa and then you cook it. Cooking time is significantly reduced, so it's really important that you keep an eye on it. And you're just looking for it to go translucent, and you're looking for a little tail to come out as well. And what you'd find is if you're somebody that does struggle to digest quinoa, that this would actually make it much more digestible. It would also make it much more nutritious as well, because all of the goodness is within. It's not to say that it's not nutritious if you don't soak it or if you're buying the bags, but it's just making it more nutritious. So hopefully that has been a useful tip, but please let me know. Use the comment box, come and talk to me. So I'm just going to chuck a cup of this in here, and with this recipe serves about 2 people, but what I want you to think about is how does the rest of your day look? Who else have you got to feed? How about tomorrow? So you might use this recipe just to make a little bit more. I always do that. I'll always make double so that I've got something to eat the next day, because as I said earlier, I have got a very fussy family. So for me, always having something that I like in the fridge is completely key for me. So have a think about that, and just think, do you need to adjust these? So if you wanted to make this for 4 people, for example, then maybe think about adding a little bit more quinoa in. So I've just tracked a cup in at the moment. Okay, let's pop that there. And then I'm going to use about half a yellow pepper. But again, if you've got more people that you're cooking for, put a whole one in. And it doesn't have to be a yellow pepper. I personally love colour when it comes to the food that I'm eating. So I'll always add in an abundance of colour. And let me just show you this. I mean, you can see there that I've got a little rainbow going on my chopping board. So whenever I'm making anything, this is what I'm aiming for. It's a rainbow. Eat a rainbow, because each different food has different antioxidant properties, and each different antioxidant has a different function in our body. And antioxidants are so important because they fight free radical damage, and free radicals will enter us through toxins, through cigarette smoke, pollution, poor dietary choices, alcohol, stress. This all creates extra free radical damage, and this creates cell damage within our body, which leads to disease. So antioxidants, they're like our body's like the warriors within. So they will fight the free radicals. So having a diet rich in antioxidants, lots of different coloured fresh vegetables and fruits, is really, really key for keeping a healthy interior and a strong system within. So that's why when it comes to quantities, I'm always a little bit loose with that, because I think the more fresh stuff that you can get in, the better, to be honest. I'm just going to chop these without chopping my fingers off, with a little bit of luck. Right, there we go. And I've just cut these down into like small little bite-sized pieces, which I'm just going to show you. Can you see that? Oops. So they can go in. There you go. That's all going in beautifully. And then half a red onion. But again, you might want to put a whole onion in. And I mean, onions and garlic are so good for supporting the liver. And because we're in isolation at the moment, we can actually eat as much garlic and as many onions as we like, because we have to keep 2 meters away from everybody. So people don't care if we stink, because they're not going to be able to come close enough. So just going to slice up this again into just little cubes. Again, avoiding my fingers. Fingers are not part of the recipe, so please mind yours as well. There we go. So I like to cut the onions up quite small so that they really distribute throughout the salad. But if you don't like onions, if they don't agree with you, you don't have to put them in. I absolutely adore raw red onions and spring onions, so we'll often pop them into my salads. Oh yeah, and the same with taking an online class, absolutely. Yeah, if we were at one of Jess's in-person yoga retreats, you might not be able to have as much onions when you're kind of sitting as close. So there we go. So already that's looking beautiful. Colours just coming together. How's yours always looking, ladies? Okay, so now I'm just going to chop up the cucumber. If you don't have cucumber, you could always use courgette. That is another option. So this is kind of like a little bit like a tabbouleh type recipe.
Naomi,
Hello.
We have a comment from Emma saying that she missed a step. Does she add garlic with the onion?
No, the garlic is coming in the dressing. Sorry, I just missed that. No, at the moment all we've got in is the quinoa, the pepper, and the onion. But I was just talking about obviously onion and garlic being great for an online workshop. Perfect. Yeah. Any other questions? Please, continue to ask away. There is no such thing as a silly question when it comes to cooking, I don't believe, because again, everybody is starting from their own individual place, and that's exactly where they need to start, as I said. So cucumber has been cut again into just little cubes there, and it's all just going in beautifully. I love cucumber, especially straight from the fridge. It's so refreshing. And then I've got cherry tomatoes. I think these are like gorgeous little sweets. So Moorish. So I'm just gonna, so again, I'm gonna put about half a cup of chopped tomatoes, but you might want to put more. So with the cherry tomatoes, I'm just gonna cut them in half and then quarter them again. So each tomato goes into 8. There we go. And this is a great salad because you can pop this in a Tupperware container, and as long as you seal it properly, it still tastes great the next day. And sorry, what I forgot to mention with the quinoa is that once if you batch cook the quinoa, you can keep it in a Tupperware for probably a good 4 or 5 days, and then it's perfect because every time that you want to like quickly whip up a salad, you've got a base there. You can make it into a porridge. You can put it into soups, you can put it into stews. So I just find that having a bowl of or a tub of cooked quinoa in my fridge is always really, really helpful and useful. So there we go, tomatoes have gone in. So I'm just going to show you how that's looking there. Give that a lovely little stir. So how is yours looking, ladies? Is it all looking good? Okie dokes. Pop that over there. Okay, so as I said, I couldn't find, I have not been able to get hold of any parsley. So I'm using coriander. And at the end of the day, like, being forced into this isolation, it is making us have to be a little bit more resourceful because we don't have those luxuries that we've been used to, just being able to run out to the shops and grab something if we don't have it. It is pushing us out of our comfort zone and saying, well, okay, if I don't have that, what can I use instead? And I actually think that is a really beautiful gift that we need to really embrace and take away with us in these challenging times. So herbs, I think, are completely underrated because they've got so many nutritional benefits. They're great for detoxification. They really support the system. And if you think like medicinal herbs have been used in Chinese, Ayurvedic and ancient therapies for thousands of years. And we're so lucky because we have an abundance of herbs that are available to us in our local supermarkets. Obviously some weirder and wonderful ones, they might take a little bit more sourcing, but really take advantage of what we do have available to us. So whenever I'm making any kind of salad, I'll always add in some herbs, and at the moment all it is coriander, which is fine because I absolutely adore coriander. So I'm going to take a generous chunk of that and then just chop that, and I'm putting about half a cup in, which sounds quite a lot, but by the time that you kind of chop it, a little bit more. And the herbs are so fragrant, and it's really about just getting that balance of all the different flavors, the textures, the colors, bringing everything together. So that's going to go in, and so you can just really see it all coming together. And maybe just have a moment just to smell those fresh ingredients. And what comes out more for you? Yummy. No. So I thought I'd missed a comment, but no, that was Emma's comment about the garlic. Smells divine. And so simple as well. And the ingredients I've shown you today, mix and match these. Have a look in your fridge, be resourceful. If you don't have a yellow pepper, what else do you have? But thinking about like that rainbow, building that rainbow within anything that you're making. And sometimes you might look in the fridge and like, all you have got is green stuff. If that's what you've got, then that's what you've got. Go with that. Other things that you can add in, and what I'm going to do today actually is I'm going to add in some lemon zest, because the zest of lemons and limes really add a vibrant punch, and I just think it's such a delicious flavour. The only thing that I would say with lemons is if you don't have organic, you probably don't really want to be putting the zest in. So if you've got organic lemons, use the zest. If not, leave this part out. You can also add in things like that you might have in the fridge, and at this time is fantastic. So things like capers, olives, sun-dried tomatoes. You might have artichokes in the jar, jalapeno peppers. So thinking about the things, and you can mix and match between fresh and like preserved jar ingredients as well. I think they can really complement each other. So I'm just going to add some zest in, and then we'll go on to the dressing. So I'm not going to add the whole of the lemon. I'm just basically going to go around. But depending on how much, you might not like lemon, so don't put the lemon zest in. You know, make this your salad. I always think with any recipes, you have to look at it and really ask yourself, do I like all these ingredients? Does this work for me? Because it's all very easy to look at a recipe and go, oh, that's really healthy, I should be eating that. Really, if you don't like the ingredients, then you're not going to enjoy it as much. And I'm much more about enjoying food rather than, well, let's just eat a kale salad because it's healthy. Your body knows, your body's got the most incredible intelligence. And if you're eating something, if you're drinking a green smoothie and you've got your finger on your nose, your body knows, and it's thinking it's under attack. It's thinking that there's a foreign invader coming in, so it puts up all of the defense mechanisms, and it doesn't assimilate all of the nutrients from it. So even the healthiest food, maybe we're not absorbing it if we are not in the right mindset for it. So that is all looking beautiful. The lemon zest has just gone in there, and it's really, the smells have really lifted with that as well. So Anne, yes, of course, use lime. Yeah, absolutely. You say you prefer the taste. So that is so important, just to really recognise like, what you prefer and having that confidence just to change it. And I will say sometimes you'll change a recipe and it'll be amazing. Sometimes you'll change it and it won't be. Organic, preferably, yes. Although it is really tricky to get hold of organic lime, so just do what you can. Okay, so we're going to move on to the dressing now. Looking forward to eating this, Yasmin. I know, me too. This is my lunch as well. So with the dressing now, so I've got 2 lemons here. Now with organic lemons, they tend to be a little bit smaller and they tend to not have as much juice as regular lemons. So what you might want to do is just feel your lemon. If it feels a little bit hard, that means that when you start to juice it, the juice is not going to come out as easily. So you might just want to put it onto your work surface, put a little bit of pressure and squeeze down. Give it a little bit of a roll, just really, and then you should be able to feel underneath how it's loosened. and that's what you're looking for. Okie dokes. So I've got 2 lemons. I'm just going to juice these. Love lemons. There we go. The dressing I'm actually doubling up in quantity because it's quite tricky, like blending down garlic, if you've only got a really small amount of liquid. And I always think whenever you're making like a dressing, if you make double, then you can put half of it in a empty jam jar in a little container, and then that's something that you can go back to and add to a salad later on in the week. It's all about making life as simple as possible, really, isn't it, in the kitchen? So I always say, cook once, eat twice. So that's it. Lemon juice has gone in. I'm going to add a clove of garlic. I'm going to add a generous pinch of salt. So it's probably a good half a teaspoon. Because you need the salt. With all of these ingredients, because the quinoa was only very, very lightly seasoned, so it might need a little bit more added afterwards. Crack of black pepper, 1/4 cup of olive oil. So what's really important with olive oil is, this is an organic one from Sainsbury's, and it's not actually too expensive. I think it's around £3.50. This is unfiltered and it's extra virgin. So this is what you're looking for. And I don't know if you can actually see, but it's really quite cloudy. It's not perfectly clear. And that's what we're looking for with olive oil, because all of the benefits are in the unfiltered element of this. And a lot of, even though if it says extra virgin olive oil, a lot of store olive oils are cut with cheaper oils, but this is like 100% extra virgin unfiltered olive oil. So this is where all of the benefits from the Mediterranean diet reside. But it's really tricky, because even if it says pure extra virgin olive oil, yes, that might be one element of it, but what might be on the small print at the back is that it might only be 60% or 70% extra virgin olive oil, and then it's been cut with another oil. So always check your oils, because unfortunately the food industry does not tell us the full truth a lot of the time. So we really have to be on the ball and looking out for these things. But I found that this is a really, really great oil. And so I'm just putting in 1/4 cup of that, which is about 60 ml. And last ingredient is just some Dijon mustard. So this is quite a classic, really simple French dressing, French inspired dressing. But you can't go wrong with something as simple as this. And hopefully the ingredients that I've used you'll have at home, so it's not too hard to go out and find those ingredients. So I'm just going to whiz this up, so it's going to get noisy just for a moment, so bear with me. There we go. Let's just stir those bits down. I'm just making sure that all of the garlic has been broken down, because personally I don't mind if I get a lump of garlic, so I think it's all really delicious. But if you're making this for anybody else, then they might not agree. If you don't have a little whizzy thing like this, you can always just crush the garlic or finely chop it and then just stir that through as well. But as you can see, like the dressing looks a little bit like a Frenchy dressing there. And I'm going to pour about half of that over, and then the other half is going to go into a little jar ready for something else I'll make later on in the week. If you are making more a larger quantity of this salad, then you might need to add a little bit more. But what I'm looking for is for everything to be coated. If I pull everything up like this, I've not got a big swimming pool at the bottom here. Okay, so it's a nice amount, but it's not too dry. Now, really important thing, you want to have a taste of this. What I'm tasting for is just really to make sure that I've got enough salt in this. Teeny tiny bit more salt. Whenever you're cooking or making anything, taste it as you go along. So because you need to use your judgment, because when we're cooking with fresh ingredients like this, no two tomatoes are going to taste exactly the same. Cucumber can vary. You'll get more juice out of one lemon than another. So it's really important that you're always just checking in with your food and just tasting it and just seeing how it tastes for you and making sure that it's good. And the great thing about lemon and salt is that they really balance each other out. So if with this it was too lemony, so if I'd added too much lemon juice, I'd add a little bit more salt just to balance the acidity of the lemon. And likewise, if I had too much salt, I might add a squeeze more lemon, because that's going to balance it as well, which is really why I wanted to show you this dressing, because it is something that's really simple and it's something that's really adaptable as well. And I do really believe that when it comes to making things like a salad, there are various important elements to it. So first of all is the base, as I said. So we've got the grains, which I've explained. Then is all the fresh or cooked vegetables. So for example, you could do this same salad, but you might do some Mediterranean roasted vegetables. So some courgettes, peppers, red onions, and aubergine. Let that cool, then add that in, and then again put the dressing on top with the fresh herbs. So you've got your base, you've got your vegetables or salad ingredients, you've got your herbs. I always put herbs as something separate, and dressing, okay? And the dressing really is so important because it really helps to make a salad. So sometimes they can be quite bland, but the salad dressings are really what just bring it all together and just can create that wow factor for something that you're making. So what I always say to my clients is just nail 2 or 3 good dressing recipes. So you've always, and have the ingredients to hand. So often there'll be things that you'll have in like your pantry. So balsamic vinegar, rice wine, for example, apple cider vinegar, olive oil, salt, maybe some spices, some chili, garlic, ginger, turmeric, miso paste. So find the things, find a couple of good dressings that work for you. So I quite like having a French. I've got a tahini one, and then I've got like a miso based one, and they are the ones that I tend to rotate. And every now and again I will just be a bit bored and think, right, let's just throw a few things in and see what we end up with. So finding a salad dressing is really, really incredible too. So just checking that I always end up like gassing on when it comes to workshops, and I know that we've got a really tight schedule ahead, and you have got to make sure you've got time to eat your salads as well. So that's basically our salad. So how is everybody's looking? Tastes amazing, Emma. Fantastic. I'm so happy to hear. Anybody else had a little taste of that? Let me know. Yes. Jessie just said that I was on MasterChef. So not last November, the November before, I took part in the Monaco MasterChef. And I got through to the semi-finals, which was really, really exciting. Right, I'm just going to serve this up just so that you can have a look at the presentation as well. So I've got a nice plain white bowl. I'm just going to put a generous scoop of that. About half of this mixture is going to go in, because the other half is likely to be my lunch tomorrow. There we go. And so on top of this, I mean, you could add a protein if you wanted, but to be honest, the quinoa is a complete protein anyway. It's a complete plant-based protein. Lots of other of the vegetables and grains, they're rich in plant proteins, but they're not complete. Quinoa is a complete protein. So that is giving you your protein element of the salad. Whenever eating anything, whether it's breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks, what's really important is just making sure that you have a good balance of protein, fat, carbohydrate and fibre. So I'm going to speak through each one of those and just show you via what we've just made. So the protein element in this case, as I've just said, it's the quinoa. Other proteins that you might have as part of a meal are going to be things you might have a meat, chicken, eggs, tofu, what else? Cheese, yogurt. Not that you put yogurt on this, but for a breakfast. So you've got a plant-based protein. You can make some smoothies and then put in a protein powder, whether it's a plant-based or a whey-based, whatever your preference is. Annabelle says, tastes bad, amazing. Denise, brilliant salad, thanks. Oh, fantastic. I'm so glad you're all going to enjoy this. You're going to love this one. So they're your protein bases. And then with the good fats, so fat gets a little bit of a bad name because it was slated many years ago that fat makes you fat, which is an absolute lie. Fat does not make you fat, sugar makes you fat. But when it comes to fat, what's important is good quality fats. So that doesn't mean bacon or like a Mars bar, things like that. Good quality fats are things like your olive oil, nuts, seeds, avocados, oily fish, make sure it's wild. So these are like your good fats, and they're really rich in omega-3 fatty acids, which are good mood foods. And let's face it, we all need some more good mood foods in our diet at the moment. So that's your fat element. So just making sure that you've got a fat element in your salad in anything that you're eating is always really important as well. And that could just be like a sprinkling of a couple of like sunflower seeds on top of something. And then carbohydrates. So carbohydrates, a lot of people just think that carbohydrates are like white pasta and bread and everything. So yes, these are a type of carbohydrates, but these are not the carbohydrates that we are looking for when we're building a nutritious and healthy plate. We're looking for carbohydrates come in every fruit and vegetable is a type of carbohydrate. And this is what we're interested in here. And the recommended amount that we should be eating is 5 portions a day. I don't believe that's true. I actually think, one second. I actually believe that it should be closer to 8 to 10 portions a day. And something like this, you've probably got about a good 4 portions, 3-4 portions in a salad like this. So really, if you're having a smoothie for breakfast, something like this for lunch, you can easily get up to 10 portions a day. And again, going back to the antioxidants, so important. Also carbohydrates, things like nuts, seeds, the quinoa, that's a type of carbohydrate as well. And then fibre is so important. Fibre keeps our digestive system moving, but it also keeps us fuller for longer. So your fat, protein, carbohydrate, fibre, really important for a balanced meal because it's going to keep you satisfied. So it's going to increase your satiety. So that's the hormone related to that is leptin and ghrelin. So you want to make sure that you've got all of these elements to keep you satisfied, to keep you fuller until your next meal. Otherwise, you'll find yourself eating and then an hour later you're hungry again, and your blood sugar is literally on this roller coaster. Having a balanced meal keeps you more stable. Hopefully that makes sense. Sorry, details to follow on how you can do more. Yes, absolutely. I'll talk to you about that at the end, Annabelle. I have got some more workshops coming up next week as well. So yeah, just going back onto the salary. So for me, things that are important, obviously I do my idiot checklist. So I'm always like going, have I got, when I'm making something at home, have I got protein, fat, carbohydrate, fibre? If not, then I'll add something else into it. So if you can just develop that habit, then that in itself is so valuable, as it will really help just to stabilise your appetite if you find yourself fluctuating slightly. So colour, as I spoke about earlier, eating a rainbow, really, really important. And what I'm just going to do on top of here is I've got some chilli salt, which always adds a little bit of a punch. But it just makes everything look pretty. So even putting this onto scrambled eggs, so this one, let me show you, is Cornish salt, chili hit. Okay, I used to buy this from Sainsbury's, but they stopped selling it, so I buy it online now, and they've got loads of different flavours. So even if you're doing something that looks a little bit bland, so for example, scrambled egg, it can look a little bit like on the plate. It doesn't look that exciting sometimes. Put in some sliced avocado, a handful of watercress, and a couple of chopped cherry tomatoes, and then some of this chili hit on the top. All of a sudden, boom! It comes alive, and it's much more exciting, and it's much more balanced and much more nutritious. So let me just show you that. How beautiful does that look? So that is lunch. So I'm really passionate about how food looks. So I put lots of things on my Instagram I take photos of my meals. But I have to say, I don't take a photo. I don't prepare my meal for the photo. I prepare the meal always for me, because when I sit down and I dig in to eat something, if it looks beautiful, it makes me feel so good inside, and it just really enhances that whole eating experience. And let's face it, like if you've got kids like me, the eating experience can sometimes be pretty dire, especially when you spend ages making something for the kids and like, I don't like this, or whatever it might be. There's always seems to be a drama. So the way that I get around this is I'm like, whatever I eat, that's going to bring my sunshine in and make me feel better. So for me, that's a really, really important factor, making sure that my food looks beautiful. So yeah, I wanted to talk about colour, texture and appearance, and I think that has completely summed up everything that I wanted to share with you today. So so Annabelle's asked, so she said that you've really enjoyed it, so I'm really, really happy. That's fantastic. I'd love to hear any other feedback, so please feel free to write something in the boxes, ladies. So I am doing a couple of workshops next week as well. I've got on Tuesday, I've got raw chocolate cooked with me. Now, I'm not joking, it is absolutely life-changing. It's using 5 natural ingredients, and you would not believe how easy it is to make your own chocolate and how incredibly delicious it is. And it's completely vegan and it's completely raw. So it is healthy. I don't know, it takes a while to get your head around that healthy chocolate, but I promise you it's absolutely true. So that's Tuesday night at 8 o'clock. I'm doing raw chocolate. And then on Thursday at 8 o'clock, I have collaborated with a medical herbalist, and we are doing a workshop on menopause. So a lot of women say, I don't need to think about menopause at the moment. In actual fact, we all need to start thinking about menopause, because we're all women and it is going to happen to all of us unless anybody's got a secret power that is exempting them from the menopause. If so, please let me know. But the earlier that we start to think about it, it's not even to think about like the big it's really just to think about our health and just to think about our hormones. For me personally, I really struggle with adrenal issues, so that's my cortisol is often out of balance. So for me, if I don't get my cortisol like back into balance, the likelihood is that my menopause experience will be a lot worse, because it all comes down to our hormones, which is an orchestra of those hormones, and they all need to be in balance. So the workshop that I'm doing on Thursday with Sarah is really about like hormone health and what we can do to support ourselves through the 4 stages of the menopause. And each stage has a different type of protocol and different suggestions for things that just can help to support the hormones, which bring us into that transition much smoother, let's say. And in actual fact, 5 to 10% of a woman's life is actually the menopause, which could be for anything from 10 to 15 years, which is huge. So this is why I'm really passionate about it, and I want to know as much as I can about it now at nearly 40 this year, because I want to make sure that I am supporting my body in every way that I can for what I've got to come, because I don't want it to be I don't want 10, 15 years of suffering. I want it to be a nice, smooth transition. So they're the workshops that I've got coming up. I will have others coming up. I'm trying to just like waiting to see like where everything is going, but I will keep you all posted. I'm on Instagram and Facebook. It's Nourished by Naomi. So you can follow me there, because I often put things on there that I'm doing as well. So hopefully you have enjoyed this workshop. I'd love you all just to use the comment box again. Let me know if you've enjoyed it, how your salad's looking, how you're feeling. So come on, give me some love there on the boxes. And also this afternoon, amazing. This afternoon, you've got so much more to look forward to as well. Ooh, I've got a Q&A thing there. Oh. I'm going to do this lunch tomorrow with the girls. Oh, perfect. You know what? That's Jennifer, that's perfect to do it tomorrow, because hopefully like you've got everything that you need. Dressing was wow from Anne-Marie. Fantastic. Can't wait to dig into the salad. Brilliant. Fantastic. It looks as if everybody's enjoyed it, so I'm really happy. This afternoon, you ladies have got so much more to look forward to. I think in about, what time are we on? In about 20 minutes or so, you've got Fleur, so you'll be able to style yourself amongst this crazy time. And then Action Woman is doing a workshop this afternoon, which sounds absolutely fantastic, so really motivational, and get us all in the right mindset. And then what else? More meditation, more yoga, and a sound bath. So it's such a treat. And just again, so many congratulations to Jess for pulling all of this together and creating something just so incredibly amazing.
So thanks a lot, Naomi. Thank you so much for the workshop today. That was amazing. We are going to have just a short break for lunch, so you can all go away and eat some lunch. And we're going to be back here at 1:30 with stylist Fleur. So enjoy your lunch, have a nice little break, and thank you so much, Naomi.
Thank you, Jess.
Okay, bye. So, hi, I think we are good to go. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you've had a lovely lunch, a lovely break. I've just come on slightly early, just 1 minute before 1:30, because I just want to give a little introduction to our next panelist, our next expert, who is Stylist Fleur. Now, I've known Stylist Fleur for a little while. She has been on the most incredible journey, and I've really just watched her blossom, which is just like her name, like a flower, absolutely blossom. She's so successful. She's doing really, really well, and she's brilliant at what she does. So I'm really, really, really happy to have her on our retreat today. Wellness encompasses so many different aspects of our lives, and sometimes just by whatever you put on for the day can really brighten up your day. And this is something Fleur talks about a lot. So I'm really, really, really happy to introduce you to Stylist Fleur, who's with us today. Thank you, Fleur, for being on today. Yeah, I will.
Oh. Thank you, Jess. I have been feeling very grateful to be involved in this amazing retreat. I think the same about you, and I think that the fact that we have managed to pull this together today with basically a lot of your hard work is absolutely amazing, and all of the money that we've raised so far is fantastic too. So thank you for asking me.
So if you don't mind me butting in, I have to say it's like everybody that's involved, including you, Fleur, has been brilliant, because it was, you know, I do have these big ideas and wanted to get it together in such a short amount of time, and you know, we're all in a new world of virtual reality at the moment, so there's been a lot of learning. So thank you so much for coming on board, and now I will be quiet. I'll zip it and leave it all to you.
No worries. So yes, I wanted to say thank you, which I have done, and just to say that for those of you that don't know me, yes, my name is Fleur, and I run my own personal styling business, which has been going for about 3.5 years now. I did that whole kind of second career thing, and after my kids all went to school, I decided to retrain, went back to the London College of Style, and did a course in personal styling, and here we are 3.5 years later. I absolutely love what I do, and I am feeling very grateful to be able to share some tips with you today. So my half an hour slot is going to be focused on wardrobe editing, basically because I think as we are in this lockdown, some of us may find that we've got a little bit of extra time because we're not commuting, we're not out and about as much, and there is the temptation or the want to kind of sort out your house a little bit, and that may include your wardrobe. And for those of you that are thinking about doing that, I wanted to give you some top tips on how to kind of make a start on that, basically, because sometimes it can feel really, really overwhelming to know where to start. You might feel that when you open your wardrobe door, you just get that sense of dread because there's so much in there, things that you just haven't been able to get rid of, things that are from other times in your life, things that don't fit anymore, and it is quite an emotional thing to do, because clothing does hold emotions, and it does remind us of things in our life. But hopefully with a bit of structure and a few tips from me, it might really help you to get there and make a start on it. So you might want to get a pen or a paper and maybe jot down a few of these notes, but also I know that you're going to be getting a copy of all the recordings today, so you can always watch this back to remind yourself. So the first thing that you need to do is just a kind of a little bit of prep before you actually start to get into the kind of meaty bit of doing a wardrobe edit. And that prep is for you to literally have one task when you go into your wardrobe to start with, and that is to get rid of the definite no's. So if you've got that in mind, there will be things in your wardrobe that you know for sure that you can definitely get rid of. They're going to be a no, and they're just taking up space. So kind of go into your wardrobe with that in mind. Be brave, and ask yourself as you're going through your wardrobe when you last wore some of the items that are in there. And if it's been longer than a couple of years, then definitely that should be one to be considering to be gotten rid of. Once you have got rid of the definite no's and they are out of the way, you will find it much, much easier to kind of actually get into the crux of a wardrobe edit when you've got all of that kind of stuff out of the way. So I would do that on one day, and then I would just make that your task on that day, and then come back to your wardrobe another day to do the following kind of wardrobe edit bits. So once you've got rid of those definite no's, and when I'm doing a wardrobe edit in person with somebody, I ask them to do that job before I arrive, because it is a waste of time. If there's stuff in there that is just not gonna ever be worn again, it shouldn't be in there. You shouldn't be looking at it. I shouldn't be looking at it. So once it's out of the way, it's so much better. So there are some style tools that you can use to help you when you go back into your wardrobe and you are kind of really looking at stuff in detail. One of those is knowing what colours suit you. So if you haven't had your colour analysis done, that's definitely something to kind of think about maybe when this is all out of the way. It's something that I offer as a service, and I know lots of other personal stylists do. But it is the first thing that I will do with each and every client, because it is so important to know what colours suit you, because then for a whole range of reasons you can create a wardrobe that tonally works together, because you essentially will know what colours come in seasons. There's autumn, winter, spring and summer, just like the seasons of the year. And once you know what season you are, you can kind of buy into that season, if that makes sense. And all those colours work together because they kind of tonally work together. But if you haven't had your colour analysis done, then I would suggest kind of holding up some of the things in your wardrobe really close to your face here, because essentially when I do a colour analysis, I am doing it with the drapes that I use across the chest, and I'm looking at the reflection of the colour up onto the face and what it does to the skin tone. So if you are unsure of something, I would recommend holding it up very close to your face and just really studying how it impacts your skin. So you want it to make your skin glow, you want that colour to make you feel happy, you want that colour to sort of almost blur out any imperfections, you want your eye colours to pop out, you want your lip colour to look nice. All of those things can happen with the right colours, and with the wrong colours you'll probably know it straight away, because it will make you feel washed out. It will kind of make the under your eyes look a bit darker. It will make your skin imperfections show up, and it can often like show up deep lines as well, and shadows and things like that. So it's worth kind of taking the time to do that and really study that. If you are unsure whether a colour suits you or not, hold it up close and look at the reflection up onto your skin on your face. And then there is another style tool to bear in mind as well when you are going through your wardrobe, and that is around knowing what clothes suit your body shape. So there are 5 key body shapes for women. There is slender, pear, hourglass, strawberry and apple. And for each of those body shapes, there are some kind of general guidelines around what suits that body shape. So for example, with a pear shape, you may be looking to accentuate the top half of you, because that will be your slimmer half. So that would be where you have all your kind of colourful, detailed clothing. So your tops would be, you know, patterned or whatever. And then you normally keep the bottom half quite slim and sleek and kind of darker colours, so that you kind of draw the eye upwards. So those are the kind of things that are quite useful to know about your body shape. So if you can identify what body shape you are, there's lots of things online that will tell you, kind of give you some guidelines on what body shape, what clothes suit your body shape. So it's definitely worth doing a little bit of homework around that before you start as well. And then just think about your style personalities. This is another thing that I do with clients, as well as the body shape. I also talk to them about working out what their style personality is. So that's just having a sit down and thinking exactly what is your style right now, because our style will change as we go through life, as we go into different chapters. So what things do you like? Maybe create a Pinterest board for yourself where you're clicking up and creating a Pinterest looks of things that you see when you're looking online. Just pin it onto your board, and before you know it, you'll have a kind of collection. And when you look at those images together, it kind of gives you a much deeper understanding of what your style actually is. Equally, any of the kind of lookbooks that come through the post, instead of just throwing them straight in the recycling, which is often quite tempting, maybe look through it and then tear out any of the looks or the outfits that you like, and then just put them together in an envelope or a clear pouch or something like that. And then when you've got a few, get them out and just like have a look at them together, and it will give you a real understanding of what you like and what your style is. And then I challenge you to come up with 3 words that might describe your style. So for me, I think I would describe myself as quite a feminine style. I love sort of feminine patterns and things like that. I'm also quite edgy. I do like a little bit of edge in my style, so I might put like a biker boot on with a floral dress or something like that, or I've got a leather jacket that I like to wear. And I think I would also say that I'm quite elegant as well. I like things that aren't too fussy. I like a lot of block colours. So I'm well aware of the things that I like. So with those things in mind, when you've done that little bit of homework about yourself, you will be much more prepared to go into your wardrobe and actually use those tools to help you decide whether or not you keep something or not. So once you go in, once you've got rid of all your no's and you've done your little bit of homework about you and your style, I want you to think about pulling out a maybe edit. So these are the clothes that are the things that you're just not sure about. And there might be a few things in your wardrobe that you haven't worn for a while, but they're not a definite no. You couldn't throw them out straight off, but you're just not sure whether or not you want to keep them. There will be the things that you put on and you think to yourself, I just don't know, and you take it off again. They might be the things that you try and put together, but have nothing in your wardrobe. You're not quite sure how to style it. So gather out a few of those pieces, or turn the hangers around in your wardrobe and put them together so that you know that that's the section that you're working on when you do your wardrobe edit, and work through those pieces one by one. So you've only got a small section that you've kind of curated that you want to work with, and once you start trying on these clothes, I want you to be thinking about these questions, and I want you to be asking yourself these things. And again, this is where you have to be really open and honest with yourself. So has the item seen better days? You know, is it old? Has it had its time? If it has, then that might be a reason to get rid of it. Even if it's something that you've absolutely loved and you've got all the wear out of, if it's looking tatty, it's not going to look so good when you go out in it. So that might be something to get rid of and maybe put on your list of things to replace. When did you last wear the item? As I said already, things that haven't been worn for a number of months, years, there's a reason why that has happened, and you need to be thinking seriously about when you might wear it again, and if you're going to wear it again. And if you can't see yourself wearing it again, maybe it was a suit from a previous job, you know, even though that's, you know, you've held on to that because that was a part of your life that you loved. It doesn't mean to say that you can't get rid of the clothing that represents that chapter. You can still obviously have the memories from that time, but that clothing in there is just taking up space, and it's space that you probably need for the things that you actually are going to wear. how will you wear the item? So if you can think of 3 different outfits you can put together with the item so that you can see the versatility of it, then I think it's worth keeping. If you just can't think how you're going to wear it, then again, be asking yourself, you know, why am I going to pull this item out over anything else in my wardrobe if I can't even style it or have an idea of how to style it? Does it flatter me? So think about that in terms of the color. So hold it up close to your face if you need to, but also think about that in terms of your body shape as well. So if you've done your little bit of homework on your body shape, then you know, be really honest with yourself. Does it work for me? Have I just made a bit of a mistake with this style? Does it fit? Key one. So many people have items in their wardrobe that do not fit. So people will either buy oversized and it's too big, or often there's things in wardrobes that just aren't big enough anymore. And you know, on the latter point, if things don't fit you because they're too small, I personally think that they shouldn't be in your wardrobe unless it's, you know, only just doesn't fit you and there's a chance that it might fit you again. But if it's way off, those items, they just don't serve to be in your wardrobe. They don't help. They're not very good for your self-esteem when you look in the wardrobe each morning and half of it doesn't fit. So really try and think about that. And if something is too big and you love it, then think about ways in which it can be altered. Can you take it to tailors? Can you make it work for you? And if you can, then that goes in a separate pile to be taken down to the tailors once we can get out again. Ask yourself, is it your style now? And that's going back to the bit of homework you've done where you've created your style boards, where you've looked through brochures, where you've highlighted things that you like. Is it you? It might not be you, and there's nothing wrong with that if it's not you anymore. As I say, our style changes all the time as fashions change. Do you even like it? So many times I have clients say to me, I don't even like this. I don't even know what it's doing in there. And if you're really honest with yourself, there might be a few pieces in there that you just don't like. And it's okay. It's okay if that happens. Don't beat yourself up about having stuff in your wardrobe that you don't like anymore, or even if you have stuff in your wardrobe that's still got labels on. This whole process will help you not to make those mistake buys again. And will you realistically pull this out over anything else in your wardrobe? So if you're going to keep a dress, you need to basically ask yourself, am I going to take this dress out above all the other dresses in my wardrobe at any given point? And if you can't see yourself being tempted to wear it because you like all your other dresses better, then again, just think about whether or not it really deserves to be in your wardrobe. So just some tips on when you're trying things on, and this is around kind of how you see yourself and how you kind of analyze yourself in the mirror. So I do this, I'm guilty of it. I think probably every woman is guilty of this, but when you look in the mirror at yourself, it's so easy to zoom in on the areas that we don't like about ourselves, and we focus on that, and the first thing we say to ourselves is, oh my god, it makes my bum look big, or oh, my hips look massive in this, or oh, that, you know, that's not nice for whatever reason. But what I want you to do is zoom out. So if you catch yourself thinking about those things, look in the mirror and zoom out and see the whole outfit as a whole. Okay, so because when you put outfits together, you are looking at creating proportion in the body shape. That's why some of the guidelines around body shape is all about creating the right proportion. So if you're out of proportion, clothes can get you back into proportion. So you need to see the whole outfit from top to bottom to understand and to see whether or not you've got good proportion in the outfit. So if you're zooming in, it's not going to work. So zoom out, look at yourself as a whole. And if that doesn't work, take a selfie of yourself or ask someone to take a picture of you and see yourself in a picture. I do that again with clients a lot. I would take a picture of them, I would show it to them, and I'll say, look, this is what I see, this is what everybody else sees. And you can see when you look at yourself as one long, you know, the whole thing, it looks very different from when you're zooming in. So that's just something to sort of help you with. The ultimate aim for you in your wardrobe when you've done your edit is to have a good capsule wardrobe items in there that's going to help you to create lots of different outfits with ease. Everything in your wardrobe should work, should fit, you should like, you should be able to put outfits together with. And if there are things that you're going through when you're going through your wardrobe edit and you're trying stuff on and you're like, oh my gosh, I just wish I'd had a pair of trainers to go with this, or a jacket, you know, a kind of a smart casual jacket would look amazing with this to finish it off, then just make a note of all those items, because they will be your kind of priority shopping list for when you actually go out and do some shopping. Just checking my time. Yep, got 10 minutes, that's good. So yeah, that's essentially what I do with clients when I am with them. I will identify items that I know are missing, that I think would be really, really helpful in their wardrobe, and that is the basis for which we will then go shopping. So quite often people end up going shopping or spontaneously or on a whim, and they will just look around the shop. They don't even know what they're looking for. And that's when mistake buys can happen. They just kind of have a sense that they want to get something, and they'll just pick up the first thing that catches their eye, and quite often it's not the right thing. But imagine if you had a little priority item shopping list on your phone at all times. Imagine if you knew what colors suited you. Imagine if you knew what suited your body shape. You could in fact make the right choices every single time you go into a shop, and feel much more in control, because quite often it's very overwhelming going into a big shop and having all the choice and not really knowing where to go with it. So in terms of organizing your wardrobe, the things that I do that help me, I invested in, I say invest, it didn't actually cost that much, but I got myself some new hangers. So yeah, somebody's just said eBay. eBaying is really good. So yeah, you need to invest in some hangers, because it will make your wardrobe look and feel so much better. I just went for the really cheap kind of velvet thin ones that you can get. I think you can get them on eBay, actually. I think you can get them on Amazon, but they don't take up much room on the rail, so you can get more clothes in. And they just look so much better, because if you've got wire hangers, if you've got fat hangers, thin hangers, if you've got plastic hangers, if you've got hangers that are half broken, all of that just looks so tatty. So do get yourself some new hangers if you can. And I put mine into sections so that I have all my dresses together, all my jackets together, all my tops together, all my jumpers together, all my trousers together, and then I put them in colour order in those sections. That is what works for me. That's how I can easily kind of access my clothes and see them in there. That's not necessarily the way that you have to do it, but I just thought I'd share how I organise my wardrobe. And then you want to think about what you're going to do with the clothes that you're not going to get rid of, that you are going to get rid of. So some of those can go to charity, some of those can be given away, some of those are just going to go in the bin because nobody would need them or want them. But also you can think about selling off your wardrobe and monetizing it. And actually I've been doing a little bit of this myself in the last week. So I actually put 14 items up on eBay last week, and so far my total is £700 of sales. So people are buying on eBay, people are looking for those bargains right now. So if you have the time and want to make the effort, you can monetize your wardrobe. You can also rent your clothes out now. There's loads of places that are doing rentals. If you haven't heard of My Wardrobe HQ, they're amazing. Check them out. I've actually got some clothes on there that are up for rental as well. And there's also events that happen once we get back into the normal run of things. So Mum's the Word, who are a local organisation in Tunbridge Wells, they do fashion reboots. I've always got a stall on those selling my clothes. And then there's also Bagsy, it's mine, which is a local couple of ladies who do events as well, where you can get rails and sell off your clothes. So you can make money from your wardrobe, most definitely. I think that's probably all my tips. I've literally just thrown it all out there at you. But I wanted to say that if you get stuck with any of it, then I am here. I'm doing virtual wardrobe help. I'm able to give you all those top tips, and then obviously give you some real-time advice as well. But hopefully that will give you enough to get you started. I just wanted to say as well, if anybody's got any questions, I think I've got 5 minutes. Please ping them up on the questions bit. I will have a look and see. There's chat. Just ping them up now. Where is the chat? Closed. Let's have a look. Okay, let's have a look. Looking. Okay, so just looking at the chat. Oh, good. People are inspired. That makes me feel very happy. I'm glad that you're inspired. Looking forward to some ruthless wardrobe organizing now. Yes, indeed. Be ruthless, definitely. You'll find that you'll get into the zone. I find that a lot with clients. They get a bit nervous to start with, and then they totally get in the zone. And I think if you just give yourself a little bit of time and you're kind to yourself whilst you go through the process, you will get into the zone as you go. Yes, you'll be able to watch the recording, definitely. Pairing clothes with shoes and the height. Yes, definitely. I mean, shoes are actually important part of your wardrobe edit as well, because you need shoes basically, and if you don't have the right shoes in your wardrobe, then you can't put an outfit together. So shoes are an important thing to tackle in your wardrobe. There are some sort of key shoes that I would recommend most people have, which include a pair of white smart trainers, because they go with everything, some kind of tan sandals in the summer because they go with everything, some nice flat shoes, which I often go for pointy toe on a flat shoe because I feel that just elongates and is much more elegant. Some ankle boots for the winter, definitely really good because you can put them with dresses, you can put them with trousers, jeans. Let's just have a look at any more questions. Definitely like any clothes staples you recommend coming into summer? Okay, so for summer, I think that summer is a bit easier than winter in some respect, because you don't need to layer as much. You don't have to think so much about the warmth. It's more just more about the style. So I love summer dresses, summer skirts, shorts. There's loads of lovely styles out there now. This particular dress that I'm wearing now, I will show you. There's a kind of, it was a lockdown treat. It's from an independent store called Studio B, and I was after this style of dress last year, and it completely sold out. So I think sometimes just treating yourself to something that you've seen can really lift your spirits at this time. So this was a treat, but it has made me so happy because I am totally an advocate of wearing things to make you happy and to make you feel good. And right now, if you've sold off some of your clothes on eBay, you've made a bit of money, treat yourself something really special and really lovely. And I know for something like this, I will wear it year after year, and it will give me lots of happy times, I'm sure. Let's have a look a little bit more, a few more on the chat. Any tips on trying to get your partner to dress better? Jess, tell them they need to come and see me, and I'll sort them out. Quite often with men, yeah, it's a bit hard. They don't like shopping. In my experience, a lot of men just avoid it and they don't like it. I think for men, it's around it's around getting them to get the fit right. It's even more important, I think, than for women, because if you get the fit right on men, then you can make something look really, really smart. But if the fit's all wrong, it just looks tatty and scruffy on men. So quite often men will buy oversized again, like women, and then it is just all baggy and they look bigger. Also, get them to do color. Like, color for men is massive, and if they know what colors suit them and they're happy to experiment a little bit with color, it can really, really make a difference to their outfit. And also look for clothes that have a little bit of detail on them, whether it's like a different color buttons or an embroidered pattern somewhere, just something that has something a little bit special on it. That's really good for men. And eBay tips, I'm going to be doing actually a whole webinar on this, because I think that lots of people will be really interested in it. But some key things that I think make a big difference is to actually take a picture of yourself in the item. I did that with every single item that I put up. I mean, I already had pictures of me in most of my clothes, but to take the time to take a picture of yourself in the clothes. People want to see what it looks like on. If you're just going to put a picture of a dress hanging on a hanger, a lot of things don't have a lot of hanger appeal. So if they can see it on, I think that really inspires people. And also take the time to describe the detail on the dress or the item that you're putting up there, how it fits, how it feels, how it washes. I think the more detail you can put on, the better. So each item I put up took me a bit of time to put it up there, but I'm so grateful that I did that now, because obviously I think I maximized how much I could get for it. So I think that's probably me out of time now. Just one last question: would you recommend a department store or going around individual shops? Okay, just very quickly, I do a combination of both when I take people personal shopping. I think department stores are great because there's loads of things in one shop, but also you can get some really special, really different bits when you go to individual shops as well. So I think it's about planning your shop and creating a route and being very, very kind of focused when you go out. So I think that's me done, Jess.
No, that was brilliant. I think you've inspired so many people to, obviously, time where we don't know where our next little bit of money is going to come from, because most of us can't work, right? So this eBay option on idea, now we've got time to be able to sort through our wardrobe. What a brilliant idea. And I guess a lot of people wanting to save money by buying clothes on eBay as well, rather than shop. So it's great, actually.
Exactly.
Better for the environment too, because it's upcycling, I think is the word. Is that right? No?
It is. Yeah. It is definitely much better for the environment. And think about definitely doing something that gives your clothes a new life with somebody else, rather than just throwing them away. Definitely.
Yeah, for sure. So I think I've seen some of the questions popping up. They're just saying thanks, Fleur, really inspiring. So anybody watching, if you're inspired by all of these awesome people coming on today, such as Fleur, I'm going to send you an email at the end of it with all of the content and a virtual goodie bag, and you're going to have all the email addresses, well, hopefully, if they give me permission, email addresses and websites of the lovely teachers, so that you can get in contact with them and find out more. So thank you so much, Fleur, for joining us today. That was brilliant.
You're very welcome. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. You too.
And I'll see you soon.
All right. Thank you so much. So
bye.
Bye. There you go. She's gone. Wonderful. So guys, more comments coming up. Sorry, I meant Fleur. Okay, so we are moving on to the next section of the retreat. Now, in the mini retreats that I run, we usually have therapists there to be able to give you a little after lunch treat. So obviously that's not possible with social distancing going on at the moment. So we've got the next best thing, which is Emmeline, who's going to be teaching you how to do some of these gorgeous treatments on yourself. So I would would really recommend that you wash your hands. You've got nice clean hands. Everyone had an email before this just to recommending that you have hand balm, some facial oil. So go ahead and go and grab a hold of those and wash your hands and get ready for a really, really relaxing treatment with the beautiful, calm Emmeline. Now, Emmeline is just down the road from me, and every now and then I treat myself to a reflexology treatment. She's absolutely brilliant. So once you're prepared, please go ahead and join the workshop with Emmeline. We should be going to her now.
Hi everyone, I hope you're all really enjoying your virtual retreat today. So my name's Emmeline and I run the Logic Riverhead. I'm a holistic therapist, and I thought today would be a great opportunity to just talk you through some treatments you can do on yourself. But there's sadly no one there to give you any treatments today. So I thought we'd start with some really nice hand reflexology. It's quite a nice easy one to do. It's nice and accessible. So I'll walk you through that. So we'll be doing it all together. And then I thought we'd move on to a lovely facial massage, do some scalp, include some nice reflexes in the ears. So hopefully afterwards you should feel even more zen than you do now. So just a couple of notes. If you are pregnant at the moment, please do avoid any ear massage. Okay, so you can just maybe do some scalp or whatever's feeling good for you while we do that part. And if you have a fever, please don't do any treatments on yourself. I'm assuming none of you do if you're enjoying your lovely retreat day. So you're just going to need a couple of things, some hand balm if you have any to do the hand reflexology. If you don't, it's not a problem, I do it without all the time. I'm just going to be using the Meadow Hydration Boost Bar myself today. And then for the facial massage, you will need some sort of oil. Whatever you regularly use at home is great. If you're not usually one for oils on the face, just a plain jojoba oil is really nice. It's naturally the closest to the sebum our faces produce, and it will balance that out. So even if you have dry skin or oily skin, don't be afraid for oils on your skin. If you've got oily skin, it will naturally balance out what your face produces. That's a really nice one. I'm just sticking again to my Meadow using their face oil. So just make sure you're comfortable. Don't do anything that's uncomfortable. Just go with the pressure that feels good for you. Okay, great. So to begin with the hand reflexology, you just want to apply balm if you do want to use them. Please excuse my oven burn here, by the way, slight mishap yesterday. Lovely. That's great. So with hand reflexology, it's really great because it's linked to your higher spiritual chakras, your crown, your third eye, and they become quite easily blocked in isolation. Lack of physical activity, social interaction, all those sorts of things. Great. So we're going to start with the solar plexus. Really nice, easy one to find. If you just sort of cup your hands like this, the natural hollow that appears in the center of the palm is your solar plexus. So you take your thumb of one hand and press it into the other, and you can press and do little circles. And while we're doing this, let's do a really nice deep breath. And the other hand. So your solar plexus is your center of energies. So if you're ever feeling particularly stressed, it's a really nice one to work on yourself. Great. And then we're going to do the diaphragm. Again, just help encourage that nice deep breathing. So if, again, you slightly curve your hands, the natural crease that appears there, that's the beginning of your diaphragm. And we're going to do a little caterpillar walk, like this with our thumb, across. So just remembering to stay with the pressure that feels nice for you. Again, don't get too hung up on the rules. You can just walk back the other way if you want to, or just keep going across that way. And you'll feel little nodules, sort of bones here, and you can sort of push up into those as you work across. So a really nice one for anxiety. Don't forget the other hand. And if you feel any sort of little popping, it may be crystals there, which just means there's a slight imbalance in the area. So you can work it even more. The same with tenderness, it usually indicates an imbalance in that part of the body. So again, while being gentle with yourself, you can just work it more. And the crystals are uric acid, a natural waste product. But as I say, if there's imbalance there, it becomes blocked, your body doesn't flush it away. So you can just physically break it down there with the reflexology. And next we are going to be working the hormonal glands, the master glands. So if we interlock our fingers like this and put the corners of the thumbs together at about a 90-degree angle, we can work both of them on each side at the same time. So you can work the pineal gland in one go. It's a really nice move to do. So just roll your thumbs back and forth. So really good for depression, sort of any hormonal imbalances you have going on, you can work this one. And then we're going to move on to the pituitary, probably the master of master glands, and that's just in the pad of the thumb on each side. So we're going to do the hooking in here. So if you take one thumb and you just sort of press it in there. Don't work this one if you're pregnant. You can go back to perhaps doing some solar plexus work. It's okay if you're in the last few weeks of your pregnancy. It's actually a good one to help things along, but don't do it before then. And you can do some little circles as well. So I'm holding my hands like this so that you can see, but if you're more comfortable doing it like this, then do. And the other hand. So if you can't sleep, this is a nice one as well. Deeply relaxing. People always know when you're on the pituitary during a treatment because they could just feel their whole body go. That's lovely. Next, we're going to work the lungs. We're obviously all very into our lung health at the moment, and they're along here. So above where the diaphragm line is, and just below the fingers is your lung area. So again, you can do your caterpillaring across that area. And again, you might feel some little crystals here. If you suffer with asthma, particularly, you might feel some crystals. You just work those. And the other side. Can really sort of quieten down your breathing, working the lungs if you are feeling anxious. Lovely. And then we're going to work the adrenal gland. So, because this might well be an overdrive for a lot of us, especially with homeschooling back on the cards, and that can really suppress your immune system. So we want to bring it back into balance. So the easiest way to find it is this middle line here on your hand and the one that curves round where they meet. That's your adrenal gland. And you can do this sort of hooking in, pressing, little circles, whatever feels good. It's a very tender spot on the foot. Don't find quite so much on the hands, but again, just be nice and gentle with yourself. Doesn't matter too much what way you go, just whatever is working for you. I'm going to find that spot again on the other hand. Lovely. And then we're going to come back to the thumbs, and under the crease here, to this one here, is your thyroid. And we can do that caterpillar movement over the thyroid. I feel mine crunching actually, something going on there. So again, I'm holding my hand quite awkwardly here just to show you, but it's probably easier for you to do this. Or if you want to use your finger rather than your thumb, then do so. If you walk all the way around, you're going to be including your neck. So give that a go as well. If you have regular reflexology treatments, the hand reflexology here, just switch hands now, is a great top-up in between treatments. It really helps keeping everything in balance, working beautifully together. Go around to include the neck. Great. And then we're going to do the brain reflex, which is located right in the middle of the top of each thumb. So we're going to interlock the fingers again so that we can work that in one go. If you have very long nails, actually, it's probably going to be a bit of a challenge. Lovely. And then you have your brain helper reflexes on the tip of all the fingers. So we can work those one at a time as well. So headaches, tension headaches, anything like this, this is a nice go-to one. Or any mental blockages. Helps the cerebral blood flow doing this. It's funny actually, when you see someone trying to think desperately, and they might do this, naturally stimulating the brain without realizing. So now we're going to work the digestive area, which is this middle section of the palm. And let's do our caterpillaring again. When we're stressed, the first two systems that kind of shut down are your digestive system and your reproductive system, because they're not needed in fight or flight. So if you have been experiencing stress, nice to work this digestive system. Great. And then we're just going to do a bit of lymphatic drainage, again, to support the immune system there. So imagine some lines on the back of your palms coming down from each finger. If you're using a balm, you can probably do a nice gliding movement. If you're not using a balm, then you can caterpillar along. So just pick what feels nice for you as well. And the other hand. Lovely. And we'll just finish with a nice deep breath on the solar plexus there. So on one hand, nice deep breath in and out. And the other. Lovely. So I really hope you enjoyed that, and we'll move on now to our face and scalp massage. Okay, lovely. Now we're going to be moving on to the beautiful facial massage, and this feels so relieving. It feels so good. So you want to start by having your oil and just placing a few drops on the hand. So you can always add more, but you can't take it away. So just start with a little. And particularly if you have a scented oil, really nice to start with just a couple of deep breaths there. Then we're just going to apply the oil however you like to do it. You can sweep up over the eyes, just however. So don't forget to include the neck. Go over the ears here if you want to as well. That feels good already, doesn't it? And then we're just going to go and do some really nice circles across the forehead. So there's no particular rules, just go with what feels good for you. I'm just using these 3 middle fingers here. So you can go out within or in with out. Feels really, really nice. I'm going to do some more smaller ones up into the hairline. Just feel it all over your whole head. So nice. I want to move over to the temples now, this little sort of hollow that you can feel here, and do some more circles. And you can change direction if you want to. So the facial massage is going to improve the tone of the muscles in your face, going to improve the blood flow there, carrying all its really nice nutrients. I've got headaches, obviously we all just go straight for this one, don't we? So relieving. That's great. You can just do some soothing as well if you want to. Now we're going to move on to this rather tender point here. It's actually a mama point, so if you have any negative emotions, it can stay blocked here. I'm going to take our thumbs, just hook it onto the front of the eyebrows then. This will feel tender. So go really nice and gently with yourself. You can just gently, gently push up there. I can just feel it straight away. Such a sensitive point, but a really nice and relieving one. And then we're going to bring in our pointer finger and just do some squeezes. We're going to pinch the skin around the eyebrow there. Not so it's painful, it should feel really nice. Move along, and again. You don't really think of yourself as holding tension in your eyebrows, but it's there. I'm sure you can all feel it now. Try and keep your arms down as much as possible. If they get tired, just put them down. I just want to work your third eye point here as well, over here. Really nice. And you can take those pressure points up as well if you want. You don't have to be an exact science about this, just where feels good. And if somewhere does feel good, stay there, you know. Give it a little bit of love. Fantastic. And now we're going to do some sinus drainage. So you want to take 2 fingers and just place them just above the nostrils there, and then next to it. Gently press in, not too much pressure at all, and then just try not to drag the tissue too much. This myofascial release, you just want to glide and just let the tissue naturally go, be yanking away. Be nice to yourself. If you want to, you can bring in the 3 fingers, go right across like that. It's actually so soothing as well. And then when we land up here, you'll be able to feel your temporal mandibular joint. So if you're struggling to find it, the best way is just to open and close your mouth. Feel that pop. That's where you want to be. And you can just do, as you were with the temples, a little massage there. We hold so much tension in our jaws. Really nice to release it. Great, you can go the other way. And then staying in the idea of working with the jaw, we're going to do the masseter muscle. So just under your cheekbones, you can hook 3 fingers, and then I'm going to pull a really funny face now. You're going to just drag your hands down. Keep your mouth open so it's relaxed, and just let them naturally fall. Bet you're glad you're not doing a live now. I'm looking at you doing this. And you'll realise actually how much tension you have there when you do this. And then when you reach the bottom, just do a bit of lymph drainage here, stroking. Probably remove quite a lot of blocked tension, toxins. It's nice just to give yourself a little drain there. And then you can hook to the soft spot under your chin, do some little circles there as well if you want to. So if you're a teeth grinder, anything like that, working here and that masseter muscle will really help any sort of headaches that you might be experiencing. Really nice. You might just want to finish off with some final stroking on the face. A good way to sort of get the blood flowing in the face again with all that nutrients, just some nice tapping, little raindrops. Do those over the head so I can what's going on. Great. And then we're going to move on to the lovely ears. So we're just going to start by doing some scissor hands. So all mixed up there, looking at myself. So, and then you can just rub the ears like this. So you think my hair's gone with school whiff now, wait till we do the scalp massage. That feels really nice. And then just starting at the top of the ears, we're just going to do a sort of little pinch with the thumb and the pointer there, all the way down around the outside. So remember, if you're pregnant, leave this part out. Remember to keep your, shouldn't be up like this too much. So when you can, put your arms down too. Then we're just going to work the lobe there, sort of where your head, your brain reflexes. It's funny with children, they sort of naturally do this, don't they? again, we naturally know what's good for us. It's soothing. Sort of pull at their ears like this, don't they? And then you can pull the ears upwards. Hold it, don't pull too hard. No, hurt yourself. And then outwards here, towards the back of the head. So if you see images of Buddha in drawings, he's always got these really, these really large sort of fleshy ears, sort of seen as a symbol of quality of life, length of life. So don't forget about your ears. Maybe next time you're putting your face oil on. Could do a bit more of the scissoring. Great. Now, if you have your hair up, you might want to take it down now. You can pause the video, perhaps go and wash your hands if you don't want to be getting oils in your hair. But we're in isolation, so it doesn't really matter too much. Great, so we're just going to start with some really simple, what I call shampooing. So you can keep the fingers there across the top of the forehead, and then just work your way in. Don't get too hung up on the technique, just do what feels nice for you. And you want to move the tissue over the cranium. You don't want to do sort of superficial. You want to actually move it. Absolute favourite head massage. If you ever come for one of my Indian head massages, please bring a hat. Always come out with this crazy hair. So you can work right round to the back. Go back to the top. Just be really intuitive with it. What feels nice. And you'll find there are some real tender spots. And then you can just work those more if you want to. So nice. Close your eyes if you want to. Nice deep breathing with it. Now we're just going to work around the ears here, sort of this part, and we're going to use 4 fingers, and we're just going to press and do little circles, and honestly it just feels so amazing. And then you can work down a bit further. Trying to keep my eye on the time because you could just stay doing the scalp for ages. I suppose your arms get tired. And then we're going to work the suboccipitals. So the muscles, really subtle muscles at the back of the neck there. You can see. So where the bottom of the skull meets the top of the cervical spine. And if you're working at a computer a lot at the moment or anything like that, we sort of tend to get into our work and just feel a little hunch movement. And that crushes those muscles, and they, you know, they're so delicate. So you can take, again, sort of your 3 little fingers and place either side. And you want to be gentle here, because as I say, they're very delicate muscles. And you can just give those some circles. Really nice. Now for the next part, you're gonna, if you have very short hair, you probably just want to go back to some shampooing or something. But we're gonna do a hair pull. It's not for everybody. See how you get on with it. So you want to do this sort of hook movement with the top of your fingers. Push them through the hair to about there, and then you just want to gently pull. So you can either grab it and pull. You can try interlocking the fingers, whatever. I think the grabbing feels better on yourself, and it'll kind of move your face back. But it's really, really relieving. And you can do that a bit lower down as well. Then you come into the base of the neck as you pull. Just do it to what feels good. It's that weird sort of relieving pain sensation. We've all got nice, sufficiently crazy hair now. So that's lovely. And you can just do some nice finishing strokes. Soothe yourself, sort your hair out at the same time. And then we're going to do a tiny bit of chakra balancing, just to finish with. So you can place one hand over where your crown chakra is, and then one where your third eye. Close your eyes. Some nice deep breaths. You can visualize violet and indigo here if you want to. And then move the hand over the third eye chakra down to the throat. You want to visualize blue now. There we are. Thank you so much for joining me. Enjoy the rest of the treats the day has planned. And do follow my Facebook page, The Logic Riverhead. I'll pop some more videos on there as we go through isolation. Have a lovely day.
So there we are. Hello everyone. So hopefully you've all got messy hair and you feel really nice and relaxed, and you've had a nice little treatment in the comfort of your own home. So thank you so much, Emmeline. I'm going to move you fairly swiftly through to our next guest, who is the fabulous Action Woman. Her real name is Emma Jeffries, but I know her as Action Woman. She's really on the ball and knows her stuff, and she's great at solving problems too, from my experience of Emma. Now, Emma is a qualified life and business coach. I first came across her at the Tunbridge Wells Wellness HQ. So welcome, Emma. Let's see if we can get you up here. There we are. Fabulous. Welcome, Emma. Thank you so much for being with us here today. I'm really excited about your workshop. I'm going to encourage everybody to be interactive in this and write in the chat down below. And I'm going to hand you over to Emma. So thank you, Emma.
Thank you, Jess. I feel really envious, actually. I was watching that thinking I was going to start doing that to myself, and then thought maybe coming up with the mussed up hair might not be the best impression. So I'll save that one for later. So yeah, welcome. This is going to be a group coaching session with a difference, because normally I get quite a lot of interaction from people in the group, but obviously it's a bit one way at the moment. So in the next 45 minutes, we're going to spend a bit of time just looking at how our minds are responding to what's going on in the world at the moment. And I'm going to give you a couple of tools to play with that you can use at home just to work through some of the, what my clients call spaghetti brain. There's a lot of kind of chaos going on up there, because we're looking after our bodies. You've done fabulous yoga. We're looking after our souls with meditation. But actually our minds, as we know, are massively powerful when it comes to staying healthy. So I am going to share some slides with you. Let's just quickly get those up. But as Jess said, you're very welcome to get my chat box up. It will be helpful. You're very welcome to comment in the box, in the chat box. And also there's a formal Q&A box right down at the bottom. So if you do have questions that you want me to respond to individually, I will hop on later and make sure that I do that. So sorry, I shall stop faffing around with technology. Ooh, right, we are good. So as Jess said, I'm Emma Jeffries, also known as Action Woman, and I'm a life and business coach. And really I see my job as helping people get out of their own way. So 7% of the time, when we're not where we want to be, or not feeling how we want to be, or achieving what we want to be, it's kind of our own stuff that's going on. So I help people navigate those changes that they want to make. And I'm trained in NLP, emotional intelligence, and traditional coaching tools, and I've kind of chucked a bit of everything into here today, so you could take out of it kind of what feels right for you. So the world as we know it has kind of stopped, right? Everyday life has kind of gone on hold, and it didn't really come to stop gradually either. It screeched to a halt. And in its place, we've been left with a load of questions. So many questions. If you've got young children, you'll know how many questions, because they ask them on repeat daily. And unusually, we've left with lots of questions that we actually cannot answer. So either individually or collectively, we just don't have the data. So we're left with uncertainty. And uncertainty, as you may have experienced for yourself, is not a great feeling. It can feel a very difficult place to be. And that is neurologically supported. Like, our brains are hardwired to dislike uncertainty. So not knowing what is going to happen, our brains equate to extreme danger. And actually, we'd rather know that something bad is going to happen, the tiger is going to jump, than not even know if the tiger's going to get me. Our brains just don't like that state of volatility. And so it can be a really, really difficult place to be. And I think it's why, when I'm coaching at the moment, even the most resilient clients, even people who thrive on change, and maybe that's part of their job, and they're really good and flexible and creative and kind of generally can hold it together, they're feeling lost. They're feeling anxious. Someone used the word hopeless the other day. And that's really difficult, but it's understandable, because when there's so much volatility and fear around globally, it knocks our own sense of balance. It throws us off centre, and we're kind of destabilised from the start. So this feeling is absolutely universal at the moment. I think very few people could say that they haven't had a moment where they're feeling a bit like this poor person in the maze, not quite sure where they're going to go next. And that's partly because it's hard to look ahead. It's hard to know where we are going in the future. Everything has become very short term. And I wanted to touch on, I think before all this happened, there were loads of kind of memes. There was an article I saw, quotes on Instagram about modern day stress, and kind of saying, come on, there's no real reason to go into fight, flight or freeze mode, because there is no tiger. Right? We don't live in a world where we're going to get eaten by a tiger, so kind of pull yourself together. And I wanted to kick off today by saying there is a tiger right now. The amount of fear and uncertainty in the world, whether that's at a macro level, like what's going to happen to the economy, what's happening at a global level, right down to what, our health, our loved ones, food scarcity, all the different things that have gone through our minds over the last month, we have a reason to be afraid. So there is a tiger, and therefore fear and anxiety and worry is a completely normal emotional response. And it's okay to feel it. And what happens when you feel it is we go into protection mode. So we withdraw, we protect, we worry about our loved ones, we do what we can in the moment to try and keep ourselves safe. And that is why we had loo roll gate. That is why people were out flocking, because it was something they could control, and it was something they could do to try and kind of combat the uncertainty that was going on. It was also totally crazy, and thankfully it's calmed down. But you understand from a neurological point of view what people were trying to do. So let's normalise the fear. It's fine to feel it. It's healthy. The problem is, normally we're in situations where we might feel afraid for a split second or for, a few minutes. But actually, to stay in that place long term is not particularly healthy. And I think that's why a lot of us are struggling, because there's no end date. How long do I have to be brave for? How long do I have to be vigilant for? How long do I have to be creative and coming up with all the craft to entertain children for? We don't know how long we need to make our internal resources last for. So it can feel a very difficult position to be in. So what I've been saying to clients is, let's feel the fear, let's understand it's there, but let's allow other emotions in, other feelings, other thoughts that might support us more for the long haul, because we know that we're going to be in this for a while. So I wanted to talk today about these three things: change, control, and choice. So I've heard so many people, clients, family, friends, I think I've probably said it a few times, talk about the roller coaster over the last month, right? We're all on a roller coaster. And you can understand why people have latched onto that expression, because there are big feelings, like really big highs, really big lows, and a load of twisty bits in between. And so actually acknowledging that roller coaster and that we're all on it is really useful, particularly as it's no coincidence that one of the most famous models for describing change or loss, the Kubler-Ross model, absolutely shows us that. It shows us that we are just rocking through these phases, these big emotions, whether we like it or not. This is how we process change. So at the beginning, when I thought we were in an episode of 24, when Boris did his lockdown announcement, I was waiting for Jack Bauer to like ping out from behind somewhere. You know, we go into this ostrich head in the sand. This can't be happening. It's not real. Like, if I don't accept it, it's not happening. Then we realize it is happening, and we get angry. Like, who let this happen? Who let this happen to me? What were China doing? Who let people get on a plane? What were the government doing? You know, that anger is, again, us trying to fight against what we can see coming downstream at us. Then we go into bargaining. We think, okay, it is happening. Getting cross is doing nothing. Now, bargaining in this instance is quite interesting. You know, sometimes it's praying that this doesn't get your loved ones, that it leaves you kind of untouched. Or with work, what I saw with a lot of people was, okay, I'm going to really throw myself in, particularly employed employees. If I work really, really hard, then I might not get furloughed, or I might not get made redundant. And so we kind of go into this protection mode. What can we do to kind of get ourselves out of this situation? And then the reality starts to hit that it is going to happen, and that the bargaining isn't going to change anything. And depression, not clinical depression, but feelings of sadness, feeling low. Lots of people talking about low energy, no real motivation, can't really be bothered. Just this resigned feeling that we can do nothing, that we have no control. And then finally we move to acceptance. And this isn't a happy, let's have a party acceptance. This is, okay, I guess there's nothing I can do, so I'm going to have to make the best of it. I'm going to have to get creative. I'm going to have to problem solve. I'm going to have to live with it and get on with it. And on the roller coaster, this is not just one loop-the-loop ride. So we loop back through different phases. So it's really interesting. We're all going through these at different rates, different number of loops. We will come back on ourselves different number of times. And I think it's interesting and helpful to acknowledge that we are doing this collectively. Every single one of us is journeying through this at a different speed and a different rate, but through those feelings nonetheless. And I was saying to my husband, I think I've been to acceptance quite a few times now, but I do sometimes cycle back through that sadness, sense of loss, feel like I've got to pick myself up and kind of get on with it again. So I'm definitely looping somewhere around that depression, acceptance, loop the loop. And I wonder where you are. I wonder if you could just take a moment. Feel free to write it in chat if you feel like it. Otherwise, just think to yourself, like, where are you right now in that cycle? Now, the other challenge is if we look out on the news and the newspapers, on your iPad in the morning, acceptance today. That's good. Lots of acceptance coming through. Evolving. Yeah, it's a constant journey, Jess. I think that's it. It's absolutely, we're kind of always shifting and moving through those. And I'm one person, I think he's on here today, was saying, actually, can I go through all of those in an hour? And it's like, yeah, you can go through all of those phases in a minute. Like at the beginning, you can be looping round and round, and that's why it could feel quite intense. So to kind of anticipate and acknowledge when you're going through it, there's the anger again, can be quite helpful. And when we look externally, we can feel very powerless. It can absolutely feel like we've lost control of everything, because it's so enormous what's happening out there that actually our brains just generalize and go, well, if all that is out of our control at that level, then what can I do kind of on a day-to-day level? I've got no control over my own life. And that's dangerous because that's a really negative story, and that's a story that very quickly leaves you stuck. So when we talk about control, actually, I want to remind you that you can actually control every single thing right now, except for the circumstances. Can't change what's happening beyond the park outside my window, but actually I am still in control of so much, and to remind yourself that is very powerful. So I can absolutely control what I read, what news sources I go to, how often I go to them, what I share with other people, why I share with other people, how we support others around us, how I use my time. And one interesting thing I think is who we are and what we want to stand for in all this. Like, I wrote quite a ranty, for me, blog post at the start, which is, you started to see two camps of people: those who were like, let's make sure collectively we're okay as a community, and those that felt like it was all about them and actually it was, if I'm all right, Jack. So you started to see kind of people making choices early on, and they had control over those actions. We can think about how we care for ourselves, how we look after ourselves, how we use our space. So we're all inside a lot of the time. How do you use your space differently? And really importantly, and we will come back to this for the last exercise, is we can control our thoughts and our feelings and our actions, even at a time of global crisis. And I had a client the other day who said, no, because this is bigger than that. Like, I can't control how I'm reacting. And you can. And actually coming back to that is very empowering. Ooh, sorry. So when I think of all the things that clients have said over the last 4 weeks that they are worried about, that is a lot of worry. And a lot of worry. And actually, worries take away energy and attention. And that's great if that energy and attention is being used to move forward. But if we're just circling around worries that we can't influence, then it's a total waste and a really quick way to deplete kind of your vital resources. So what I want us to think about is what we can let go of today. If you've got a piece of paper in front of you, just take a minute to write down any worry, concern, thought, something that's keeping you up all night, something that pings into your head when you're on your own or you're going out for a walk. Anything that you are worried about and carrying around with you as baggage, just jot it down on a piece of paper. It doesn't have to be written particularly well. Don't think about it too much. Just scribble them down. When you've scribbled down a list that you're happy with, and you can come back to this and do this again later with more time, I'd like you to draw a circle on your piece of paper or on a new piece of paper, a big circle. And in that circle, I would like you to write anything from your list that you can influence, even partially. So if you can wholly control or influence it, or partially influence it, stick it in your circle or your yellow balloon. And anything else that doesn't fit in that balloon because you can't influence it, I want you to write outside of that circle. It's a bit like my blue balloons here. Just dump them somewhere else on the piece of paper. And when you've done that, I would like you to look at your yellow balloon. In the interest of time, I'd like you just to focus on one of those thoughts or concerns or worries inside that balloon. And looking at it and knowing that it's somehow within your influence or control, just write down one action, one thing you could do to minimise or mitigate or solve or relieve that worry. What one action could you take? And write that down somewhere. So weird not knowing if you're actually writing, because you all could have just gone off for a cup of tea. And later, oh good, people are still here. No one's gone for a cuppa. Excellent. When you look at that balloon later, that yellow balloon, that's the task, is to come back to it. And for every single thing you can influence, put an action against it. An intentional action, something you're going to do to take back control of that concern and of that worry. And actually, what I'd like you to do, and this is a fun bit, is to get a big felt tip or a scratchy pencil or even some scissors. And I would like you to destroy everything else that's outside of that balloon. Scrub it out, cut it up, burn it, give it to the dog, chuck it wherever, get rid of it. Because there is absolutely no point to any of us holding on to things that are outside of our influence. So we need to let them go. And I promise you, when you go through what is seemingly a very simple exercise, you start to feel very empowered again about how much is within your control. And you start to sit forward in your life again and actually own the situation. We can't change the blue balloons. We're going to let them fly off, and who knows where they're going to land. There's someone else's problem. But actually, you should feel much more empowered and so much lighter for not carrying all that baggage around with you. And actually for knowing what the problems are in your head. So a lot of the time we feel anxious, but we don't actually know what it is. Back to that spaghetti brain, it's just a kind of mass of blah going on. So this exercise is a really good way of actually getting an understanding of some of the over 50,000 thoughts that go through your head every day, which is a scary number. So I'm just going to give you a minute to finish wherever you are with that exercise, but please come back to it later. And this is something you can do whenever you're having a wobble. Actually look in black and white at what you're worrying about and then make a plan for what you can do about it. Because we do have choice. Now, when I work with emotional intelligence, I do have to caveat it. We don't always have total control. Like, we can't stop some of the emotions and the thoughts happening. But ultimately, we do have a choice about which feelings we decide to stick with and which feelings we decide to focus on. So it's a good thing to remember that you're not in the back seat of your own life, in your own body, in your own head. You are the driver of you. And the reason this is so important is your choices will determine your experience every time. So as I said at the start, we can't control those external circumstances. And in fact, that globally is happening. Each of us will experience it differently depending on how we interpret it, depending how we label it and filter it. So circumstances trigger thoughts. Those thoughts trigger feelings. Those feelings trigger actions. And those actions determine the results and our experience. And there we go, round on repeat. And the reason I've put the word attitude there is to remind me to tell you of an analogy, which I find really helpful, which is to a pilot, the attitude of a plane is its horizontal position. So the headwinds are coming at the plane, plane's not loving it. The pilot can adjust the attitude of the plane in order to cope with the external headwinds. And the reason I love the analogy is that is life. Those headwinds are going to keep on coming. They're quite extreme at the moment, but those headwinds, those circumstances are going to keep happening, and we can adjust our attitude to deal with them. We have control over what we think, what we feel, and what we do. And quite often I think we forget that, and we think, well, it is, we'll come on to that in a second, that it's just all happening to us. And you need to remember that you have a choice in all this. So most of the time it is on autopilot, right? So our brain, as I said, 50 to 60,000 thoughts a day. If it had to stop and make a decision on how it was going to respond every single time, you'd be exhausted. So most of the time something happens, an event, and your brain just sets off your thoughts, feelings and actions along a neural pathway that you've created before. So it goes, yep, know how to deal with the situation, and off I go. And it happens almost automatically, which is brilliant as long as you're getting the experience that you want out of that. But if every time you watch the news and there's something dreadful happening and your autopilot neural pathway goes, panic, then that might not be the experience that you want. So we might need to actually step in and intervene. Because, and I love this quote, if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. You know, if we keep on with the same thoughts, triggering the same feelings, triggering the same actions, then it really is Groundhog Day. And the good news is that actually, whilst the autopilot's super helpful, we do have the power to choose. So if we pause after an event or something, a circumstance, a trigger, we can choose what our response is. And it might not be what our autopilot would have suggested. Now, this can be quite a big topic, and work with it a lot in emotional intelligence. So I'm going to use a tool now. I'm going to give you a couple of examples and also see if someone wants to volunteer to play with it. But equally, this is something you can play with at home, and we'll make sure the cards are in your goodie bag so that you can do this for any situation that arises for you. So it normally uses these cards, which I've recreated on the screen for today, and they get us to think about, in response to an event or a situation, what do I think? In turn, what do I feel? And what consequences does that have on my action? And I'm going to give you two examples, real examples, to show what I mean. So this is probably a relevant one in lockdown, because I'm sure there have been domestic tensions in every household. But when we're living in a confined space with people that we don't normally spend quite so much time with, I think some of these kind of patterns can start to feel even more pronounced. So let's take the dishwasher. You walk into the kitchen, there's a massive pile of dirty dishes. So you open the dishwasher to put them in, and you see that the dishwasher has been opened already. It is full of clean stuff. It's clearly been shut again, and somebody, not to be named, has walked away. So let's go through a typical, I'm not saying necessarily mine, but perhaps response to that. So these are all options of things that I might think in response to that episode, those circumstances. Now, for me, very easy to get into I'm the victim mode. No one does anything around here. It's always down to me. I feel like Cinderella. I'm just the housemaid. Those thoughts have started going off in my head. That's triggered a feeling. I'm really frustrated and fed up, really irritated and pretty peeved about the situation. And that feeling, then like a domino, knocks on to an action. And the likely action for me in that situation would be to stop talking, to withdraw, and probably to bang saucepans around whilst putting them away. Generally let everyone know in a very passive-aggressive way that I'm a bit annoyed. And if that carries on happening, that's the thought, feeling and action that happens every time this happens, then I'm entering Groundhog Day. And more importantly than that, I am not achieving what I actually want to achieve as a kind of higher goal, which is to have a happy household where it feels peaceful and everyone can kind of just get on with, oh good, the dishwasher story is actually resonating with people. I knew I wouldn't be the only one. So I've created Groundhog Day, and I'm creating a really horrible environment for us all to live in, through those thoughts and actions. So the circumstances are not going to change, but how could I change it? By choosing a different thought. Well, actually, if I open that dishwasher and I start to hear that I'm the victim, who does everyone think I am? I'm Cinderella thought, I can decide to take a deep breath and think, in the grand scheme of things, does this really matter? So that's the thought I'm choosing instead. With that thought comes a very different feeling. Feel very patient, pretty chilled, might even put some tunes on Alexa in the kitchen, and it would then drive a very different action. So I'd just get on with it. It only take me 5 minutes. And, you know, that's a very small, but hopefully relatable example of that whole episode. Nothing changed apart from my thought process. Once I picked a different thought, everything else just followed. And give you another example that's a corporate one that happened. I have been working with a big company in London, and it was a lot of income for me and a lot of work. And right at the beginning of the coronavirus breakout and lockdown, they called me and they cancelled the work. And if I had let the initial thought play out without interrupting it, without engaging my emotional intelligence, this is how it would have gone. Because when they called me, I could hear it in my head. They're going to make me throw away all that work. I can't believe how much time I've wasted. They're going to make me lose income. My business is going to go down the pan because of this. I went into this kind of spiral. And this spiral created some would have created, I actually interrupted it just as those feelings were started, a real feeling of insecurity, suddenly panicking about my own financial security, and also, was I not good enough for them to retain me? Feeling anxious about the future, fearful, kind of really starting to panic. And had that happened, I think I probably would have just pushed, irrespective of what they were going through, I'd have just pushed and tried to force that work onto them and tried to secure my position, which, knowing the HR director involved, would not have gone down well. But I did feel I could hear what was happening. I was panicking, and it would have been really unproductive. So actually, what I did was stop and think, right, they are going to need me still one day, and I really need them, and I want to work with them. So I paused and thought, what will support both of our long-term goals? How could this come out feeling okay for all of us? Suddenly a different emotion, trusting that they'd want to go on this journey with me, accepting of the situation, coronavirus is no one's fault, we're all in this together, and open to kind of creativity and suggestions. And that's exactly what we did. Rolled our sleeves up, got stuck in, talked about the future, talked about how we might mitigate this for both of us and how we might come out of this the other side and when we're going to touch base. Such a different conversation just through changing a thought, which opened up those feelings into a different space for a different outcome. And that, you know, is true. You can choose a different thought and therefore a feeling, an action, and an outcome at any time. Even halfway through an argument, you can decide to pause and to shift. And I can't say it enough, this is your superpower. Like when you do EQ work and the penny starts to drop, that we're doing this hundreds of times a day, we're applying our EQ and we're navigating emotions. If you can get smarter with those emotions, seriously, life just becomes so much more, I don't know what the word is, pleasant, but also productive. Like you get stuff done on your terms because you're working towards your long-term goals and purpose, and you are understanding the consequences of your actions. So would anybody like to try out their superpower, to apply those cards to a situation? You don't have to share the content if you don't want to. We can make it contentless, or you can share. If you do, stick it in chat if anyone would like. Maybe a recent work conundrum, a feeling you've had around partner or children. Is anyone going to step forward? Oh, Hazel is going to. Thank you, Hazel. Jess, are you okay to turn Hazel's mic on?
Yep, sure. I'll go ahead and do that.
Thank you.
there are 39 people here on the at the moment, so I've just got to find you, Hazel, with me. Right, let's go. Right. Okay, Hazel, we should be able to hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Hazel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, can. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Really useful so far.
Oh, good, I'm glad. Yeah, I mean, the EQ stuff's amazing. Like, once you get into the kind of power of emotional intelligence, it's kind of weird they don't teach it in school. I think that's going to be, that's my next project. How do we get this onto the curriculum?
Yes.
Are you thinking of a specific situation that's happened recently, or?
Yes, it's kind of an ongoing one at the moment, that I have a certain health issue and I find that I think about it a lot and then worry about it a lot.
Yeah.
And get anxious about it.
And it's interesting, isn't it? 'Cause you got back to that, you can't change those circumstances.
Yeah.
The condition is what
Yeah.
the condition is.
Yeah.
How you feel. So that's brilliant. It's not brilliant. You're struggling with that too. It's dreadful. But what I mean is, it's good that it's an ongoing thing, because it'd be interesting for you to just see how easy it feels to shift the thought. So if I put these cards up, hold on, let's get all this out of the way. When you think about this at the moment, do any of those cards kind of support what you think about it at the moment? It might be you need to make your own up, actually. If there's not one there, you can tell me if there's something that...
I guess it's a bit, I have no power.
Yeah.
Actually, that's probably, yeah, that's probably the closest.
Yeah, that it's happening to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's nothing to... Now, hold on a sec, because I think if I get fancy, I can just put that on there. So that's what you think. And how does that make you feel? How does that lead to a feeling?
It makes me feel insecure, anxious, fearful.
Sorry, it's decided to now. Oh, look, showing off with a drawing, and now it won't. Let's take the drawing off. So it makes you anxious. Right, technology has now decided to go loopy on me. Sorry, everyone. Okay, so no power, which leads you to feel
anxious.
Yeah, and fearful. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How do you act?
Fret, worry, or just keep thinking about it.
Yeah. So just going around in circles.
Yeah.
But feeling
absolutely
stuck. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, if it starts with that powerless as well, it feels like, in emotional intelligence, we talk about optimism a lot, and optimism is not glass half full, kind of being cheerful. It's about saying, I have choices, I have options, there are things I can do. But the minute you feel powerless, you end up worrying about a very small, kind of within a very small circle. You just like a little hamster going around on a wheel. So that's quite a response. So if we were to say, okay, seriously, sorry everyone, don't know what is going on with my slide deck. Okay, so now let's apply the new thought. Right, don't touch it again. What would be a more helpful thought for you right now?
I guess, what are some other ways to see this?
Yeah. So a bit more open and a bit more curious about that. And if you did think that, so I wonder how else I could see this, how do you think that would change your feelings?
I'd be more likely to feel patient, calm.
Yeah. And if you were more patient and more calm about the situation, accepting the circumstances you can't control, how might that impact the action?
take initiative, be proactive.
And when you think about taking initiative and being proactive in this situation, can you see how that, you don't have to share, but can you see how that would play out? Can you see how you could step forward and be proactive in this situation?
Yes. Yeah.
So it's a really interesting, the cards are so simple, but actually it's a very interesting process to go through, because you can change so much just with a decision to let one thought go.
Yeah.
And you see it a lot when people have had massive arguments or falling out at work, where they're like, but I am right. And then you see them kind of, okay, that's not getting me anywhere. How could I shift? And everything just kind of opens up and eases. So I think this is an interesting one to kind of play around with. So knowing those kind of thoughts and feelings and actions, what do you think you could do after this call to build on that?
I could then look at what things I could do to help. Yeah. So, yeah, taking initiative and being proactive. So finding something that I can do.
Yeah. And I think it's back to that situation. Victim mode's really difficult, because when we're in, I talk about it with language a lot, the NLP side of things. When we talk about people going, I'm so stressed, so much stuff happening to you, all that happens is you feel like you're drowning, you feel like you're overwhelmed and that you're a victim and there's nothing you can do, you're powerless. So you're obviously going to go under and you can't swim because it's just too much. Whereas when you change the language and you go, look, this is a real challenge. I'm living with something that is really challenging. Now, what can I do about it? You sit forwards and it changes the energy, and it puts it into kind of this empowered control, not, it's happening to me. It's you are living with it, but what can you do?
Yeah.
Despite the fact you can't change the circumstances. So there's massive empowerment in kind of nailing this stuff. Thank you for sharing, Heather, coming forward.
Right, thank you.
And I think, if you want to have a go at this at home, well, make sure you get a copy of these cards, but they're a really easy way just to sit down, particularly after when you get really good with using your EQ, you can do this on the fly where you go, oh, that thought's going to take me down a slippery slope, and you pull yourself back. But for now, it's a really good thing to do retrospectively and just go, actually, how could I have showed up differently for myself? And in EQ, I talk a lot about, life is a dance. And I can't change the other person. But funnily enough, if I take a different step in the dance, they kind of have to adjust themselves as well. So EQ is kind of the real, superpower and trick to all sorts of different situations, problem solving and building better relationships. Have some fun with that. I've now been through the slide deck so many times, got no idea where I am now. Sorry. I've been through these. I think the internet's decided to go and go slow. So it kind of brings me to the end of this session, really, which is to say, we are all on the roller coaster. We're going to have to buckle up. But if you can accept the change, we're all circling through that roller coaster together. If you remember to focus on controlling what you can and letting go of all the other stuff, because there's nothing we can do, so let's just release it. And if you can use the superpower that you have of choice, particularly when it comes to your thoughts and your feelings and your actions, then I promise you the roller coaster ride will be a lot less bumpy. There's no shortcut through this, but these will absolutely change your experience and change it for the better. So thank you very much for having me. Any questions? If I come out of here, actually, I can probably see if there are any questions. But equally, if you, let's see if no questions. If you do want to pop a question in at any point, please feel free to leave them there and I will respond to them individually later today. Thank you very much. Also, what does EQ stand for? EQ is emotional intelligence shorthand, so it's your emotional quotient rather than your intellectual, opposite of IQ. Well, questions are now coming through. I don't know, we've got a couple of minutes, Jess. Minimum age and maturity. EQ techniques, absolutely you could use with an 11-year-old. I mean, our brains aren't fully emotionally sort of functioning until we're about 27, which explains a lot about what we do in our early 20s. But yes, you can absolutely get people to stop and think about those consequential thinking points, and it's used a lot in CBT as well. I think they are all the main ones. And yeah, even without the cards, you can get, I can send you a link of where you can get hold of the cards. I'll also send a PDF out, but you can create your own just by, you know, getting people to think about what's the thought going through your head right now, because that anger, for example, has been started by a thought. It didn't just come in by itself. So what is it? What's the thought that's making you angry? Top tips for lockdown. There's a big one. I think just to be really aware about how you're showing up. I think I'm really understanding the power of EQ in a kind of confined space with people that I love, but who maybe we've all got different needs at different times. So recognizing that I can't control them, but I absolutely can control what I bring to the table and how I influence the situation. Fresh air, gin. Probably not supposed to say that on a retreat, sorry. But no, you know, I think, you know, self-care, being kind to yourself. But the reason I focus today on change, control and choice is I think sometimes we just power on and we don't stop and go, okay, I'm worried about stuff, but what is that stuff? Like, let's get to know those thoughts and those demons and the things that were keeping us awake at night. Let's get to know them better, because then we've got a chance of actually tackling them and moving forward.
So hi Emma, thank you for that. I think this brings you to the end of the workshop, is that correct?
It is indeed, yeah.
Great, well thank you so much for that. I think that was brilliant. I think it really gets your brain thinking and ticking, and it's really good to do a lot of self-work over this time as well. As you say, just to kind of just think about how you're reacting and how you're acting, particularly with children as well, because they tend to mimic us, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so thank you so much. That's really interesting. If anyone thinks of any other questions after this and they want to, you know, get in touch with Emma, then you will be able to do that, of course. But now we're going to go to the
Emma, thank you.
I'm going to say yin yoga part of our afternoon. I saw somebody commented earlier to say that my yoga class was challenging earlier, and that is true. That's on purpose. When I teach a dynamic class, I do you know, I do sort of give so many different options and try to get you to be warm in a dynamic class, so you're creating this fire from within. So maybe your heart rate goes up slightly, but at the end we bring it down. So there is a method behind the madness there. And really you should have found it challenging, unless you've been practicing. You know, I've got some of my clients on here that have been practicing for years as well, so you might be used to it. But now, this afternoon, we're going to go into a much more relaxing practice. So we're going to be doing something called yin yoga. And in yin yoga, there's going to be a little bit of flow, particularly at the beginning, but mostly I'm going to be talking you into a yoga pose, and then you're going to be holding it for a couple, 2-3 minutes. And when you hold that pose, I really want you to try as much as you can to just relax into the pose, so that you relax the muscles to begin with, and then you really go right through to the bone. And it's so beneficial, this practice, for many people. Everybody is different. Some people really love a dynamic practice, and that was me. 10 years ago, all I wanted to do was dynamic, to feel like I'd done something. But actually, as I'm going into my 40s, I am now, well into my 40s, which is crazy. But as I'm getting on, so to speak, I'm seeing the benefit of a yin practice, a slower practice. Really, when you're practicing, when we're going in, tune into your breath. If you have some music you want to play in the background, please do. As I said earlier, I won't play any, because I don't want to distort what I'm saying, because I'm not right up against the screen. I'm going to be over there on the mat. So with yin yoga, you want to have some props ready, ideally. Don't worry if you don't. So you might want to have a cushion, little cushion to sit on. Obviously this is a yoga pillow, yeah, and I don't expect you to have proper yoga props at home. So anything you can find, any cushions, particularly a blanket would be good, just to have ready for you. And again, you know, I've got a candle lit just to set the space. We could I burn San Paulo or sage just to clear the space and just to set the scene. So when you have got yourself ready, we're going to start as we started earlier with our legs crossed, but maybe this time you want to have a cushion underneath you. Really, what this does is it really lengthens your spine, and it can just feel a little bit more comfortable. And just drop your hands over towards your knees and just close your eyes. So after all of that brain work and thinking, we're going to become still once more and come back to this feeling of just being, this feeling of acceptance, the feeling of not needing to control. And before you begin your practice, I'd like you to, as we sit here, just to think of 3 things you are grateful for today. It can be the simplest thing, or it could be a person, or it could be having a healthy body, somewhere to live, food to eat. Just think, what are you grateful for today? Sometimes with these days at the moment, they just sort of just go by so quickly. We have so much time, but they're gone. And so we have to be gentle with ourselves, careful with ourselves, not set ourselves too much. Just be kind to yourself. So hopefully you will have thought of 3 things you're grateful for. It's always a beautiful practice to do each and every day, perhaps in a journal or in meditation. Can you take your hands just over your knees? So we're going to be doing something called Sufi grinding, which is it's a Kundalini practice to begin with, which is a real grounding technique. So begin by bringing your upper torso forwards, and then bring your ribs over towards the side and the belly too. Bring yourself back, and basically we're making a big circle all the way around. Just start to tune into your breath. Are you breathing in a shallow way? Or can you take that air, that prana, that life force all the way to the bottom of your lungs, and taking that longer exhale? And whilst you're making these circles, you could have the eyes opened or closed. We're just introducing the body once more to some movements. When you're ready, change direction with those circles. Long, slow breaths, circling the belly around and around. In this grounding practice, we're going to come to stillness again. And this time we're going to be taking some seated cat and cow. So we took a cat and cow earlier on the hands and the knees. So it's the same movement. As you breathe in, take your heart upwards. We're seated this time, so it's slightly different. Your lower back draws forward. As you exhale, start to hollow from the belly, putting the shoulders, making a curved spine, looking down at your navel. And then again, inhale, open up, big deep breath, fill those lungs. And exhale inwards. Inhale, opening up. Exhale, drawing in, navel drawing into the spine. As you inhale, think about everything you're grateful for, everything you love. And as you exhale, think about anything you want to let go of. Inhaling positivity, life. Exhaling worry. Inhale, opening up. Good, expanding, opening your heart. Exhale, draw it back in, letting go of anything you don't need. One more time. Inhale, opening up, heart opening. Exhale, just drawing yourself inwards, chin down towards the chest. And then coming back to our seated position. Well done. So we're going to take the cushion away. You may want to use that at a later date, and that's fine. And you might want to use a blanket now. You don't have to have a blanket, but if you have one, you can just roll it up of some sorts. This is not a huge blanket. And then just tuck your toes under. So we're going to kneel. And now we're going into a position that's really going to stretch the toes out. So it's a little bit of a toe squat. Now placing the blanket just in between the heels and the sits bones can really kind of make it a little more comfortable. You don't have to have that blanket there. Now this position isn't necessarily going to be really relaxing and comfortable because we're really stretching those toes. But we're going to stay here for a few breaths, just grounding, using the blanket as you need. What you could do is you could potentially have some books underneath the hands as props instead of blocks, just to support the hands. Or if you want to go a little further in this pose, you could bring the fingertips behind you and bring the heart up towards the sky. So I'm always talking about the heart these days. I really mean the centre of the chest. I know the heart's slightly to the left, obviously, but I love to think about just all of those walls that sometimes we can build up around the heart, just to be broken down, to allow yourself to receive as well as give. Now, if your neck is giving you issues, then obviously don't drop your head back, look forwards, and just become aware of your toes. Really getting a good old stretch. One good thing at the moment is we may not be having to be in shoes all the time. Our feet can be a little freer. Give those toes a good stretch, opening up. And taking a few more big deep breaths together. Think about inhaling for the count of 4 and exhaling for the count of 8. And as we were doing earlier, you may want to restrict the back of the throat slightly, so you're squeezing the glottis, engaging Ujjayi breath, breathing in through the nose, taking that breath down through the back of the throat, down to the lungs. And exhale. If you become uncomfortable, try to send or imagine taking that breath as a healing breath or a healing light down to the areas and totally relax the area. What can happen if we're feeling a little pain is we can tense up the muscles. We want to do the opposite to that. And when you're holding a pose for a little while, you may feel a little bit of these feelings of being uncomfortable. We're going to come out of this pose in 3 breaths now for 3. Breathing in for 4, exhaling for 8. 2. And if you're back like I am, really send that chest upwards for the last breath. And then as you exhale, bring yourself slowly out of that. Now we're going to take the blanket away. You can always use this blanket underneath your knees at any point. You can play around with your props. So now if you have a cushion, by the way, if you don't have these to hand, don't worry. Just you can do this yoga without a cushion, or you can just find something else. We're all at home, so I'm sure you'll be able to find something. Now with the cushion, we want to open our knees wide, and we're going to just come down into a child's pose. But it's a really beautiful, relaxing child's pose because we're going to rest our head on our cushion. Now I've got a bolster here made from bulgur wheat, so it's really quite firm and nice. So you may want to have a couple of pillows or something even firmer if you've got any firm cushions. And we're going to stay here for a little longer now. This is a real nourishing pose. I want you to just turn your head to one side and then close your eyes and just allow yourself to just relax into your cushion or relax down to the floor, closing your eyes. And this is a great position for digestion. Just allow your belly to rest. You might feel a slight stretch in the groin, the hips area, hamstrings and quads perhaps. But closing your eyes, taking big, deep, slow breaths. Come back to that feeling of gratitude. Perhaps focus on something else you're grateful for today. Just allow your whole body to become soft, relaxing into the pillow. Should feel really nourishing and relaxing. So now we're going to take the forehead to the pillow, so the back of the neck is long. Your arms can either stay outstretched or they could be behind you. Allow your shoulders to become soft, your forehead to rest onto the pillow or onto the ground. Your knees are nice and wide. And again, closing your eyes, breathing big, slow, deep breaths. I'd like you to take notes now of how you speak to yourself. So the one person you probably speak to the most, when I was talking about having these, thousands of thoughts in your head, really the one person you do speak to all the time is yourself. Now, are you the sort of person that can be, you might put yourself down a little, or you might judge yourself a little bit, or you might be a perfectionist and you are always sort of telling yourself off for getting things right. Just catch yourself when you're doing that. First of all, it's building awareness of your thoughts. So we do have all of these thoughts pop into our head, but we can actually take control of those thoughts. If we're catching ourselves being negative and speaking to ourselves not so well, think about putting the phone down on that voice. Put the phone down on that voice and pick up another phone that's got something positive to say. So we've been here for a couple of minutes. We're just simply going to shift the head in the other direction. So I began with my head to the right, then with my forehead onto the pillow. Now I'm taking my head to the left. Now this sort of practice I never would have done 10, even 5 years ago, because as I said to you, I was all about the dynamic, but just now, think about this, about what I said in the morning. This is a retreat, some time out for you. So please just allow yourself to relax. So your head should be the other way to last time now. Eyes closed ideally. And take this moment. Some of you will find this harder than others. Take this moment to give yourself some compliments. What can you say that's nice about yourself? Maybe what would your friends, your family that love you say about you that's nice? Give yourself a compliment. Be kind to yourself. And another super brilliant technique is particularly if you're one of those people that are striving to be a certain way, you might be a little bit of a perfectionist, or you might want more of yourself. If you're finding yourself having those thoughts or putting yourself down, then think about, well, what would you like to be? How would you like yourself to show up in the world? And then turn this into little mantras, and you can write them down. So perhaps you want to be, perhaps you want to worry less, perhaps you want to be strong. What would those qualities be? And then you can write an I am mantra. So just think of one now. I am. And what quality would you like to reflect? Remember, the arms can either be behind or be forward. Breathe, deep breaths. Know that you can control your states, your nerves, the way that you are through your breath. So if you feel a little bit anxious at any point, just stop yourself for a moment and take a huge, big, deep sip of air in through the nose, breathing in everything you need. Lengthen your exhale, and then notice how you feel. By taking these longer exhales, we engage our parasympathetic system. We can actually slow our heart down. We can take over. As Emma was saying earlier, there was a man that said to her that he can't help it when he gets angry, but we can. We are in control. But sometimes we might just need some techniques to help us. So just take one more big sip of air here. And then we're going to slowly release our body from the pillow. So it's a really beautiful, comfortable position to be in. But maybe you're a little stiff around here. You know, everybody's different. So now we're going to just put the cushion aside. And I'd like you to come onto your hands and your knees. Stretch those toes again, tucking those toes under. And then just come into a downward facing dog for a moment. Now you may want to walk the hands forward. Just gently softening the knees, perhaps bending the knees a little. Maybe walking it through a little. You might have got a little bit, you need to stretch a little bit after being holding child's pose and the toe squat for such a long time. Spreading your fingers wide, making any movements you want to. So in certain forms of Ashtanga can be quite strict. I love Ashtanga, but certain yoga teachers will be saying, you really need to push your heels down to the earth and sit bones up to the sky. Yes, that's all relative, but sometimes we just need to listen to what our body needs. And it might need to be soft. You might want to get a little movement through the chest and the hips. You might want to take the head a little from side to side. Notice your neck, notice your jaw. Are you holding any tension there? So we're just going to hold this for another 3 or 4 breaths together. Breathing in for the count of 4. Exhaling out for the count of 8. Again, big deep breath. Breathing in everything you need. Letting go of anything that needs to be released. Through a practice of yoga, we're also releasing trapped energy in the body. We can hold emotion in the body. You know this because you can sometimes get an achy jaw or tight shoulders or a tight neck when you've been stressed out. So by practicing, taking this movement practice of the body, this asana part of yoga, there's many forms and many different limbs of yoga, and this is just one of them. But this is a great way to release anything that's getting trapped, almost like having a nice deep massage and just feeling wonderful afterwards. So when you're ready, can you begin to tiptoe your feet towards your hands? And just slowly, like a rag doll, roll up, vertebrae by vertebrae. Up you come. So just allow your body to get used to standing now. You want to come up not too quickly so that you don't get a head rush. We're going to roll the shoulders up and back down your back. Up and back down. Up and back down. Good, beautiful. Okay, so we're going to bring the arms up and then bring your hands softly down, either side of the body or down through the center, and come into a forward fold. Now this is our next pose, our next yin pose that we're going to be holding. So I'm going to give you a couple of options. You might want to keep the knees soft, particularly if your hamstrings are tight. And this is a great pose for the back as well, creating space in your vertebrae. So if you feel like you need that, bend the knees and allow your back to be really, really loose. Maybe take a little gentle sway from side to side. Or perhaps you may prefer to take the hands around the backs of the legs. Or maybe take a hold of the ankles. And perhaps push the legs back if it's more of a hamstring stretch that feels good to you. So wherever you're at, close your eyes and just relax the body, particularly the upper torso. And again, we can come back to the breath. So take a big, slow, deep inhale through the nose. This time we're going to breathe in for 3. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathe out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're just going to hold this for a little longer. Maybe you want to draw the sit bones up towards the sky. Maybe have the hands wrapped around, as I said before. Perhaps you want something a little stronger, taking the hands under the feet or your 2-piece fingers into the big toes. Let's take 3 more breaths together. Now make sure your head is totally loose, so you've got this channel for blood to flow freely down to your brain, taking oxygen and nutrients down there. For anyone that struggles with a little bit of depression or feeling low, going upside down can really help you feel better. There's a real, a real thought behind yoga therapy. Many people do a yoga practice and they just say, Jess, I just feel amazing. I feel so much better for doing all of these poses. Sometimes turning yourself upside down, like in a downward facing dog, or maybe getting a little more adventurous in a shoulder stand or handstand or a plow pose. Any of these poses can just make you feel really good afterwards. And not only that, they're great for your circulation. So one last big deep breath here. You might notice you've gone a little deeper into the pose. That's the joy of yin. As you hang down and you're really low, perhaps your belly and chest has drawn into the legs more. So perhaps as you're relaxing, you're able to lengthen your hamstrings. And here's the real benefit to holding these poses rather than flowing through, such as in Vinyasa Flow or Budokon we were doing earlier. So once more, we're going to gently soften the knees and just roll up vertebrae by vertebrae. You might get a little click. We're going to just come back up. Bring your arms up to the sky. Inhale, reach up. Exhale, this time we're going to bring the arms either side of the body, gliding down. Now inhale, lift your hearts. Try to flatten your back, so the fingertips might be to the floor or the hands to the shins. Good, big deep breaths as we hold it here, lengthening the back. Drawing the sit bones back, our actual spine long, and looking down just in between the hands, just at the top of the mat. And now slowly we're going to soften the knees, bring the hands down to the earth. Now can you step back with your right foot? And then make sure your left knee's over your left ankle. We're going to bring the right knee down to the earth. Place your right hand to the inside of the left foot. And now begin to bring your left arm up to the sky. As you do this, you're going to start to twist a little. You might feel the left hip opening a little. And maybe you want to bring the left arm behind the back. Or maybe you might want to place the hand onto the knee. And we're not going to hold it here for as long as some of the poses. But if you, be my guest, if you want to have the arm up to the sky, then that can feel really nice too. So take a big deep breath. And exhale. What you should be feeling is a deep stretch into your left glute, down the left hamstring, around the thigh, perhaps into the adductor and abductor on your knee, your left knee. Now, if this right knee is uncomfortable, feel free to use a prop, use a blanket, because we're holding here for a little while. And one more big deep breath. And then exhale. Let's swap sides now. So we're going to come onto the ball of the back foot, lift the knee off the ground, and step the right foot to meet the left. Now taking your left leg back, coming onto the ball of that foot, and gently bringing your left knee down to the ground, on the top of your foot too. And then placing your left hand down by your foot, so it's parallel to your right foot. Begin to breathe in and stretch your right arm up to the sky, reaching all the way up. And again, you could take the right hand behind the back or to the knee, and maybe open the right knee a little bit so you feel this in the right hip. That can be really nice. Hip openers are great, and we're going to go into those in just a moment. So let's take 3 or 4 more deep breaths together, remembering to breathe deeply through your nose. And let a long, soft exhale out. Again, big, deep breath in. And relax out. One more. And relax out. Bring your right hand down to the earth now. I'm going to tuck the left toes under. And here we're going into a pigeon pose. We did this earlier. So please be careful. If you find this transition difficult, I'm going to give you a couple more options. What we're aiming to do is take the right knee down towards the right wrist, the left foot sliding down towards the left wrist, and walk the hands back. Now, if that's not working for you, you might want to swoop the right leg first up and then draw into it this way. Or if you're really stiff in the hip and it doesn't feel right for your body, then lay down onto your back instead and take hold of the knee and the foot. So the knee in the right hand, hand wrapped around the shin, and the left hand onto the foot. And you could just rock a little bit here, just drawing that knee in towards the chest. Now, if you're in the full pigeon pose, we're going to really, you can use, again, you can take your blanket or your pillow underneath your head. You could take your pillow under your chest. Really make use of your props. And yeah, it's quite nice to have a pillow to hug. And you don't have to be static. You could just gently rock into the right hip. Breathe deeply. Find your comfortable space. Nice, big, slow, deep breaths. If you want something more, if you're really comfortable, then please stay where you are. Now this is quite an intense pose because we're really easing into this right hip. It's a real deep hip opener. But if you feel like you want something to add to it, we could take the left hand up and slide the left shoulder down to the ground, placing left ear down to the earth. And maybe reach the right arm up to the sky, take it around the back, and perhaps reach for the toe. That's only if you want another option. Closing your eyes wherever you're at, get comfortable. Breathing big, soft breaths in, send a little bit of love out. So take a moment to think about somebody that you might want to dedicate your practice to today. So you're creating lots of beautiful energy, lots of light. Think about that energy, that light collecting into your heart space, filling your heart up with light, with a big, beautiful, bright, white light. And as you focus on that light, it's becoming bigger, expanding. And first of all, before you send it out to somebody else, send it to yourself. Imagine that light raining down on you, surrounding you, protecting you. Please just, allow the rest of this day of self-care to really sink in and be for you before you go away and think about looking after others. Bringing that light into your heart now, perhaps you may want to send it out to somebody else. Perhaps it's somebody that you can't be with right now. Perhaps it's somebody that's finding life a little tough. Or it could be, sending it to yourself. Okay, we're going to slowly ease ourselves up. So when you come onto the hands, tuck under the ball of your left foot and take your right leg back. Let's find a downward facing dog. This is a nice place to start from. Stretch out for a moment, looking down in between your thighs, sending your sit bones up towards the sky, or bending the knees, or as I said, making it your version. It's right for your body. Spread your fingers wide. And really, if you do practice yoga again, just never, come out of this frame of mind of thinking that you have to be flexible. You don't have to be flexible for yoga. Yoga should be and is accessible for all. You should never be scared by it. I teach the elderly, I teach children, and although I come from a dynamic background, there are so many different forms of yoga and so much you can do with it to make it accessible for all. And the main benefits, I think, is just to make people feel amazing in their own skin, to create this glow from within, and to be really happy about who you are and to de-stress. And we all need to de-stress from time to time, no matter whether you are Buddha or if you are the calmest person in the world. We all come across stress, whether it's our own stress or other people's. When you're ready, take your left leg up, take your left knee over towards your left wrist, or if you're laying flat on your back, simply bring your left knee in towards your chest. And then find, again, whatever you want. Maybe it's a blanket, maybe it's a cushion. Just settle in. Perhaps you want to rock a little into the left hip. Or perhaps you want to take this version I gave to you earlier by coming up and sliding the right shoulder underneath, bringing the left arm up to the sky and reaching to perhaps find the right toe. Wherever you are at, think about relaxing the muscles. Take the breath all the way down to anywhere that might feel a little bit tight, a little bit of a stretch. Take the breath there and begin to soften that area. And as we hold this pose for longer, allow that area, if you can, to relax. Again, even if you get a little bit of uncomfort, that's normal. Obviously if you're getting sharp pain, then that's a no-no. That's your body telling you to stop what you're doing. But if it feels a little bit uncomfortable, that's okay. Just try to breathe, taking that longer exhale to allow your whole nervous system and your whole skeletal and muscular system to relax as you just hold this deep hip opening pose, pigeon pose. So let's simply take 3 more breaths together. Softening in, lengthening your exhale. Noticing what comes up for you. Notice how you feel. We're going to softly make a transition. So coming, if you were in this twist like me, we're going to place the left hand down to the ground, slide the right shoulder away. If you have a blanket underneath you, take that away. And begin to come up onto the left sit bone. Bring your right leg around in front of you. Take your left sole of the foot into your thigh. And then we're going to sit up nice and tall. Bring the arms up to the sky. Create as much space as you can for your heart and lungs. Inhale, lengthen up. And then exhale, begin to reach forward. So reach forward as far as you can. Belly, chest coming forward first. Perhaps if you can't reach the foot, you could use a dressing gown belt just to modify, or you could take hold of the ankle or the knee, or you could have your hands here. You may want to place a cushion here so you're nice and soft. And just ease in. Take a big deep inhale and a soft exhale. Be your own best friend. I was talking earlier about giving yourself a compliment that many people can find really difficult. Now, if there's one person that's going to be there for you throughout your life to look after you, it's you. So think about that. Take that concept on board. Be your own best friend. And some of us who have been through trauma in the past might find that really difficult. Might find it hard to send yourself self-love. Now, this is another great reason to practice yoga. It's a real healing practice. And gradually you go into layers of your being, layer by layer. You might sometimes at the end or during a practice notice you have emotions coming up, bubbling up. You might have a tear come to the surface. Sometimes you don't even know why that is. When that's happened to me personally, and when I've seen it happen to people in my class, it really makes me realise, that it feels like a magic. It's not a magic. I'm not making things up. There are obviously science. There's a lot of science behind it too. But sometimes it's just a real release of emotions can happen, and it's beautiful. So if you want to just alter this practice, we're only going to do this for a moment. This is super good for your lower back. We're going to flip the right hand up to the sky. Take hold of the toe or the ankle. And bring your left arm up to the sky. Reach up and bring your arm over your ear. So you may be up here, or you might be able to get the shoulder down and maybe even bind the two hands together. What I want you to feel is a big stretch into the left side of your body. Just take 3 breaths here. And we're going to transition, taking the right foot. So I'm going to face you this time. This time, take the left leg forward, take the right sole of your foot into the thigh. I'm not mirror teaching today, so it's going to look possibly different for you on screen. But left leg forward, right foot, right sole of the foot to the inner thigh. Bring your arms up to the sky. Take a big sip of air, sweet air. Exhale. Bring yourself forward, taking hold of whatever you feel is right. Maybe again, place a cushion underneath your head. Prop yourself up. Perhaps your hands are here more so. Perhaps you have a strap or a dressing gown belt. And again, we're going to breathe into it. Big deep breaths. And exhale softly, easing in. You might want to bring your navel a little further forward to go deeper into this, feeling the hamstring really stretch out. It's up to you how deep you want to go into a pose. You may simply just want to relax there. But become aware of your hamstring stretching, your calf stretching, your back lengthening and folding over. And just take a moment to just become aware of being in the here and the now. When your mind is in thoughts, you're usually thinking about something that has yet to happen, something in the future, or something that has just happened, or something that happened a while ago. So you're in the future or the past. When we try to train our minds to be mindful, so to speak, to focus on the present moment, it's a real gift. Sometimes we can just run away with our thoughts. And earlier in the practice this morning, when I said to dip your head down to your heart, you allow your brain to fall down to your heart space so you're not in your head anymore. Connect to your heart space instead. And we're going to do that in just a moment. So flip your left wrist up to the sky, take a hold of the ankle or toe. If you can, reach your right arm up to the sky, reaching forward, grounding through both sit bones, perhaps bringing the hand to bind with a foot depending on you, but grounding through both sit bones and feeling that right side body, your obliques stretching out, and this is connected to your lower back. So it's a real beautiful stretch for the lower back. Nice for somebody that has an achy lower back. So just a couple more breaths here. And then we're going to soften off, just coming up, soften off. You know what I mean. So coming onto your sit bones now, we're going to bring the back down to the ground. So I was just talking about the lower back. And we're going to really benefit the lower back now in a supine twist. Now you can do, if you have an achy lower back at any point, you can do this pose. It's really great for you. You can even do it in bed. It's better on a hard floor, of course, but you can do yoga in bed. In fact, I might do a bed yoga video one day because I do it sometimes. Let's take the right knee in towards the chest. So squeeze that knee into the chest. Notice any sensations you've got going on there. And then when you're ready, take hold of that knee with the left hand. We're going to reach the right arm out to the side. Now try and keep both shoulders grounded to the ground, to the floor, to the earth, as you bring your right knee up and over. Now I can bring my knee down to the earth and keep my shoulders on the ground, but that's because I practice and teach yoga every day. The majority of you probably won't. So here's where you might want to have, and this is also, you know, yin yoga is usually taught with props. To make it a little softer for your body, allow your knee to fall onto a cushion, to rest on a cushion instead. Reach your right arm out to the side and allow your head to just drift over the right shoulder. Notice where you feel that. So if you want more, you can bring the knee up a little higher. You might even want to stretch here by taking the toe to the hand. But really, I would, for a yin yoga position, I would just recommend being comfortable. Allow your shoulders to ground. Allow your head to fall over and close your eyes. Notice your breath entering and leaving this house that is your body. Your body is your life partner. Do you listen and do you look after your body as much as it needs? As you keep laying here and breathing with the eyes closed, perhaps set any intentions. So you've had a day out of self-care today. Now, could you bring a little bit of this into your daily life? Could you set a little time aside? Maybe it's first thing in the morning for a meditation practice. Maybe it's joining an online yoga class. Maybe it's as simple as just having the bathroom to yourself, running a hot bath and just closing your eyes and just resetting yourself, quietening your thoughts, having a practice of gratitude. We are going to slowly take this over to the other side. I'd like to keep you there longer, but we are running out of time. So, but there's no stress there, by the way. Bring your cushion over to your right side. Bring your left knee into your chest, squeeze into your chest, and then fold your knee over to the right side, reaching your left arm out to the side. And allow your eyes to fall closed again, taking big, slow, deep breaths. And I'd like you to come back to this concept of connecting to your heart. So as you take this supine twist, allow your brain to begin to drop down to your heart space. As you allow your body to relax. By the way, if you feel uncomfortable, please feel free to move. If you want more, bring the knee higher, shoulders both grounded. Think about taking a big deep breath in through the nose. And as you exhale, we're going to keep your eyes closed for the rest of the practice now. Take your focus down to your heart. And you can choose to hold this supine twist for a little longer, or you can join me by coming all the way onto the back, so your back is flat. Take the soles of your feet together. You may want to cover yourself over with a blanket at this point. With the soles of your feet connecting, your knees are just going to gently relax out to the side. And perhaps you could put a hand over your heart, or maybe two hands over your heart, or maybe a hand over your belly too. If your hand is over your belly, when you breathe in, ideally, you should feel your belly rise as well as your chest as you inhale. And as you exhale, allow your body to settle, to let go, to release. Taking that brain down to your heart, connecting in within, tune in. Take a moment to listen. What is your heart? What does your heart tell you? So this is different to headspace. This is a softer place. What does your heart tell you? And then I'm going to invite you to ask yourself a question. Who am I? Who am I? Listen for the answer. And then a second question, why am I here? And finally, how can I serve? Coming to our final Shavasana position, extend your legs out to the sides, ankles falling open, hands down, palms facing upwards, shoulders open, neck long. Relax your body and ask yourself, where am I? And answer yourself, I am here. Where am I? I am here. Relax your toes. Relax the soles of your feet. Imagine there's a warm, healing light starting to flow through the soles of your feet. Stay laying down, perhaps with a blanket over you, as long as you are comfortable. Allow this warm light to flood up through your body. This is a practice of yoga nidra, taking the focus to different parts of your body. So focusing on the feet, allow both feet to be relaxed. Allow this flowing light now just to flow up the right side of your body, up through the right ankle, right calf, shin. Relaxing your leg as it flows up through the knee, into your thigh, quad and hamstring. The whole of your right leg feeling totally relaxed. Focusing on the left side, allow this warm healing light to travel up through the left leg, healing and relaxing as it draws up through the ankle, through the calf and shin, up through the knee joints, and then all the way up to the top of your leg, through the quad, hamstring. And notice how good it feels to relax your left leg. Notice how good it feels to relax both legs together. Take this beautiful, relaxing feeling into your hips and your pelvis. Become soft there. Allow your belly to be soft in your lower back, your sacrum and lower back, being truly supported by Mother Earth beneath you. Allow your lower back, mid back and upper back, your thoracic spine, to just relax. All of the muscles surrounding your spine to relax. Imagining this warm flowing light travelling up through the belly, lower back, into the chest, around your lungs, heart, all through your organs. Allowing the whole of your back to just melt into the mat, as if the ground beneath you is becoming like soft, warm sand. Maybe you might want to allow your mind to travel and imagine a place in nature that's just for you, somewhere really relaxing. And taking that beautiful, relaxed feeling into your shoulders, into the right shoulder and down through the right arm, through the elbow, forearm and wrist, into your thumb, right thumb, index finger, middle finger, ring finger and little finger. The whole of your hand, fingers and right arm relaxed. Focusing now on your left shoulder, bringing or imagining that light down the left arm, through the upper arm, down through the elbow, into your wrist, and into your left thumb, index finger, middle finger, ring finger, and little finger. The whole of your left arm relaxed. Both arms together relaxed. Finally, bring that light to your throat area, relaxing the back of your neck as well. Imagining it clearing pathways, drawing up and down the spine, rising from the base of your spine upwards, up, 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 to the crown of your head. Finally taking just a last few breaths in relaxation, taking care that your jaw is relaxed. Maybe your lips are slightly parted, tongue resting gently in your mouth. Hundreds of tiny muscles behind the eyes relaxed, your temples relaxed, your whole body relaxed. Notice how you feel. Your mind can be wherever you like. It could be in this place, in nature. You could be surrounded by friends or loved ones. Be perhaps up in the sky, floating up high so you can see the earth beneath you, sending love and light downwards to the planet and to those that need it. Notice how good it feels to be relaxed. And staying where you are, send you over to our beautiful meditation teacher, Anne-Marie, who's going to draw us into a protection meditation.
Thank you, Jess. Okay, staying in that beautiful cocoon of energy that you're in, I'm going to take you now through a beautiful meditation that exists in two different parts. The first part, we're going to look at any people or situations, belief systems, memories that we have that are draining our energy and not feeding our soul. And I'm going to invite you to join me in releasing any cords of attachment that may be still in your energy field. And then in the second part of the meditation, we're going to use the beautiful, pure, clear energy that we have now got to send a beautiful ray of healing light to all of the NHS workers and all of the people that are suffering with coronavirus at this moment in time. So take a deep breath in. And let it go. And another breath in. And let it go. One more breath in. And let it go. We are constantly creating cords with people, objects, situations, and belief systems. We have massive, big, thick, fat cords with our family members, spouses, kids, and thinner little cords with people that we have just met. Each cord has the ability to share energy and transmit a frequency of communication. This is often why at times we feel connected telepathically to others' thoughts and emotions. When a cord is healthy, it creates a vibrant, energetic source exchange. But when a cord is unhealthy, it can often lead to feeling drained or feeling like we are out of control. When it comes to relationships, cutting a cord can help break energetic attachments and help you move onto a new path to receive and become open to new opportunities within this relationship. So as you are lying down or sitting, if you are lying down, I would like you to imagine above your body a very large prism or triangle of beautiful purple light. It is about a foot above your body and stretches from your head to your feet. And if you are sitting, imagine the prism of purple light foot above your head in your soul star chakra, and it spreads over the width of your body, left to right, front and behind. Very, very slowly now, I invite you to shift your attention to the purple light, the prism of light, and draw it energetically right down over your body until your entire physical body is covered and encapsulated in a prism of purple light. This prism of light is a protective source of energy around you as we begin this process of cord cutting. Take a deep breath in and let it go. Take another deep breath in and let it go. I invite you now to choose a person, a situation, a memory, or a belief system that you feel a negative attachment to, or a negative feeling. Anyone or anything that comes to the forefront of your mind that generates anxiety, discomfort, or fear. Breathe in. Breathe out. I would like you to notice where you see or feel that energy in your body. And if you can't see or feel, it does not matter. We just set the intent that this cord cutting is successful. And as in the previous meditation, bring your attention and awareness and belief that all of your spirit guides, your guardian angel, all of the angelic realm, archangels and the angels, all of your ancestors, all of your genetic line are surrounding you now, sending you beautiful love light beaming into your heart chakra. You are fully held, you are fully loved, and you are utterly safe. If you can, I would like you to imagine, see, or feel a cord of black energy from that part of your body that is attaching to the particular person, situation, or thing that you are going to disconnect from. If you cannot see, imagine, or feel the black cord, it does not matter. The universe is holding you securely. And we are setting the intent that all stagnant energy that needs to be released from your energy field will be released. I now call upon Archangel Michael, Ascended Master Saint Germain, and the angels of the violet fire to lovingly surround you and to help us with this cord cutting. They surround you in unconditional love to facilitate this transmutation. Archangel Michael takes his blue flaming sword and approaches you now, and in a swift move of his amazing sword, cuts through all of the dark energy, all of the stagnant energy, the black cord. And as he does so, it falls away from your aura and is lovingly caught by the angels of the violet fire. The angels of the violet fire ensure that every last piece of stagnant energy is lovingly taken from your aura, and along with Ascended Master Saint Germain, they bring it into the heart of the violet fire, where this energy is transformed and transmuted from stagnant to vibrant, negative to positive. See the cord being cut and released and let go. And if you cannot see it or visualize it, we trust in the universe that this is taking place. Feel the presence of unconditional love around you, below your feet, above your head, on your right hand side, on your left hand side. And feel it emanating and swirling within your heart, your physical heart, and your heart center, your heart chakra. And in your heart chakra now, the beautiful white light of unconditional love, along with the green healing ray, is emanating in front and behind. Take a deep breath in of this exquisite white light. And breathe it out. And again, a deep breath. The light of unconditional love. As you breathe in, it goes up to your higher chakras and down to the lower, filling your entire physical body with white light. Cleansing your emotional body, decluttering your mental body, and creating the most beautiful band of connection with your spiritual body. Allow Archangel Michael, the angels of the violet fire, Saint Germain, all of your spirit guides, all of the angels, all of your ancestors, all of your guides. Allow them to lift up your feelings and emotions to the highest vibration that you can go to at this current moment. You are reconnecting. You are feeling lighter. Your energy field is recalibrating to perfection. Breathe in the light, white light of love, and breathe it out. And as you breathe it in, I want you to notice in your body a lighter feeling of happy emotions. This is the recalibration of your energy. White light now replaces any stagnant energy that may have been there either consciously or unconsciously. We do not need to analyze the process. We merely set the intent and have the belief that the process is taking place. And with this beautiful embodiment of the light of unconditional love, focus once more your energy and your attention on your heart chakra. And allow the beautiful white light that is shining strongly in your heart to radiate out in front of you, behind you, to your left, and to your right. And this light is connecting you, and you are sending this positive vibration of unconditional love and cleansing light to all members of your family, all of your friends, and all of the beautiful souls that are sharing this meditation today. We now set the intent that this white light powerfully transmutes all energies of coronavirus on Earth. Visualize the light going to the heart of every single NHS worker every single person that works for the NHS, regardless of their title or job description. The doctors, the nurses, the catering staff, the doormen, the cleaning staff, our NHS heroes who we're supporting today. See their hearts light up and receive this healing light. And as their hearts light up with this white light, it moves up from their heart to their crown chakras and down from their heart through the solar plexus, sacral chakra, and down their legs, down to their feet. We set the intention that this light is cleansing all of their physical organs, and it soothes and harmonizes their emotional bodies and their mental bodies. It gives them increased strength and focus to continue to do the amazing job that they are doing. Raising their vibration, we send the light out further now to all people on the planet, all the patients, all those suffering with any kind of illness, and particularly with the coronavirus. And as this light moves around the world, country to country, we imagine the entire earth filled with the vibration of unconditional love, white light. And we set the intent that we are moving away from our current vibration to a vibration of peace and harmony, away from all pandemics and illness. And as the physical and energy bodies of the NHS workers, coronavirus patients, and all that need this healing are raising in calibration, I now ask you to surround yourself in the color ruby red. Feel, sense, or just know that it is emanating now from your heart chakra. And we send this red light out across the world, out across our beautiful country, to the hearts and souls of all that are working in the NHS, all that are suffering from coronavirus. And it grounds them, keeps them safe, and it helps their body mind and soul. Stay strong and connected to positive, safe, secure thoughts and emotions. And we now are going to send this gorgeous ruby red light down through the soles of our feet, down through the surface of the earth, right down to the very center and core of Mother Earth. It's going to wrap around the core of the earth and come back up. And we are fully connected to this beautiful planet that we live on. And Mother Earth gives us thanks and in turn sends us healing energy as this energy comes back up to us. Let us take a moment now to send our own personal thoughts and love to all in the NHS and all suffering from coronavirus. May all that are working within the NHS stay strong and healthy. And for all of those patients who are still suffering, we set the intention that they receive our healing and our love today, and that they feel the benefit of this group meditation and group love. And now I want you to bring your attention back to the beautiful cocoon of purple light surrounding your body, that prism of beautiful purple light. And we send it back up away from our bodies, up towards the sun. And we give thanks and gratitude for all the beings of light who have been with us today, and for the transmutation of all energies that we did not need to hold on anymore to, whether connected to a person, a place, a situation, or a belief system. And we know that our energy field has been altered and is exquisitely whole, surrounded in unconditional love. You are loved, you are blessed, you are healed, and you are safe. Thank you so much for joining me this afternoon in this meditation. And with infinite love, I send you and your family, friends, and all of the NHS workers an abundance of love and strength. Namaste.
Namaste. That was beautiful, Anne-Marie. Thank you so much. Wow, what an afternoon of relaxation, healing, self-care. If you can handle any more relaxation, we're coming to the last part of our retreat. I just want to say thank you again all for being here. It's quite special to be doing this, knowing that there's lots of you here live with us together. So it's, although it's very different to the usual retreats that I run, very different. The whole tech side has been a right different thing to get your head around for sure. But the fact that we're all here together, all breathing together, listening to this beautiful meditation from Anne-Marie is amazing, I think. So yeah, I also just want to take a moment to thank Anne-Marie, to thank Alice who's up next, to thank everybody that's been on here today. Lovely comment coming up here. Whoa, that meditation was so powerful and so beautiful. Thank you, wasn't it? And hasn't Anne-Marie just got the most sort of beautiful voice? I don't know whether it's just me, but I love her voice and the way she speaks. It just puts me at ease for sure. So yeah, I hope you're all having a super chilled afternoon. You're nice and cozy. For the next part, I really recommend that you have some earplugs in. Now, all of this content is going to get sent to you, so you can do in your own time. But if you can, do stay with us. But do try to get some earplugs, plug them into your computer or into your phone. I'm going to introduce you now to Alice Rose. Alice Rose is a yoga teacher, but she also plays at the crystal bowls and she does crystal bowl healing. So I think Alice is going to be getting ready right now. She's going to put her camera on in a moment. She'll be there in her living room with her crystal bowls. I think she's going to give you a little chat about, you know, what these bowls are and how they affect our being and what to expect really. But again, make sure you're warm, throw on a blanket. Your body temperature can go down fairly quickly when doing healing practices such as this. So let's go over to Alice. There you are. Hello, Alice. Alice, I'm going to unmute you, or can you unmute yourself? Beautiful.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hi, gorgeous girl. How are you?
Yeah, I'm really good. I've had a beautiful day. feeling well.
Super, super. So, Alice, I'm going to hand it over to you now, my darling.
Okay.
I will be here throughout. So, yeah, just enjoy everybody. I'm going to let Alice take over.
Lovely. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for being part of this incredible day and obviously raising so much awareness and well needed funds for the NHS Heroes. I have to say I'm very honoured to be asked to close the day. So basically just find yourself getting really comfortable. So if that for you is lying down, then just make sure you've got enough blankets and cushions around you, perhaps placing something under the back of the knees or maybe even under the back of your head so that you can be 100% comfortable. So if you need to quickly do that, just taking your time, and I'll just give you a few moments. And while you're just getting your little nest prepared, some of you may know me, some of you may not. I live just outside of Tunbridge Wells, As Jess said, I'm a yoga teacher, but I teach meditation, and I'm also a sound healer. So I offer beautiful spaces for people to sort of rest, embody and heal is the kind of 3 words that I tune into whenever I open space. And I have 4 bowls, and they all are charged with different energies and healing qualities. So for some of you that may not have received a sound healing with the crystal bowls before, you know, you can quite often feel these physically within the body. So don't get too sort of overwhelmed if you're feeling something quite specific in a certain area of your body. This is really, really normal. And it's also really normal to have releases through the session. So if you find yourself perhaps coughing or maybe crying, I have known myself to laugh. So clearing, what this is the body's way of clearing different stagnant energy within the body. So just don't be too alarmed if you feel very emotional, or perhaps, you know, you're coughing a lot. And sometimes, you know, you can get some real physical kind of movements within the body too, kind of like jerking, particularly in the arms and in the feet. And again, this is just your energy channels opening. The vibration of the bowls are just working their magic as the sound kind of floods through the body. So just kind of surrendering into whatever's going on for you this afternoon. So, okay, so enough of my speech. Let's just get comfortable and let's begin. So just putting in your headphones if you haven't already done so. And then let's collectively take 3 breaths together. So I want you to really breathe in deep, really feel the breath rising in the body, out towards the armpit, chest, into the back. And we're going to exhale through the mouth. Just releasing a lovely little sigh as you breathe out. And again, breathing in. Exhaling. And just one more big expanding breath, inhaling. Exhaling. And then just finding yourself settling into a very natural flow of breath. Just allowing your breath to come in and out in a very natural way. And if you haven't done already, you could place an eye pillow or perhaps something over the eyes, maybe a blanket for your body. And just starting to feel all the areas that are releasing down towards your mat, down towards the floor. Allowing your bones to be a little bit heavier, your breath to flow. And just taking any last few adjustments so that you can be 100% comfortable. So just the last few little adjustments, a few rocks from side to side maybe turning the palms upwards so that your energy can be released. And then just taking the breath down, just start to feel the breath down just below the navel. So as you inhale, just inviting a connection to breath just below your navel. And just exhaling nice and slowly in your own rhythm, your own pace. And just breathing in and breathing out. And just noticing the sounds around you. Just noticing what you can hear around you, perhaps in the room that you are, or maybe even beyond that. And just allowing the ears to tune in. Just following, keep receiving your breath down in your belly. So just to really allow yourself to be in silence now. Just feel into stillness and just stay where you are. We're going to be here just for about 5-10 minutes, so just really allow yourself to drop into this stillness. Feel into any vibration, movement, flow through your body. Surrender into all that you're feeling, all that is. And just allowing yourself to absorb everything in this moment. If you need to, just taking a couple of deeper breaths, allowing yourself to breathe out fully. And perhaps noticing all those areas that are resting against the floor. Noticing your physical body, the flow of your breath, the beat of your heart. Perhaps even slowly just removing the headphones, allowing yourself just to awaken in your own environment, listening to the world around you. Listening to any sounds that you are receiving, feeling all that you are feeling at this time. And trusting in the rawness of your emotions, whatever they may be at this time, just trusting that they are exactly what they should be. You are exactly where you should be. And as you begin to awaken, perhaps slowly opening the eyelids and just allowing the light to pour in and through your eyes, and down into your heart. And as that light runs through your body, moving it down through your legs and out through the soles of your feet. The whole body receiving light and love and kindness and softness. And perhaps taking your breath a little bit deeper down into the belly, just below the navel, and bringing your hands to your belly and receiving this earthing breath as you receive the light through the eyes and down into the heart, receiving your breath down into your belly and down towards your feet. And just slowly starting to make very small movements, wiggling toes, wiggling fingers, feeling the space in the palms of your hands. And if you can, just uniting breath, body, heart again with a big breath in. Exhaling through the mouth. Let's do that twice more. And see now if you can allow your movements to be a little bit bigger, perhaps stretching the arms over the head, pointing and flexing the feet, bringing legs and feet together and feeling the extension of the whole of your body, sides of your body, your back, your front, all the way from the tips of the toes to the crown of your head. Eyes open, receiving light. Heart open, receiving love. Breathing deep into your belly. And as your movements grow and as your breath becomes deeper and your eyes become wider, slowly rolling onto the side of your body, resting here. Breathe into the back of your body. Breathe into your heart. And then slowly rising up to a comfortable seated position where we will meet here, feeling the ground beneath our sitting bones, feeling the lift of our spine and our crown. Feel the whole of your body. And to close this beautiful space, this beautiful day of nurture and nourishment and gratitude and love, join me by bringing the hands into the heart. As we breathe in, we're going to open the palms wide and send the palms up and over to the crown of the head, just balancing the heel of the hand about 3 inches above the crown of your head, the soul star chakra. And just closing your soul space this evening as you breathe out, slowly drawing those hands down and back to the center of your heart. And then one more, opening palms nice and wide, breathing in, taking the arms over the crown to the soul star chakra, 3 inches above the crown. Breathe here as we exhale, releasing the hands down to the heart space and closing the collective space of all of us as we unite here at this time, at this moment. Heart open, vibration high. Feeling grateful and thankful. With love in my heart, I bow to you. Namaste. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alice. Namaste to you all.
Namaste, Jess.
Perfect way to finish. Oh wow, that sounded amazing. Thank you so much. I hope everybody's as chilled as you should be. I'm on another cloud at the moment.
It's quite hard, isn't it? Everyone go slowly.
Exactly. Oh, you have a comment there from Juliet saying, "Oh, beautiful."
Ah, Juliet, love you.
You have such a nourishing nature, and from Hazel as well.
Aww.
Oh, thank you, Hazel. That's really cute. Lovely. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Try to keep the self-care and the chilled feeling going. You should hopefully have the most amazing sleep tonight as well. I'm being called upon by my dog and my children back to life. But yeah, it's been an amazing day. I really it's been a whole new learning experience and wonderful. So thank you all again for being here. I will be in touch as soon as I can via email with your virtual goodie bag treats. There's lots of contributions from all sorts of different people in there. So those are going to be sent out to you with content as soon as I can. Please be patient and they'll be in your inboxes very soon. Thank you all. Thank you, Alice.
Thank you, Jess. A big thank you to Jess and a big clap for
Stop.
organising this.
Oh, bless. Have a lovely evening. Good night. I'm going to end this now. So have a great evening. Thank you, everyone.